You love me. Tell me 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 you love me.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I should be thankful. You gone cause you chew with your mouth full. You, I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Who you think you are? Literally no one, if we're being honest. I guess you should be thankful. You got to spend time with an angel. You think about me, dream about me when you're asleep. Then you wake up so empty, so cold, just like me. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Ooh, when you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step, hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day.
Welcome back, everybody, to the EMEA Play-ins Ascension. I'm Ash. I'm going to be your host for today, and I'm joined on the analyst desk by Strong and Milan. Milan, how are you doing? You were here the last couple of days. How are you feeling? It's been a long few.
Yeah, I feel like I'm starting to become a play-ins veteran at this point. No, it's been 2 wonderful days of Valiant, right? And I think the third one is going to be equally as exciting as the first 2.
Yeah, it definitely will be. And Strong, you're joining us for the first time. So how are you feeling heading into today? I know we have some fun stuff coming up.
I'm good. I'm excited. I mean, you've gotten 2 great matchups out of this stage, right? So, for probably the 4 best teams in the tournament, just going to be absolutely great to watch today. So I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm super excited as well because this is the 3rd day of the EMEA Ascension play-ins, and I want to start things off with something a little bit fun. We were cooking in the green room before the show started, and we've got a little fantasy Ascension play-in team exercise, if you will. So each of us will have picked one agent, or not one agent, but one player each for each role, and we're going to see what we end up coming up with as a whole. Why don't you kick us off, Milan?
Okay, so I think as a fundamental part of your team, right, the first option obviously has to be an IGL. I've gone for a player who is no longer in the tournament, and I've selected Stark from Novo Esports. I think having an IGL and a controller is a great starting point. He has great firepower. He's experienced, right? Played Ascension 2 times, barely not making it both times. He has experience in international teams. He's done excellent mid-rounding. His macro play has been fantastic, and I've also seen some very cool compositions from his team. So I think as a pure starting point, he's perfect.
Okay, so we're starting off strong here, starting off with a little bit of experience. Strong, are you bringing us something new, or are you going with the old?
Let's call it a hybrid of both, right? So I'm going to go with David from CGN. And you may remember if you've been watching Ascension before, this guy was not the breakout star himself, but he was part of the breakout team, I would argue, of 2023, because you had that Soul team, came out of Portugal, considered quite a weak region by VRL standards, but they get through to the Final 4, like massive group stage. And so teams started looking at these players going like, wow, there's something here, and obviously Tom Asley then went on for that team. David was probably the 2nd best player in terms of stats, 2nd best player in terms of general play. He's gone out this year to prove himself. He's gone to CGN, he's switched roles, he was playing controller before, he's now playing mostly Sova, a little bit of Sage, and he's been excellent all year. He's not had the best tournament so far, I'd say, to be fair. His numbers are a little bit down, but he is really showing up something here, so I think that has to be my choice because, man, this guy is good.
I mean, you love to hear it, right? You need a strong flex player to be able to allow some of that wiggle room, if you will, for comfort for other players on the team. But we've got a couple more players that we got to get through, and we're going to introduce our casters a little bit early today. So welcome over here, Pavlos and Ryan. Why don't you guys hit us with your picks for our fantasy team?
Ooh, we will, and I think I got to go for the duelist first, right? It's not too difficult to figure out who I'm talking about, right? It's got to be KPI Sayonara. Now, he's topped the charts when it comes to statistics all across the board. He is also coming from the Spanish league. He has taken the European scene by storm, and also you've just got to look at him, right? I mean,
I think that's him.
Himself. Oh,
that looks like another young, like 16-year-old prodigy player, perhaps.
I see where the parallels can be drawn, but no, it is Sayonara again, of course, to fit into the duelist role.
And on Initiator, actually, we put it there. He does play a lot of the Rays and the Yoru, but we have seen him pop up a little bit on like Sova and KO, especially on maps. I wanted to do the Sentinel. There's a couple of good options, you know, Keyless, Champions when they're back on Ascend, but I wanted to go for a player that most people are going to love this tournament for, is finding new and fresh talent. And Westside, for me, with Diamant, is the player that I really want to highlight. There's other great options, especially in that Sentinel role, but as a player, I've not really been watching East that much, to be honest, mostly looking at Ascend and, you know, your Chippy Chappers. Shout out to Jack for all of the watch parties there. But I think from just the eye test of us watching them play, they were really unlucky in their group. Won one, lost one. They literally didn't make it to the top 4 all play-ins because they didn't win hard enough. but this was a player that always top fragged pretty much every single map that we saw this Diamant team lose, and was still instrumental by being a first kill, an opener, or being somebody that could just hold the line and win out clutch when needed. Like, they're the young players that you might be surprised to see in like tier 1 teams next year, potentially, but they're definitely the names that deserve spots in the future. And the nominees are...
Okay. I like this. We've got a little bit of the mix of some rookies going in for our fantasy team, some experienced players as well. And I'm going to throw it back to a player that has a little bit more of that experience here, and a fan favorite as well within Defo, previously being on Gambit. Who doesn't love that team? And I feel like when you're looking towards Defo, that experience that he's able to bring to the table, the tip of the spear for his squad, he might not be necessarily as flashy as some of the other duelists that we've seen within the Ascension plans so far. However, I feel like he's a really consistent player that we can look back on, and I think that's cool that we can look towards. Even Paul was mentioning Sayonara there, the fact that I'd like to throw Defo on that jet pick, the role that he's, or the agent that he's most comfortable on, and then we can have some of that double duelist action. But we've had some very strong picks as individuals, right? But we got to look at this team as a whole. Strong. Is this synergizing well for you?
I mean, I think it worked pretty well, to be fair. Look, the only thing you can say about this team is it's a little bit conservative, doesn't really have too much aggression, but then you're Sayonara. And Sayonara's going to bring that all on his own.
Yeah, I think he's definitely able to bring a little bit of an X factor, right? I think even looking at Defo, a little bit more of a quieter duelist. The only thing that I'm mostly concerned with is that we don't have any like veterans, right? So we don't like Stark is arguably the most weathered player together with Defo, but both of them are still young guns. And I think if we can throw something in the mix that would, create a little bit more of that experience, and something we've done with that obviously is bringing a coach like Mavera who's been weathered, he's been around, and he kind of can hopefully tie those things together.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. Love that call for the coach there. But that was a really fun exercise. Maybe you guys in chat can plug in some fantasy teams of your own, do some cooking over there. But we've got to head into today's matches and check out the brackets, and also maybe recap what actually happened yesterday, because we did have the little last chance group that we get to look at here, considering the fact that we did start off this event with 9 teams. So it was 3 groups of 3. And heading into that last chance group, these were the second places for each group. Valiant, I don't think it was too surprising there, Milan, that they came out on top.
Yeah, I mean, I watched all of these games yesterday, right? And I think Valiant, coming into last days, they were the favorite, and I think they delivered on it. I think the second match against Nova was a little bit more close, maybe closer for less comfortable for them in that sense. But I think them showing up both games, playing back-to-back series, and still winning both of them just solidified them as the best group from that last chance group.
Yeah. I think you have to give a lot of credit to Nova, though, to be fair. We did not expect it to be this good, but here we are.
Yeah, that's a really good shout. But as we head into now, the fact that Valiant, they secured that last spot here into playoffs, making them the first match that we're going to be seeing today up against KPI. Then we've got Galacticos versus CGN later on today. When it comes down to our expectations for these two matches, what's your prediction? Who's going to be heading into the grand finals? Milan.
I think I said it yesterday already on the desk. I think KPI is going to take this all the way. I think they have by far the strongest team all around, good individual players. I don't think they have any weaker links, right? And I think that's going to drag them over the finish line. I spoke with Sayonara a little bit on the first day, and one of the things that he mentioned was that obviously he came in in this team as an all-time high, right? In his debut game with them, he won the first split, and that didn't really streak didn't really continue during the second half of the season, right? And I think they used that time to really work on, hey, how can we improve together as a team? They fixed a lot of their issues, and they came here and they looked fantastic so far.
Okay, I'll love to hear. Do you have any strong feelings there, Joe?
I think look, KPI, very, very good team. I actually thought pre-season they were going to be the favourites for Ascension, to be honest. So it's not surprising to see him here. I wouldn't count out Valiant entirely, though. I think they're doing some good stuff as well. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Well, good thing that we're not going to have to wait too long, and unfortunately for you guys, it's only going to be one of them that make it all the way through, because it is that single elimination bracket here into the semifinals. I want to kick things off starting to talk about Valiant, though, because they made that run yesterday through the Last Chance group. There's a question of potentially having that momentum going into today's matchup for them as well. But we really got to talk about the fact that although there is that momentum, there's also the fact that they do now have a bit more footage that is recent there, Milan, that gets to be looked up on.
Yeah, I think having footage is one, right? But also having played back-to-back days, 2 best of 3s on each day is going to be tiring at some point, right? And I'm very curious to see how they are able to handle that going into this third day of play in succession for them. If you look at those teams who immediately made it to this stage of the tournament, right? They had an extra day off. They probably didn't sit around do nothing all day, but it was a lighter day. And I'm kind of curious to see how Valiant is able to overcome yet another obstacle and perform versus teams who have had time not only to prepare for them, but also to take it a little bit more easy.
The one thing I'd say is they got an early bedtime yesterday. I mean, you didn't, Milan, but they did.
I did not.
And that look, there's advantage of momentum. It was a battle against Novo, let's be clear, but they're in a better position than you might figure for having to play back to back to back like this. So we'll see. But yeah.
We'll see if they have the endurance to carry over into today as well. But luckily, it's only going to be 1 best of 3 for each of these teams. But I want to have a conversation a bit about the Czech trio that we have, and specifically focusing in on Jesse and Ambi in this conversation. They're strong. They have synergy that's been built up over time. Yeah,
so I mean, it's an interesting couple of players, right? Because they've kind of feel similar arcs. They started out in the Czech scene very, very early on in beta. They went international for a bit. They went duelist. Both of them kind of had their big break on the same team, in the same organisation rather. Jesse and Ambi were both on Giants. Ambi was there earlier. Jesse, I believe, was there up until franchising and unfortunately didn't get in. Jesse goes to Valiant with Sakake. Ambi goes on a bit of a tour for a little bit, kind of has to find himself a little bit. You know, he's doing his vision quest, whatever you want to say. And yeah, they've sort of come back together this year and they've been really, really incredibly good. Jesse playing Smoker on this team mostly, he's kind of had the more comfortable roles and you can sort of see it in stats, right? Ambi on the other hand, he's been forced to fill a bit. He went to duelist, he kind of come back to playing these more passive initiator roles. You can see his numbers aren't there, but when he goes off, he really goes off.
Yeah, I think an interesting touching point there is like Ambi pops off, but he has been very hot or cold this event kind of so far, right? Yesterday we joked a little bit about him being a slow starter and then every second map he just decides to become one of the best players in the world. And I think for Valiant to have consistent success today and to beat a team like KPI, you need to be able to perform well on all maps, right? So, you know, underperforming on one map is probably not an option for him.
I think that is one of the win conditions that we can definitely look towards them for everyone just to be able to step up to the plate up against a team like KPI. But we have a little bit more that we got to chat about here as well, because there's quite a bit of overlap with the agent pools the map pools for both of these teams. And I think all things considered, Lotus is a map that we're really going to want to focus in on, especially considering the fact that we're looking towards a bit of that ambivalence, a bit of that option to navigate between a deadlock or a breach here on Lotus here for Ambi.
Yeah, so this is one of the we haven't seen too much of this tournament, to be fair, with regards to teams flexing their picks, but one team and one map where that is happening is Valiant, because they're running Fade, Raze, Omen, Cypher, and the fifth, Ambi's filling, but he's either playing Breach or he's playing Deadlock. He played Breach in the first game, they played in Lotus, didn't go too well. Played Deadlock on the second game, came back, and it works really well with them because this is something I've noticed with them. The Deadlock does fit them a lot better. They're really dependent on how their weak sides play. So they need to play a spread out attack. They need to try and play as much spread as possible, which kind of goes against what you'd think, because you think, okay, 3 Czech players, surely this means that the core of their team is going to be strong, right? They're going to be the guys who can just have 3 people running and bam, 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 trade down. Well, Defo's in that core generally, and it doesn't really work that way. It's one of those things that's always the case if you're a team playing not in your native language, of course all of them aren't. I believe they're all playing in English. There's always a little bit of a lag to things right there. So they need their weak side is super, super important to how they play, and the Deadlock allows them to do that so much better.
Yeah, I think to further build on that, right, is the fact that Deadlock brings a little bit of this control both on the attack and the defense, right? That's kind of what you're hinting at. And I think that's something that Valiant has been doing an excellent job at, seeing how they performed from day 1 to day 2, the difference that it makes. Valiant is one of the higher paced teams in the entire tournament, and somehow they looked stronger when they were playing this more controlled and slower game. So it's something that I'm very curious if they're able to continue that trend.
Yeah, I would also be curious about maybe even the depth with the Deadlock as well, because we haven't really seen as much footage of it. It's just been that one match, and just seeing if they are going to have to adapt, how deep that really runs. But I want to look over towards the opponents that they'll have to be facing up against, the firepower within KPI and the stylistic differences that could make the difference in this head-to-head here as well. And I think a player that we consistently talk about is this young rookie in Sayonara. We talked about it earlier, it's Pavlos' pick in our fantasy team draft. And this is a player where we see that flexibility, that ability to have that raise pick coming in, and then also just going back on that initiator that he's been consistently playing there strong.
Yeah, I mean, this is the interesting thing about Sayonara. He is an extremely good player. We kind of forget he's 16. He's so raw. He's so raw at the same time. And he's come into a really good situation because, I mean, Milan will know about this. Purpo was playing for KPI early in the split and had the best stats in the league. And then someone decided to come away and airlift him out of there, and they went to Sayonara instead. And he pretty much just instantly came over and picked up where he left off. Pretty much identical KD, pretty much identical stats. Look, this team really helps Sayonara. He is in the best possible situation to succeed. But he's taking the opportunity, and that's a massive credit to him. The one thing I'm interested to see is that Purple was playing quite far back in terms of he's playing roles, he's playing Sky, he's playing these more passive initiators. Sayonara, they're shifting, and we saw for the first time, we saw this raise. Obviously, we saw with Euro, we've seen KO, we've seen Sova still. But he's getting more and more aggressive with this team, and they're putting him in more and more aggressive positions. And it'll be interesting to see how does that work out for them. Like, how consistent are they going to be, and can he keep up these numbers, because these numbers are ridiculous, right? They've gone 4-0 in groups, obviously. You can say stuff in terms of the level of competition, but these were not easy opponents by any means, particularly for a player like this, particularly for a rookie player like this. So yeah, I'm really interested to see how this stay.
I feel like that's also been a little bit of like the story throughout EMEA in general there in Milan. The fact that we were looking towards a lot of these rookie players, like even within the main VCT circuit, just being able to step up with this almost unbridled confidence heading into these games and not really allowing the nerves to get to them. I feel like we haven't really had a rookie debut that's fallen too flat.
No, I think the way that this kid has made his entree into the scene, basically jumping directly from the ranked queue into a VCT in the VCL finals, completely dominating the competition, and now the fact that he is so good that his team is starting to make these changes that Joe already highlighted, right? Putting him more on this duelist, putting Bisk, who's been playing duelist since forever, on agents like Gecko, Chamber where possible, and really facilitating someone that is so talented as this kid. And when I spoke to him, I think he has this, like, he has a certain aura, right? When you see someone, some people, they just have this winner's mentality, they have this winner's aura, and he is very unique in that sense.
Yeah, I think it also goes to show just like the general flexibility of the team within KPI as well, how they're just flexing off of certain roles and onto other roles, map dependent, just allowing for some of that comfort and for new things to be brought out here. But we talked a lot about this rookie in Sayonara now. I want to throw it back to two players that we've known for a couple of years within the Valorant scene, and we got to have a chat about Defo versus Kulis, because this is going to be a huge head-to-head as far as like historically throwing it back to 2021 champions, Gambit versus Ascend. There's history between these two players strong.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Milan will know a bit about this. Yeah, I mean, Defo obviously had a long road back to sort of this level. He was on, I believe he was on VC. He had to go to China for a little bit, and he's staking his claim. He's bringing his team back to the top level, right? Killers, same sort of thing. I think he's been around the Spanish leagues for a couple of years, and he's breaking back through. It's interesting because they're both considered fairly conservative players for their roles. You can see Defo, about 30% first blood involvement rate. That's not on the high side for duelists. If you're going up against Biz, that's going to be really interesting because Biz has a certain reputation as like one of the most aggressive players. The stats don't really back it up, but he has a certain aura to him in terms of his aggression. And then Kill, as you can see, he's only been involved in first kill or first death 3 times, I believe, in this entire thing so far. So, I mean, I'm interested to see if Valiant can try and hunt him down, can try and make something of that.
Yeah, I think it's this interesting, right? Bringing Keyless in for the second split, I'm very curious if he's going to be able to deliver on the promise so far. And so far, it's looking very good for them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely is. But heading into map select right off the gate here, we're going to see Bind and Haven banned straight up. KPI going to have that first pick. But I think when we're looking at these bans coming in, it makes sense that Haven's going to be vetoed there by Valiant. It hasn't been the most comfortable for them from what we've seen. And heading into Icebox first here, what are your thoughts on this? Because when you're looking towards KPI, I feel like they're the ones that I have my eyes on, actually, for this first map.
Yeah, I think KPI is the favorites, right? They have a map pool that is slightly strong, I would say, into the opposition. Looking at what has been played previously, both of these first picks, Icebox and Ascent, have looked very good. KPI hasn't played Ascent yet during this Ascension. Valiant only played it once, lost. I think the Haven ban is also quite interesting. So Valiant is really adapting their map pool for this match according to what has worked for them in this play-in stage specifically, right? And I'm very curious to see what's going to happen for this final one. I think the Abyss ban, we may have hoped for it a little bit, but I think Valiant doesn't really like risking it. It's a map that they've also banned throughout the stage, so I think everybody's just sticking with what they're comfortable here.
Yeah, I think also even seeing Ascent come in here, all things considered, KPI, this is a map that we haven't seen for them. Obviously, it is Valiant's pick, but they did allow that to flow through this map pick ban. Strong, do you have any insights maybe on what your expectations are as if, it could be maybe a surprise factor considering there isn't as much information on them for that?
I'm interested to see what happens with Ascent because I believe that they didn't even play this in Split 2, and obviously Spanish League has a little bit of a weird format with the best of ones, which means you don't get to see a team's best maps all of the time. But we have not seen KPI on this map for a long time. Mm-hmm. And the question is, well, particularly if they're looking towards this sort of 2 duelist or 1.5 duelist setups in certain maps, we saw this in the Lotus with the Chamber Rays. Are they going to cook something crazy up here with Biscuit saying, oh, that's going to be really interesting? I mean, you still have to favour Valiant on this map because, they haven't played it that much, but this should be a good series. I'm really interested to see how this goes. And this Icebox will be very interesting.
It definitely should be. As we head into our agent select, everybody is all locked in here. And when you're looking towards these agents here in Milan, I feel like there really aren't any changes. And is this expected? Don't fix it's broken.
I think it's mostly that, right? Like they don't really want to experiment with things at this stage of the game. I think the KO versus Sova anti-mirror match is going to be interesting, right? Sacrificing some of that control, passive info, or not necessarily passive information, but information in general, versus some of that explosiveness on the side of KPI, being able to combo the KO and the Gecko Flash. And I think that's the thing that I'm most interested in this match specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Sayonara on KO is a big thing because look, most teams have gone away from playing the KO on this map. It's not particularly usual. It fits what they're doing in terms of this more aggressive playstyle because KO kind of half a duelist in that sense. I think that's where that contrast is going to define completely how this map goes. So I'm really interested to see that.
Yeah, big stylistic clash here between both of these teams, I think. But all things considered, we don't want to wait too much longer until we head into this game. So let's kick off our first semifinals for the EMEA Ascension play-ins. It's Pavlos and Ryan.
Thank you very much, Ash. And I'm excited about this one. It feels like France versus Spain is a story as old as time, really. And these two teams have been through a lot. But it's a narrative that has gone throughout this entire year. It feels like reps is everything. And Valiant, albeit seemingly like the underdogs right now, have double the amount of games in play-ins on their belt than their opponents do today.
Yeah, you could sort of look at some of the maps in this pool and we can get onto Ascent that we've not seen KPI play from literally February. There are chances here, and the results are mixed between with an 80% win rate over in Spain for KPI. The fact that they finished second is crazy. It was just Barcelona beating them in the grand final that really sort of locked their position into play-ins. But for Valiant, it's been a little bit more grueling, but both regions, probably the two most competitive regions outside of like Turkey, for example.
Sure.
About to go out lots of CIS players as well from way back when. Champions winners, Masters winners, all in one server, all fighting for one space in the grand final tomorrow.
I wouldn't have it any other way. It just is a testament to how stacked Tier 2 of EMEA can be. And the fight to make it to the higher stage continues right here. Ryan, of course, you've got to put your thoughts together to just pick out one or two players on who will stand out today. So let's just highlight them all. This is the stage to do it, because even if they don't make it into VCT EMEA, they're highlighting themselves and a chance for them to be picked up later on. It's Valiant versus KPI, and it's going to be the French side to begin on defense while the Spanish on the attack.
Yeah, I think it's the two Vipers to highlight, as well as the duelists, of course. But it's also the pistols too. KPI 8 attacking pistol wins on this map out of 9. They can make it a 90% win rate. And already just put in a little bit of pressure towards A with a KO knife. Pushing B without the Viper wall, that on the attack is going to be towards A. And it has pulled 3 defenders over. This is going to be a hard execute if KPI want to go in this direction.
Steffo first up with the kill onto Bisque. Head-to-head that we might want to keep our heads looking towards. Already you can see a lurk from KPI, as you've already mentioned. Insider very deep into enemy lines, looking to infiltrate, and it's taking a lot of Valiant's attention away from this B site. You can slowly see Sakake moving in that direction as well, spending a third player. But KPI and both Valiant have been two teams that have played a very slow burning style. So we'll be looking to see not only a mirror matches, but a mirroring in playstyle as well.
Impactful trade there for Nesgas, the KO knife, and 40 seconds on the clock. Gonna give it away for KPI. They don't really have too much else to work with. So at this point, 3 versus 4 retake. If the plan can go down, is the wingman and the flash being thrown in? No disruption. Just Valiant waiting to group up and hit the site together.
Some teams would opt to drop back here, but KPI don't have much utility play for the spike defusal. Instead, we'll post up quickly. Valiant grouping up off the back of a dizzy, but it does break pretty damn quickly. Sayonara playing an aim game, and KPI are taking charge. Valiant are being punished from being a little bit inconsiderate of each other's movement. And it's Nesgas all by himself on a 1-on-3, has to drop beneath. It's a good read on where Zeddy is. He knows where Sayonara is approximately, but Killer's approaching from above will mean his demise, and first blood goes to KPI.
Like I said, these attacking pistols have been very good for KPI. The structure of playing together, even with player disadvantages and the first death. You're right, Pavlos, you could definitely point the finger at Valiant being a bit too passive. Yeah, you want to group up, but you also want to, if you're doing that, explode onto site with the Viper wall. You are obviously playing without a KO, you're playing with the Gecko Silver, which just lacks a little bit of that punch. All just came down to just duels without any utility, people grouping up, and that spacing for KPI that's been terrific throughout the tournament.
Yeah, we've got some of the biggest clutches as well on both these teams, so if it comes down to 1-on-1s, 2v2s, or 1vxs, etc., we're in for a treat. Also a bunch of eco wins between them. Yeah, I think this is one of the most exciting matchups we could have in play-ins altogether.
It's probably going to be one of the slowest as well with playstyles.
Sure.
It's the Battle of France and Spain, but there's technically only one Spanish and one French player in the roster.
A bit of a war of attrition as well.
Yeah, and especially for some of these players' careers, they've been around since we were playing on like Singularity. You're looking at Zeddy, Insider, Bisque, CIS names that we see a lot playing on those CIS teams that were playing in the Challengers League. Different story now, representing Spain, and it's looking at KPI fighting quite aggressively on the site here, but Zeddy is able to get the kill.
Yeah, that spray down across the toxic screen was enough to deal with one already. And Valiant haven't been able to group up without dropping a player, which is just going to complicate the endeavor for him here. Unless Sayonara closes up the distance against Jesse and gets killed off early. Not quite sure if the cross is there for a gun to be collected by Jesse. Also a very influential player, someone we'll need to keep an eye out on. But Valiant have had to play a lot of games in play-ins already, and this is just one stepping stone for them to reach where they ultimately want to get to. Both teams think the same way. But for KPI, this round is about not dropping as many players, make sure they have most weapons available for the next round.
It's strange a bit from Valiant that they were like playing super passively, just wanted to die to the spike, then last 10 seconds started to peek and go for fights. Because it gave Zeddy his ultimate. He has Thrash for the bonus, which is perfect for him. But that could have easily been avoided. You could sort of see that KPI were sitting around a little bit, going for more kills. You got Sayonara there with just the Sheriff going to fight for a bit more. But yeah, Valiant doing the right play and just trying to die to the spike, but just that lack of discipline towards the end, trying to get a couple of kills, do a little bit of economic damage. Should have seen as Eddie was close to that ultimate and gone, just go down. Don't play any risky stuff.
Now Swarm narrowly missing the mark, although it would have been broken instantly if it did connect. It's also given a bit of time. KPI yesterday not having to play a game to look into their opponents' strategies, have a look at KPI's games. It may have given them an advantage on the pre-strat game.
Yeah, this is really good from Defa though. KPI starting off the round using the Thrash and a KO knife towards B long. Hoping to pull some of the rotations over there, but KPI have had to back off and Defo pushed A main to get some more information. Sayonara even finding that kill onto Jesse in that direction. A lot of pressure now goes onto Sakake, the IGL, to just see what he can find.
And Sakake wants to continue on that journey. He's alone near yellow. No real enforcements to follow him up. He's been stunned, flashed, but still runs off with a kill. What has happened there? I think that is the best case scenario for Sakake because he wasn't going to get out of that for free. Ambi on another end catches Insider off guard, so the table has stabilized as it's 3 players per side.
Sayonara might actually go for the flank here. He's holding knows that all these players are walking together, but his Death Ball's found a kill on Tequila, so there's no Viper Wall.
I'm surprised KPI took the fight there. But Zeddy is going to wait for Sayonara to approach as well. A potential crossfire to be put in place. Sayonara doubles up, and that's a Quadra for him already. If Nescas gets picked up by him as well, it could be the ace. But Zeddy is there as a guarantee in KPI win their bonus round.
Yeah, very nice. Valiant, I think, did all of the right stuff early round in order to deal with that initial pressure that KPI put towards B. The Thrash was used, the KO knife. Valiant were in a position where they were going to get punished by that. At the same time, you got Defo pushed A main, got good information, allowed people to get in the right spots, but you lose Jesse early. And it feels, for me, this tournament, Valiant, it's all about putting Jesse in the right positions in order to find the most impact as a controller. The thing that was concerning is it was Defo pushing up alone on A main, and he has sort of gone walkabouts, not being a part of the fight, and been taken out without any trades. It ended up being a whole different concern that caught Valiant out.
Just hand cannons for now for the Valiant side. As KPI seem to be moving into the most inhabited site. Oh. Killer's trying to go for an early ego fight, but it's Defo to win it.
And he's just backed out all the way. It's not a position where he can pick up a gun, and he's not near the Bladestorm either, so he's not going to get the orb. Might even want to consider picking it up anyway, because you've got Sayonara that's close to the null command. Yeah, strap yourselves in. A lot of rounds are going to be like this in this series. 2 coaches that are much more reserved, like Strong was saying, in the playstyles and the players on it. But also, yeah, very old Na'Vi, old FPX, Angel-led teams.
I mean, do you blame them? I mean, Zeddy, the IGL, was the player in that Na'Vi 2022 team, right? So the person spearheading is the one that will define the tempo. If KPI lose more players like this, they'll be in trouble. Valiant already with 2 picks, with no trades going towards the Spanish representative.
Said he's got the up. It's handing it over, and it's the IGL instead that's just honing up to be a glorified turret. Easy way to farm kills for a second Thrash, though.
Fair. That's the first shot connected. Draws out the pistol for the second, as Bisk tries to assist him in that endeavor. But Zeddy, even if blind, is able to find another shot. Bisk has found some space to be relevant, but Insider's putting himself in a 1v2. Valiant's early kills with the pistols have now paid off, but there's not much time, and Insider's got the bot facing towards the spike. It's already been broken out into the open. Jesse ends up dropping, and so does Tempo. Insider is able to avert the crisis.
Just that up shot that was missed. You can look at that and go, KBI should have probably been a little bit clearer. You might have even said just them playing on site with the up in that position wasn't a good idea anyway. Maybe they just sort of switched off, assumed that the round was done and dusted. Great position, great angle to be held. This got very sloppy very quickly. And it's, you know, Jesse picked up the operator, some experience playing duelist, but he had to have hit that shot before onto Insider. Played us quite quiet for this KPI team as well, statistically. Only one that's worse is Zeddy, who's the RGL.
By the way, Insider has the strongest headshot rate, and he continues adding to the tally. He's a mainstream headshot machine.
Zeddy almost has another thrash before Ambi's had a chance to use his. And Ambi's just got his online too. API are playing the ult game incredibly well. It's so much online, and even if they lose this round, the economy's decent, but their ultimate's staggering.
Yeah, something Valiant like to do is bunching up together, playing that death ball approach. They've done so towards this A site. KPI somehow have got the hunch on it by heading towards Defo with a very strong gun, directed right at them. Dizzy doesn't quite catch Defo out, but it gives him a sign to drop back. Sayonara there to open up the B site for his team.
Null Commander's going to be used to confirm that spot. Insider's just going to be annoying. He's going to keep Nescas over in his position, even wins the fight. So Valiant, they need to basically watch out for that lurk. Even saving is risky in this position. It's a 3v5, 2v5, and that second price is going to come in.
Valiant players dropping like flies, and the chase is on by Sayonara to amp up that score. A flawless round by KPI to show Valiant who's boss.
Crazy stuff, really. It's so well structured for KPI and Valiant. This isn't unknown to them. They have started some maps in this tournament very slowly, and it's taken a Bromas timeout in order to basically make them competitive. It'd be 4-0 down, 5-0 down, and it'd end 6-6 at the half. But it's just something that Bromas would have hoped to not be doing.
The fact that they got close when they were in eco, it could have completely changed the status quo of this game. But the fact that they didn't, and end up losing their second buy round rather, has put them in a very difficult spot. Instead of losing one round by one round, they've been losing two in a row because of the economical fluctuations. This can put them in big trouble against a team like KPI.
When you see teams that typically play a little bit more slow, passive, more structured play, one of the big factors that comes into it is knowing when to save your guns. And that's just something that we haven't seen Valiant be able to do. Round 3, sure, it's a clutch that you just lose out on marginally. That last round, Valiant, before they could even make the decision to save guns, a flank has come in behind him, and the front is being pushed anyway. The Bromas with a timeout, having it all to do. Sayonara 8-2, looking very good on that team of the tournament.
Valiant looking to switch up the pace early, but the fact that KPI expends some early utility to flush them out, it's worked to provide some free space for Bisk to do his thing. That is absolutely superb. A grand opener.
Now it's going to force Valiant to go and make a play. Nescas trying to just hug the wall, get into that little nookie corner. And Sayonara deals with him there as well.
This is not slow burn. I don't know what it is, but it's more destructive than that. I don't see first degree burns, I see full destruction. Things do get a little bit rough around the edges, but the fact that KPI have got number supremacy in that mid-fight, it just works out in favor of him. And Jesse, yes, he's been put in a position to clutch here, and he's known as a pretty good player in positions such as these, but it just feels all too far away from him. to make this all fathomable.
Really, that consistent level of performance from him is been terrific, but it's been missing in this map thus far. Just seemed to be a real good avenue for KPI to just keep avoiding him. But I feel like so much of the success for Valiant, not only in Ascension play-ins, but this year, has been putting Jesse into a position where he can be consistently strong. Here, he just cannot be involved.
Yeah, and we'll hope to save, but Insider has got it all figured out. It's 6-0 by KPI. That has put Valiant right back into recession.
I think this is the better side too for Valiant. Choosing to play defense first. Only, I think, marginally a little bit worse. Teeny tiny bit worse.
Just a little bit, isn't it?
They played it a lot more. Like, the last time we saw KPI lose on this map was like 7 weeks ago at this rate. 13-10 against 5 Media Clan. You got to bear in mind that that's a region that does exclusively best of ones, pretty much.
Yeah, I see what Valiant trying to do there. One of their great aspects along the tournament so far is them being able to switch up the pace from being hyper-passive into hyper-aggressive. This hasn't worked out for them with the Hero Vandal of Defo falling onto the ground. Not only that, but the rest of the players are starting to take chips of damage. And KPI resetting with a pivot towards the most empty site of the two.
Got to group up. They might be able to get the gun that Defo left on the ground, but that's pretty much all that they have to work with. Here, it's just KPI, whether they're defaulting around the map or just grouping up together now against an eco. You look at the way that they play, and just every little position is perfect. Smart 7 setting up this team to effectively keep playing chess here. And that sort of fluid, punchy style for Valiant when things are going well, it just doesn't get room to breathe.
Yeah, the thing is, Valiant at some point will get online. We know this of them. They are slow starters, but we just want to make sure that it's just not too late for them.
Yeah, maybe not this slow, though.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Plays are drawn out. Fisk tries to find cover as another angle of attack is being created to the back of B site, but Cake and Jesse feel less confident to take that angle, knowing there's an operator in play, as well as Insider holding a cross line behind. 7-0, the lucky number 7 for KPI, and there's just absolutely nothing in the barrel for Valiant right now.
What can you do? You've already taken a timeout. The money is just getting ever stronger. Operators, they could have had 2 there for a second, but they switch it over for Bisk, who is 7.6k. Ultimates, at least for Valiant, are the things that are coming online. Lockdown, Thrash from Ambi, still not really found a good opportunity to use. Hunter's Fury for Cake. And Jesse, 1-7, still hasn't got his first Viper's Pit on the board.
I feel like KPI just got players that can get them out of jail for free. You know, got the get out of jail free Monopoly card. And even if they're put into rough positions, they can always scramble themselves out of it. But it's not something that we've fully seen illustrated yet. Maybe from Insider earlier today with a nice, maybe double kill, 1v2 clutch, was it?
Yeah.
Or was it? Yeah.
Wasn't that
I remember
long
the
ago.
match against...
I know
yeah,
these rounds
exactly.
are slow, but it's like, oh, back in my day, I remember
Back in my day, Insider got a 2 kill. But like, draw your mind to 2 days ago when KPI played against Sweet and Sour. They got pushed to the limit. Sweet and Sour looked KPI straight into the eyes on that much, and there were so many clutches that were required from them to secure that match.
Oh yeah, same sort of thing for Valiant. Was it 16-14 overtime win against Diamant? It's the second map that they really started to show up on, and maybe that's the area for Valiant. Sometimes slow starters on the first map, full stop, and it is KPI's pick, so you can almost make sense of it. Speaking of which, KPI actually banning out Valiant's Ascent. Valiant just trying to avoid the Haven as much as possible. It's a good opportunity now. The first kill of Hunter's Fury and the Thrash all being used.
Everything thrown at this. Valiant definitely want this round more than KPI do, and have thrown everything they could at it. And I think KPI might just be handing it over, want to keep their economical prowess. Yeah, okay, they've got Zeddy into deep waters over to the B site. That could catch some players saving if he opts to peek it, but KPI just don't want to give their opponent any more fuel to their ultimate building.
Was a flawless up until Ambi goes and gets taken down. But like you mentioned, Pavlos, the money is just incredible. Pretty much perfect for the last 3 rounds. So here, maybe just leaving it a bit too late, but most importantly, you got Valiant to use a heap ton of ultimates. So sometimes you just want to force that stuff out. Maybe get the timings a little bit wrong. But there's still a 6-round deficit between the two teams. KPI looking to at least go towards B to begin with. They have a lockdown. If a Viper's Pit, might just be a straightforward exec.
By all means, Valiant can definitely be streaky, and Defo illustrates that with an early kill, showing intent that they want the remaining rounds of this half. Still 4 available. A 7-5 wouldn't be too bad given a 7-0 start. Sayonara says there's more where that came from, as Defo is no more. And I think we're in for a treat of a round if operators are already in play.
Recalling my bot.
When this moment starts to kick off in a round, Inside has been doing so much work lurking up towards A. You've even got 2 attackers that have made their way pretty much onto the B site. You've got Keyless behind yellow. Sayonara there making some noise too with a Viper wall. The attack op is pushing up again.
Sure. I think there's a slight chance Jesse might have spotted Insider there, which is why he drops a Viper's Pit early.
Wow.
Might have even heard Insider's drop. So it's a good read by Jesse, knowing that his position is very important. And KPI now, instead of having the possibility to rotate over to the A site, move into B, but Valiant have overcooked this, think there's a rotation and want to catch it off in mid and leave the B site completely open for their opponents to take.
No command even used.
Whoa.
That's the only good side for Sakake. He's able to get a kill. The wingman's still going to plant, and Insider still on this lurk is going to get the perfect timing onto Jesse.
He's a timing god! And now Valiant need to be quick about this because it's a ticking time bomb with Insider being on enemy lines and the Viper's Pit dropping onto the spike as well, complicating the affair. Insider showing his presence. Sayonara also holding down the front line, and it's all down on Escas. A 1-on-2, unable to use utility. Sayonara peeking out of the pit extravagantly like that, ends up with a triple and putting KPI right back into winning.
Fantastic round from the attacking side, especially Insider just does so much. He sends Valiant into disarray. But also, Defo, he gets the first kill, yet he still hangs around. Most players on Jet, you'd want to see them reposition. Maybe go towards mid, maybe even go towards A and swap with the Viper. Keep an eye on where Insider could be coming from, but no, he stays in that position, and it's the attack up of Sayonara that catches him. 14-3.
Yeah.
He's almost got
And
3
Defo...
times more kills than Defo.
Exactly. Somehow Defo still has credits to spare. And put it into the expense of an operator. First kill of Valiant was that previous round, but still ended up losing it. Is a little bit painful. And KPI are basically saying, we can play your playstyle, but we can play it just a little bit better.
I got the spike.
A little bit better.
Just a tad. So far, at least. Don't want to call things too early. Wait, Nescas used a lockdown the previous round?
Yeah, on the retake.
Oh no, it's worse than I thought. They had so much they had so many ultimates available.
Both of them got baited out pretty much prematurely before Valiant at least wanted to use them.
And Insider finds the opener. This time not really as a lurk, but as a frontline fight against Ambi. And Nescas tries desperately to bring things back for his team, but
30 seconds left.
it just hasn't worked out.
I mean, it's smart, isn't it? Okay, the operator's on A. Defo just tends to stay where he is as a big turret, slow mobile, gun fights and picks elsewhere. It's B main on Jesse or mid in that case against Nescas. Valiant going down 1 at a time.
Well, 3v5 not entirely impossible, but very improbable.
Lurk too. Look at Bisk.
And especially if a lockdown is thrown in by Insider as the guarantee. Defo reads the position but still doesn't get the shot down on time. An upper angle taken up by Viz, but really no need to peek it, but make it look fantastic and flamboyant as KPI get 9 already, and there's still 2 rounds to spare in the half.
For Valiant, this is just one of those games that you have where you go, I'm not getting to play the game at all. Everything's been shut down here. This is off that initial pressure, even when You have Defo with the read. And it's not like Jesse in that position can go out and save. Because you have that flank, you have the killing blow, the execute for KPI waiting in the wings. Either to secure a round or just make sure that Valiant can take zero money into this. But they did sort of force up in the last round. They're going to eco here round 11, have a full buy again on round 12. But it could be an 11-1 scoreline if they don't go careful. And Valiant, to avoid that, using a second and final timeout.
Yikes. And we know how influential those timeouts are for Valiant, how important they are to change the tempo. The first one didn't work out. This has got to.
Where is Jesse? I feel like Walter White, Jesse.
Yeah. We've gassed him up too much, and now he's run out of steam.
Just get a kill, Jesse, please.
Are you impersonating Twitch chat?
I'm impersonating Heisenberg.
Ah. Oh! I only just got that.
Tied up in the back of the car, just like, get a kill, please, Jesse. No, no, don't peek him again.
Legendary show.
It's crazy because one of the other aspects is like, Strong's mentioned this a lot, where it's like Ambi is in a position where he has to flex onto a lot of different roles, and not to say he looks uncomfortable. His deadlock, for example, was amazing, but when you have a player flexing onto that many different roles, inconsistency becomes a real issue. So, as Strong put it, feast or famine kind of player. The problem is that when you have Ambi on a famine kind of performance, and then your star consistent player of Jesse is playing worse than that statistically, ain't no wonder that it looks incredibly one-sided here.
Yep. And it's a low buy that Valiant might hope to use in their favor. Look, we've said things like this before. Guns of this caliber, not too special, but place them in the right angles, in the right moments. Oh, damn, there's a world about that Marshall shot. Got the headshot, but the flash has just been superb. It's not just the firepower, it's everything from KPI. Their utility usage, setting each other for success, making sure Valiant have got the least chances possible to retaliate.
This is the thing I think that's been going wrong consistently for Valiant as well. If they want to re-aggress and retake space, they go for where the action is. Beforehand, if they got pushed on A, they might push mid or B main, try and be fluid. But here they're just walking into fights.
They might just have a real chance, but Killers, of course, there's another lurk. And Valiant, I'm sure, not too big fans of that. Though Sayonara takes a fight too early. Inside, loses his life. Killers misses the first shot, but is able to connect with the second. The cake at least is low. Can he close it all up himself? His team might have messed up a little, but like we said, there are get out of jail free cards here.
Jesse. Again, all the way around.
Turn things around. Yes, he can. Finds an operator to use as well to his disposal, and Valiant make a thrifty round work.
Strange round altogether. Just a lot of space for KPI to try and find those moments. Luckily, Ambi and Sikake having impact. Jesse flanking all the way around. There's an up left for him from Bisk earlier on. Just hitting the shots with the Guardian. But it's still 9-3 or 10-2 is what you're fighting for. Inside it has a lockdown. Got to be a little bit concerned. Ambi's not too far away from the Thrash, but it's not like they've been able to fight for the orbs or play around the ultimates full stop. Usually playing to just rewrite a wrong.
Enemy tag.
Defo, very aggressive position taken by him. Thinks better of the angle, given how much pressure is inflicted upon him.
But he's on the same position. I want to see him move around, go to heaven, like move and swap around where this op is. Because right now it's so easy to read.
It's also so scary facing up against Bisk, having the high ground there. Jesse overstepped, so Killers has an opening. KPI have got the decision still to move back towards this B site, but have expended the lockdown, and I think they've made the choice to just waltz in.
Got the defenders that are pushed all the way top mid. The alarm bot's going to stop this flank from happening any further for Nescas. And he knows at least that the Viper's still towards B main, so he's waiting for that rotation, but it's taking so long, it's buying time.
It is, and Killis is wary of a position like that being taken up. They know their weakness of their plays and will account for them. Good dagger to the center of sight, disables two players as utility. The most important ones, and well, the initiators in this instance. Sikake looking to frontline this. Zeddy, all aware, and goes in for a second bite and rips Defo to shreds and be all that remains. And honestly, he's required a miracle, which he will not be able to bring. Double digits for KPI, and it's only half-time.
Much more comprehensive performance from KPI than against Sweet and Sour. But it really is just dominant from them. In this case, like Jesse, it's the right play. There's a lot of pressure. You want to try and take some space and information elsewhere. But the fact he does it alone, and the fact that you've got the Viper on the other side of Keyless, just in an amazing spot to punish. If anybody ever wonders, like, what is default and how is it useful, just send them that attacking side for KPI. Because the structure was airtight. Genuinely one of the best setups, and Valiant couldn't find a way in full stop.
Yeah, the storyline for KPI is also that they weren't too far off from winning the entire league, right? They had an amazing lower bracket final with Barca, which they ended up losing, but it was a 3-2. We saw overtimes. The closest we've seen 3 teams be at it for the top spot in that league. So I'd say the Spanish league is here for a treat, and looking forward to see what the rest of the teams of the league could do. Barca already qualifying to Ascension. But this is the pitch round of the next half as Valiant try to get themselves back. It is their opponent's map pick after all, so it can be recovered when it comes to Ascent. But can they do as much damage as possible here to make sure KPI aren't as confident as this when it comes to the next maps?
Good angle for Insider to be on. He's going to be confident, but he just sees the top of the head. He gets information. Not a good enough angle to really take a fight realistically. Only concern now is actually looking at where Keyless is. He's on an island separated, and he might back out into even more trouble, as that's where Jesse is.
Toxins going up.
Scanning ahead.
Defo, that is so sneaky of you, but he just doesn't pull the trigger. Too afraid to expose this very important position, but it might just be the right idea. Trigger doesn't in play that could give themselves the round. Jesse shows himself early, but Defo doesn't. Sayonara, you're incredible! There's no one quite like him. The ferocity he took that angle with, it's just absolutely sublime.
His double pistol as well for KPI, similar to what they had against the Sweet and Sour series as well on this map. On their choice, and you can really understand why. And that's with Valiant taking other good maps out of KPI's pool. Just avoiding it. Really, it's just go next, look at Ascent, hope it's good enough. But that's a map that KPI haven't played in eons. They might have just as much solid stuff locked up on there too.
Yeah, of course it's going to be a force here for Valiant. There is no other way.
You gotta go, yeah.
You just gotta go. Giving KPI one more round and being one mistake away from losing map number 1, only having 2 rounds on your belt, that is not a pretty picture. And I have a feeling that KPI know of Valiant's idea here. But they are going to stack up together.
Yeah, it's just Insider that hasn't bought up. They're expecting the force, and it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with it. Keyless is under a lot of pressure, and Valiant making no secret that it's going to be a B execute.
Defo's found a lot of strength with opening up sights only with a stinger, so he'll look to do that again. But history hasn't repeated itself when it comes to Valiant's performances so far in play-ins. Playing second fiddle to every single situation they've been in apart from yesterday. Wingman getting the spike down. Valiant haven't just lost any players yet, but the spike hasn't fully gotten onto the ground. A poison cloud allowing killers to sneak by, but Valiant have already used the majority of their utility. Getting back into the site is not going to be easy.
KPI under win conditions here. This is the problem with any like KO, Gecko, Sova Gecko. You don't have that Sage Wall to help you get in, so they just have to send it.
The only thing they really had to get that push going on was a Dizzy, so they tried to throw a lot of players to the problem, but the bodies keep on falling, and Valiant dropping further behind, but somehow Neskis and Sakake have drawn things back, but as long as Sayonara is alive, is there any really hope? KPI basically squeezing water out of a stone every single time. 12-2, 1 round away of securing Icebox.
And KPI under no pressure there at all. They know that, okay, if they want to plant, they need the wingman. We got Nano Swarms there. We can snake bite it. We can just make that life miserable. And Valiant just forcing everything that they can, everything that they have available to them. And it doesn't matter when you've got a young player like this, 21 HP, outlaw, not afraid to take these fights. Why would he be? He's 19-5 and they're 12-2 up.
Deploying drone.
Oh, insult to injury. And he even takes a lot of health there.
You can't keep getting away with this.
Oh no! The memes have already begun. The Valiant, I mean, the only way to salvage themselves is to get some sort of damage here or turn it all around in a reverse sweep. KPI are really toying with their food right now. And a task is on Valiant's coaching staff to bring the morale right back in place, because that was not the showing Valiant were hoping for.
Not at all. I mean, it at least is both these teams trying to manipulate the veto as much as possible, take out the good maps for opponents, but yet you still have Icebox to deal with for Valiant. It was always going to be hard, but we have seen them drop maps and be able to reverse sweep their way back in. It's just so much pressure now that goes onto that Ascent game.
It is so much pressure, and I don't know if they've got it in them, but they have been performing on the most important of matches, right? They have been able to just eke through into play, and so far I feel like that has been the story for Valiant. Maybe they've got more in them here, but KPI have played a superb game. A near perfect one here, Ryan.
Yeah, perfect, yeah. I mean, it's funny that you don't have Meg or Marcus here, who had such a long day yesterday, to maybe have a quick series if we see more of the same on Ascent, right? So at least Milan, not as much to break down this time, but still some great stuff.
There really is. We'll be back right after this short break.
That was quite the dominant start here for EMEA Ascension play-ins in our first semifinals with KPI versus Valiant. That 13-2. Milan, it felt like Valiant didn't even get a chance to get started.
I mean, we prefaced it, right? Like, KPI has looked very good, but we had high hopes for Valiant. We knew that this was going to be a tough map, but I don't think any of us expected it to be like this.
No, definitely not. It was a difficult series for them, to say the least, there for this first map. I think when you look towards KPI, everyone pulled out every single stop. Every single player showed up here, and we had Kiles on some great lurks as well, threading the needle. But the player that we really want to always draw our eyes towards, I think in this particular map, was Sayonara, with how good he looked there. Strong. It is insane, and you can just see the numbers of how every single player really stepped up to the plate.
Yeah, it was a ridiculous performance, and obviously we kind of coming into this, okay, he's doing something a little bit different. Most teams have gone away from this style. Most teams don't use the KO anymore because they're focused more on sort of the set plays, this sort of stuff, but look, he made it work. He made it work so well, and there's not a bad thing you can say about that performance, right? It's just ridiculous. I mean, obviously, and I think almost even that score was a little bit misleading because like the first 6 or 7 rounds, I think he had like 16 kills. Like he's cooled off as it was like, yeah, we've won this game. Right?
Yeah,
I'll win this
absolutely.
game and cool off.
No, for sure. I think especially that bonus round was a really big factor in how KPI got started on this map. It kind of told the story of how the rest of the map was going to go when we're looking over towards that round that Sayonara was able to have into the bonus, converting it, and then leading that into that 7-0 lead. I think that we'll be able to take a look over towards that 4K in just a second into the replays. But overall, I think Milan, we had high expectations for this player, right? We had the stonks were up, but I don't think we thought it was going to be this high for Icebox.
I mean, Joe already highlighted it, right? It's like this pseudo duelist. You have the opportunity to flash, and something that we pointed out as well is that KO is pretty easy to farm assists on, right? And over the course of 15 rounds, he's gotten 6 assists on that agent. He doesn't even need to use his abilities. He doesn't even need to get those assists. He's just able to solely carry his team just by fragging out, right? And I think that's something that just shows the kind of player he is, but also the kind of system that KPI has set up around him, right? And I think this is the round where we previously discussed, right? It's a bonus round. It's one of those really important rounds that really sets the pace for the game, and this is where he has the Vandal, right? Going into the third round, he knows that he has the ability to pop off, to go into the retake, and he just decides to completely carry it away, right, Joe?
Yeah, it's crazy, and you can see Valiant's kind of done where they are here in terms of they've killed the guy on the weak side, they're coming in, they're coming through mid. This is not an easy situation for KPI to win. Obviously, Sayonara does have a rifle there, to be fair, but yeah, what can you say about that? Could have easily been an ace, but Zesh decides to troll a little bit. It's fine, There'll be having words after the match about that, but look, he was consistent throughout the game, and again, if it's hard to get that few assists from KO, that means you are not missing anything. You are hitting every shot, and he has a 5.0 KDA. Like, he hit everything today. So it'll be interesting to see if he can keep that up going into map 2, obviously. But yeah, absolutely ridiculous performance. Like, even beyond even our wildest expectations, I think.
I think something to highlight there as well is the fact that he has this 20% like first blood rate, right? It's the same amount of forced kills as Risk had in that map, and it also just kind of shows the type of system that KPI is running here, right? Not necessarily using the jet at this like tip of the spear. Everybody's able to find those openings. Everybody's able to take timings if they feel like they have an opportunity to do so, and it creates such a unique environment to have to play against, right? Maybe Valiant wasn't really prepared to play against a team who in that sense doesn't really have like as clear protocols and as clear of a dynamic going on as most of the other teams have.
Yeah, I think even just having such a standout performance there for Sayonara is the fact that it also drew some of that attention away from the lurks that Achilles was trying to get off, giving that ability to thread the needle, and Achilles was even just repositioning on those lurks as well, whether it was towards B main, whether towards mid, just constantly being that threat towards the backstab there. But we also have to talk about what Valiant were actually able to pull off. Sure, it was only 2 rounds. One of them, they threw everything under the kitchen sink into it, and that was the 8th round of this map, the first round that they were able to find. And if we see a little bit more coordinated Valorant out of Valiant here, Strong, we can expect them to maybe take a couple more rounds on Ascent where they might be a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, maybe. So, I mean, this is the thing. You watch how this round goes. Look, KPI plays extremely slowly. They've gone 20 seconds on the clock. And for once, you can see Valiant's able to do something about it. You get the ult off, brilliant ult. KPI actually just have to say, okay, we're going to time out this round. You'll notice this KPI have been playing very, very slow in this game because it's just, they're playing a contact-heavy style. It works really, really well for them. And Valiant haven't had many answers because on this map in particular, it's hard. You can't stop things with Icebox. On Icebox in particular, you can't just stop things with U2. You can't generally stop takes with U2 unless you've got some crazy combo going like they had there. If you can't sit on site and you can't just defend with your gun, you're going to have problems, and that's kind of what we saw here. Now Ascent, that's a little bit different. There's the util battle on Ascent, particularly on defense, but also, and obviously we haven't really seen him on attack at this point. The util battle becomes a lot more interesting. It becomes a lot, and this you could argue this probably favours Valiant to a large extent because this has been a strength for this team. Yes, Jesse is very, very good. Yes, Nescas has had a brilliant tournament. But these guys' strengths in terms of their coordination, in terms of their util usage, particularly on these more set scenarios, let's call them. So I think they'll most likely have a much better time on map 2, but if KPI show up here, that will be very, very interesting.
I mean, the thing with KPI is that we are not really sure what they're going to play, right? You pointed it out during the pre-show, like they haven't played Ascent during the second split. So whether they're playing maybe this more standardized comp of the KO, Killjoy, etc., or are we going to see a deadlock in play here, right? And yesterday we saw Valiant go up against a deadlock, and they did very well. We know that they're able to do well against teams who are playing this like slower style of Valorant. And I think for KPI, maybe watching that series, if they haven't already prepped something, I would definitely lean into something that allows this explosivity, right? That allows this aggressiveness. And I think that I don't really expect to see any like crazy double duelist comps, but I could definitely see a road where they, maybe pull out a Yoru, or they pull out maybe some off-pick agent that we haven't really seen as much.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me at all. This is the thing we have to say about Valiant is, you will notice the meta in general on Ascent, we had this very, very set for a long time. We played the same 5 agents, right? For a long, long time. It was probably the map we had the least variation on. We have sort of seen this revolution in our last, I'd say, month to 2 months, both here in Europe and in other regions, where teams are embracing new picks, teams are trying out new stuff. You had kind of had the deadlocks coming out to start with. You've had teams playing the Yoru as a counter to a deadlock. You've had a bit of ISO, you've had a bit of experimentation. In fact, I believe of the teams in this tournament, CGN obviously have always played a very different Ascent comp because they played with the Phoenix or they played with the Sage. R8, Diamant, and PPP all played Deadlock on Ascent. Valiant are kind of like the old guard now in terms of still sticking to their guns with this Ascent comp. So I'm really interested to see what KPI bring out and sort of how it can fit this. What we're seeing when they go into this 1.5/Tool Duelist game with Sayonara, because if they just played a regular comp, this could be a really good map for Valiant, but there's a possibility here for KPI to just completely snowball it.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. I think as well, you're looking towards the fact that there might just be that ability to just pull out that wild card. I think another concern there is, sure, I think going in towards Ascent, knowing that KPI hadn't played it, we were seeing Valiant try to play into their strengths, but realistically, even though they're 2-2 on Ascent, those wins weren't against the strongest teams, realistically. So I am very afraid for them there as well. I think it'll be a really cool opportunity for even KPI to maybe even... I know it's dangerous to experiment at this state, but when you have zero footage of you throughout like this event and then also split 2, you do have that ability to kind of just pull something out that might completely take your opponents off guard. Because I feel like for a lot of these teams, no matter what tier we're looking at, we've seen teams that haven't played Ascent and they tend to typically just lean into the very vanilla default composition, swapping out that KJ Cypher, depending on what that Sentinel is most comfortable with. But I do hope that we get something interesting, because I feel like some of these teams have definitely been cooking there as well. I think that also when we're looking over towards the likes of, for Valiant too, I know that Defo does tend to be a bit more of that quiet duelist, but we do need some more of that power, I think, coming out from Valiant, a little bit more of that confidence from the team as a whole to try and go head-to-head against a KPI that is just fragging an unreal amount there, Milan.
Yeah, I think the other thing you highlighted there is Defo, right? Yesterday, particularly in the series against Novo, he popped off. He had a great series all around, but I think especially on the Ascent defense side, the half, arguably, where Jet is the most dominant agent, I think maybe that's their strongest half or side in the game in general, he was massively impactful. And I think for them, in order to have success here, he needs to carry his team. He needs to step up, because against the KPI, no matter what, if they're going to play the deadlock or if we're going to see, more traditional composition, right? I think getting that up online as quickly as possible and making sure you are able to capitalize value off of it is going to be critical for their success.
Yeah, but it also gets a little bit worrisome in some ways. I think they're strong because we're looking towards Ambi, the fact that, seeing him onto this Flash Initiator, especially expecting him on that KO again, he's going to have to follow Defo closely to be able to actually set him up properly. But we haven't seen nearly as much comfort, at least within his own micro plays, I would say, throughout this particular event. It's been that hot and cold that you were mentioning earlier today.
Yeah, this is the thing. So it's odd because on paper you would kind of expect, okay, Ambi playing KO. This is, as we sort of mentioned earlier, he was playing Duelist quite a bit last year. It's a more aggressive agent. It should sort of be more to his strengths, but we saw it yesterday against Novo. He had very little impact. Basically, he went, I believe, 8-13, something like this. So yeah, and obviously this is the only map he's kind of playing this on. Really, everything else is more conservative. So I'm really interested to see how he does here, because look, there is a possibility he could go onto this map and he does what he did on Bind, but or with the Sky. Like there's a capacity there, but let's see what
we'll have to see. We'll have to see, because there is that potential second map buff, Milan, there for Ambi. But when we're looking at these comps here, nothing is going to be different on the side of KPI. It's going to lean into that typical Ascent composition, but Sayonara will be the one on that Jet.
Yeah, I think you highlighted it there right at the end, right? This is the most interesting part. We see Sayonara on the Jet, and not only that, they decide to put Bisque on the Sova, right? So Healers is going to fill this like secondary role, which I think is also it might be just as interesting, right? So this is kind of the stuff that Sayonara talked about. He can play duels. He wants to play duels. He knows he can do it, and I think by putting him on the Jet on arguably one of the most Jet heavy maps in the pool, I cannot wait to see what they pull off.
Yeah, I can't wait, and neither can our casters. So Pavlos, Ryan, take it away. Will this end in a 2-0?
Well, it's hard to bring out a curveball on a map like Ascent, right, Ryan? It's hard to imagine that we'll be seeing anything that can catch KPI majorly off guard.
Yeah, but even then, like Milan was saying, I think seeing Sayonara on the Jet, he could easily slot into that Sova role. His Sova's certainly one of the best performance-wise in the league. That's why he's the initiator on the play-ins like team that we all created when it comes to the talent here. So I guess it's interesting to see that that's switched around a little bit, but everything else fairly standard. It's the first time that we've seen this iteration of the roster for KPI players sent. You still imagine it's got to be scary.
You definitely are going to imagine that it's going to be a scary endeavor. Now, the task that the Valiant coaching staff had at hand, getting between map 1 and map 2, is calming down their players, maybe refreshing them a bit, knowing that now they're in a bit more carefree attitude, given that they've got less to lose, they're already on the back foot. So maybe now they can start bringing out what we know they're capable of. We know that, weaker starts are a theme for them, but this has been the weakest we've seen so far. They've got to bring their A-game against KPI if they want to get themselves a reverse sweep today and into the play-ins final.
Valiant had a lot of reps, lots of games to play. 2 best of 3s yesterday, 3 best of 3s the day before that. Now, really, it's just all coming down to this map and the potential of a reverse sweep. The positive for KPI, it's not their map choice, so they got the choice of the side, defense. Both teams a lot stronger on their defenses, and KPI's pistols, hard to stop. Could be 3 for 3.
Sure. It's time to get going. KPI on defense, Valiant on attack, just like you just mentioned. But again, nothing different to the previous game when it comes to pace. Slow and steady wins the race, but for Sayonara, maybe not this time around. Goes in and out as no kill was being collected off the back of that early aggression. And Valiant quickly switched up the tempo by taking garage space.
Actually, no damage done. KPI playing it safe, not overextending, not over-dedicating. Zeddy, however, behind the smoke has managed to sneak into Wine. Just a lot of these little fights in and around the map, and Sayonara chunking a lot of damage, but getting chunked himself.
Now, Valiant get off to a good start here. Perfect for them, knowing that they've reset all the tempo that KPI have created in the previous map. Pistol on the follow-up is what they're looking for. Otherwise, they'll probably be there in their own heads a little bit too much. So far, so good. Chipping damage onto both Insider and Sayonara, but indications show that the spike is heading towards that A site.
Recon Dart only pings 1, and it's just the Omen, but there's 3 defenders on that site. Luckily, Valiant headed in a different direction, and they catch Insider on the way.
And there's one locked on site, and that's Bisk, all to himself.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, can't find the first 2 shots, but somehow finds the next 2. I don't know how that works, but it does. And it does mean that both of the teams have got 3 players apiece.
Yeah, it was a no, yes moment for Bisk. But it's a 3v3 still. Sayonara down to low HP, coming in from markets, just whether logs gets cleared.
Sayonara opening up. This site will be a little bit softer. So Nescas will get the job done quite quickly and repositions up close and personal. 2 killers, but still Zeddy's push is enough to catch them off guard. Valiant are able to win the trade by the end, and they will be getting the first round of the game.
This is what we were mentioning on Icebox, right? The way that Valiant want to play, they're very fluid. You can ask Milan about that with the way that Ascend played when they won champs. Very NBS way of thinking, of just trying to exploit space, finding it and flushing it out. And a lot of movement for Valiant, putting pressure all around the map and finding good space once they get good information from KPI. It's going to take a lot more than that. They get their first pistol on the board today. Bisk, just a Marshall is the buy for this eco round for KPI.
Ambi and Defo are going to start to walk through. Bisk and Insider finding trading damage. Wait a second, this should have been a clean round from Valiant, having the better guns. But Insider's just a monster on the classic! And somehow is alive to tell the tale for a little longer as Jesse finally gets the spike down. They are separated, the 2 Valiant players, so
yeah.
KPI have got the potential to separate them.
Even if Valiant win this round, it's a problem because they bought up big rifles that they're going to lose here, but they could still lose the round.
Yeah, it's far from over. Sayonara looking to take up space early. The paranoia is good, but the follow-up isn't quite there. And Jesse is able to save Sakake from that crazy round. And again, what's up with second rounds on this series? They always end up with 1 player alive.
I mean, Valiant, we saw them get thrifted quite a bit against Sweet and Sour yesterday, so those anti-ecos aren't necessarily as clean as you'd hope for a team that's heading and hoping for Ascension. The nice playing idea from Sayonara, but just the nearsightedness that comes from the Omen paranoia. Not really going to give you too much there when you fight that close. But it does mean a disbonus for Valiant. It's just 2 rifles, one of which they've had to buy up here. The rest are on sheriffs.
Still capable of players of doing damage. Early aggression coming through. The Cloudburst does allow Sayonara to stay alive long enough to even get a kill.
Lovely little set
Valiant
play.
wanting to take up the pace, it just doesn't work out fully.
The idea was good considering Valiant didn't have the weaponry, but the response was even better from KPI. Just how quick it came in. Only losing 1 player of Sayonara. I'd love to see a replay of that again if we get a second, because I don't really know where that first kill came from. We were watching Defo take that fight against Sayonara. And that wasn't even like the first kill that came through from either of those 2 players.
No, Bisk came in very quick for that fight. I'm not quite sure how close he was there to begin with. Sort of the alarm bells were ringing, and the transition there was pretty damn quick. So back to stable ground where both teams have got a full set of rifles. Maybe this is an indicator of where these buy rounds will be going.
Good fight for mid is good. Maybe not if you realise that the Jet is Sayonara now, but this time a little bit more respect given. No operator yet, can't really be bought up. In ultimates, it is just Ambi that's close to having a null command. KO Knife's going to come in to check to see if anybody's potentially made it to wine, but the knife catches nothing, the fragment remains in his pocket.
Well, early one way. But Valiant don't really mind aggressing past it. Zeddy is spotted, but thinks better of re-peeking. Just playing the orb game for now. Ambi 1 away from his null command.
Look at that instantly. KPI pressure from A. The 2 players on B pushing up together, and they might take this fight and win it up against Nescas. That's perfect. That's the adjustments. That's what you want a team to do in these situations on defense.
Proactive, reactive. They've got it all covered. And now their task on taking on this A-side defense. 2 very different positions, but it's a potential crossfire setup. Defo is left to push by himself as a grenade is dropped to deter the rest from following suit. Still, Valiant are getting the better of these kills. Isolating killers onto short might have been the best case scenario for them right now.
Insider is sending it though. The KO Knife isn't really going to slow him down, but he gets onto such a wide angle that he catches Jesse just as the spike's planted.
There's an aura of confidence coming from off of Insider right now. And he's got Bisk to follow it up as well. They jump simultaneously. Insider gets 1 before he drops. Bisk trying to do chip damage with a shock dart. It lands well, and his lead will land onto Sakake's body as well, keeping KPI on top.
A perfect round, but still comes close. Mentioned on the desk earlier, the first part of Icebox, the scoreline didn't really follow how those rounds were going. Lots of clutches, lots of 1v1s, maybe some rounds that shouldn't be. But here, KPI, the proactive approach on taking up B information, a nice scrappy fight for Valiant to find an A plant on. Just that proactive measure of Insider, finding that kill over onto Jesse. 5 and 2, a lot better on this map. And a buy at least with half armor and some good ultimates.
Yeah, not too shabby. They've managed to keep the eco flow going. But KPI seem to be mid-heavy for now.
No surprise, that's where Valiant have been defaulting.
Look how far forward scenario's gone. The alarm bot away. Bisk using his Hunter's Fury to find some chip damage. Only towards Nescas though.
Look at this position for Valiant though. Like the Omen and the Sova still playing back in like B main.
Spike planted.
And it's still that to Zeddy.
What? This is so intricate. There's a flank on a flank. Players holding back on different positions here from Valiant, but somehow KPI are winning all the fights. That is mad from the in-game leader of KPI. Zeddy is doing God's work right now. And Insider wants to just double it up as well. This round it seemed like Valiant got scot-free into the B site, and that's just only because KPI allowed them to do so.
Yeah, Valiant is just, they were so ahead of thinking that the 2 players, you got the Sova there show with Hunter's Fury, but he gets caught out by Zeddy. You got Jesse that can maybe try and flank and get the kill. He doesn't get it. The read is perfect, and that's the IGL just taking them apart.
I have no words.
Placing swamp grenade.
I don't know
Keep going
whether
at a different
that's...
level.
Yeah, maybe that's just Valiant have shown a round similar to that and a post plant similar to that. The KPI have absolutely torn apart, and that's the rough side for Valiant. You're attacking on Ascent, which is the harder side for sure. And then also, you've shown a lot of this map, and you have no idea what KPI are going to do here. It's been literally 6 months since we've seen them play on this map. With Purpo as well.
Damn. That's a throwback.
It's before Valentine's Day. That's how long ago it was. We were casting Who Cars.
Oh yeah, they were around then. Sure.
Shadows traveling.
Defo isn't. Right now, at least. Oh, Sayonara is a little bit greedy, wants to go in for more.
Don't blame him.
Always up for some second helpings. And the rest will want to go aggro, which does allow Valiant to pick up 1 or 2 more, but there's a bit of a pincer maneuver being created from both sides of the map, and it's Jesse to be caught within the middle, and it just allows KPI to create a bit of a buffer on Valiant's save.
I swear, every fight the KPI goes for, you just want to take a snapshot of the map and see if KPI, if they're ever in a position where nobody can trade them. Even just looking into kill feed now is like, here, alright, yeah, your Sayonara being greedy, but Omen's in a position to help. Double peeking there. Triple peeking now with the KO. And even here, the little crossfire that's set up, there's 3 players able to play off of it. Everything that KPI are doing, somebody else has dialed in. Every little micro play seems to be so well structured, it looks like you could write it down in Valorplan. Insiders had a great day today, though. We've been harping on about, like, Sayonara, obviously. Bisk has had his good moments on the duelist. Keyless, Champions winner. Just the supportive player that you need on this roster. Maybe when you look at Zeddy stats and you can go, well, he's the IGL. He's going to be a little bit lower naturally. And then it's Insider that's second from bottom, and you go, okay, I want to see more out of you. You've been around for so long on teams like Singularity, I think. And he's delivering that today on both these maps.
It's hard to pick apart KPI, to be fair. All of the players have got something to offer, and Insider's crispiness is prevailing for now.
Placing swamp grenade.
Valiant
Placing swamp grenade.
looking a bunch up together. Maybe that's the answer they need. Just walk into a site, make it their own. They've tried that one before, but the post plant wasn't quite there for them. KPI don't really have escape routes right now, as they're both locked into sight. Hunter's Fury is pretty good to deter the back line, but it still just works out for Valiant, taking both defenders down.
Here.
2 defenders bunkered up on site, only able to get Jesse, who from the shadowed into the boathouse. The execute is good. Post plant needs to be better.
Oh my word! Zeddy's just so quick to react. Nescas couldn't have a chance to fight back. But still, Sayonara wants to bring more aggression to this fight. First blade connects to the head, but then ends up dropping and puts Killis on a clutch. Even if Ambi lost that fight, there could have been a guarantee of Cake. So Valiant finally getting things going their way on a buy round.
Just after the timeout, just punching up the pace a little bit more. Ambi's doing well as well, 8 and 5. KO diffing keyless right now. But Defo's 2 and 7. Like, that's the one play you want to see just a little bit more of. If he's been the opening, if he's been traded, then fine. Maybe it's not even down to him realistically. For Valiant, it's maybe these post plants. By that point, maybe Defo's done his job realistically, right? But now, Sayonara having the operator pushing and peeking A main, Jesse needs to go careful. He's been the first step a lot.
Positioning.
He's out.
Okay, sure. It's just that simple. Defo wants to say that he can also do that kind of maneuvers.
He's on his own completely, though. Sayonara always seems to have somebody to play off, whereas Defo is just making a play, and there's 2 players here seemingly reading it.
The thing is, Defo's barrel will show early, and Insider will have the better angle on that fight. So Defo probably has no intention of taking this peak, apart from the fact that B is taking attention away from them, is it though? Defo slow peeks it, is able to find a wide angle on it this time. He's low on health, and Shock Dart should seal the deal, and it does. The trade is there. Valiant still on the back foot, but they gain B-site access.
Game market as well, but a Paranoia dedicated there to clear out some of the corners. They're not going to fight for it. Are you going to take it? No, it's not a great position to be trying to hold on this attack. A really weird post plant that Valiant found themselves in.
They have.
That smoke,
And
though.
if KPI managed to cross into the B site without taking any damage, it would be pretty good. The Aldrone now to seek it all out. Ambi there to assist. Valiant need these fights to go their way. Jesse has shown his card, and KPI aren't interested in taking themselves into the site. Instead, they want the fights, and it's exactly what Valiant are wanting them to do. Jesse in and out of battle. Every time he walks in, he gets a kill. Ambi now shows his ground, but Killis is still alive, but not for long, as Jesse puts his mark on this round and gets himself level with KPI.
Yeah, good creative measures there. You could sort of tell that Valiant was sort of stuck in that corner, right? But the Omen smoke into market to just give them something to play around, a late lurk that might be able to catch them, and a bit of security. It's also nice work, I think, from Ambi that went to plant the spike and then went down to like Speedway to lane to just have something to like play off. KO flash in hand, taking that fight together. These kind of rounds are like KPI. They're not going to really have too much structure for those situations. They're just so unorthodox that why would you? Low by 2 now this time.
You should run.
Down extended early. Oh, Bisk up close and personal. Of course it's a buggy. To make trouble for Valiant. At least, Valiant are able to bring themselves back just a bit. Sayonara out into the open, but again, he is bringing magic to rounds like this. The flash is pretty good. The follow-up, not as spectacular, but it gets the job done. And all of a sudden, Valiant are behind with rifles that KPI can pick up in the ground.
Another uncomfortable post plant. They're going to wait for the spike to go down. Lockdown's basically confirmed this, right?
It really has. Valiant are forced to push in. No gaps at the back of site where KPI can hide into. Are there? Maybe slight ones. No. Nowhere to go. Sayonara will just clean up the sitting ducks. And it's KPI right back in the lead.
Checkmate, disciplined as well, just making sure that they wait for that detainment to come down. And yeah, that was a round where KPI really didn't have that much money. It seemed at Valiant too that, you know, you're going up against the low bar here potentially, but just getting caught out in those spots, your lockdown also gets broken. The confidence for KPI and Sayonara to be on an angle like that, just with a weapon. It worked for Valiant last couple of rounds, just does fast B executes, but it's not going to work a third time.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Well, at least Valiant have got themselves a null command to work with, so it can be quite disruptive when entering the site.
Cover going out.
It's a split play we're looking at right now, as they want to make sure they have mid-prior first.
Having a turret watch there too. We haven't really seen KPI actually push B main at all, right, to break turrets, so it's free space for Valiant to maybe work with. The Aldron's going to get that information now. And they didn't push it up to fight with the op here.
Inside of that was risky. Sayonara, pot shots through the smoke with a shorty. That's greedy. Killer's back of sight, and he's got the friend Ozetti to play around with as well. Valiant are playing the slow, which has given time for KPI to reposition, but the kills are going in Valiant's favor. Somehow, Killis is able to trade back. Sayonara as well, being the magician that he is. But Valiant, stay in charge, stay under control, and it's all pacing the way they laid it out to. Sayonara as well, though. That's got patience galore.
It's got
A world
Bladestorm.
where that could have been a collat, and Bladestorm now available for him to put him in a clutch position. Spots out a pixel of a head and knows where his opponent is. So Cake drops like a fly, and Jesse is all by himself. Sayonara nearly connected a shot and might have been the clutch for the ages, but Valiant stays supreme.
Luckily, Jesse is fired up on this map. Sayonara even just making that look easy. The attempted 1v3. Gets a kill with the up. Bladestorm's online. Lovely kill on the player in hell. But just Jesse with that smoke on defense. Attack in this rate. Giving him so much to play around.
Last player standing.
Has to be ice cold. It's coming down to clutches like that. 5 rounds on attack isn't bad. But you just feel against this KPI team, the more you can get to the second half, the better.
That's sort of the pacing we wanted to see.
The cameras are back.
Nice. Still, KPI keeping Valiant on their toes, making sure that they're not going to be taking extremity presence that easy, but they've in exchange, handed over mid.
What?
He just peeks through short dry, ends up with a pick and runs away. Not too bad. It does throw in a Hunter's Fury. So Bisq will no longer have that available for post plants. This is not a bad stat for Valiant at all.
Yeah, just yeet it out, hoping for the best. Recon Dart isn't going to clear this little corner inside his on. He's going to peek out and get more. He's being watched by Ambi. He was moving at the same time, so he could have got a really good timing on it. He holds the line. Valiant just picking this off one at a time, 5v3.
Yeah, Insider seems to be overheating. I think it's the second push he's had that hasn't quite worked out for him. He praised his early start, and now might feel like he needs to show up. Bisq, the next line of contention, finds only one before he drops, but Valiant can afford the trading game. Zeddy needs something different to bring KPI out of the slump. Sayonara further away, but an operator still being a very dangerous commodity. Drops in with a classic instead, oh my word! And he's drawn the attention away from Zeddy. But is it enough? Because Ambi's position isn't too bad, and he takes the fight towards Zeddy. Sayonara dropping. Smoke to conceal one of his angles. That flash from Ambi is superb, and it allows him to clutch up the round for his team, and the lead for Valiant.
6 rounds on attack, you'll take that any day of the week. I can't imagine now that KPI's money is that great. They're going to have a buy, of course. It's the last round, you'll throw whatever you can in, but a lot of half armor. You sort of mentioned, like, inside of there, you're right, like, the push-up wasn't great, but they were already a player down. It sort of feels that if Valiant can find that first kill, they can really start to just manipulate the map a little bit more, get KPI to panic. It was few and far between. I think it was only 3 first kills that they got on Icebox full stop. It'd have been just picking apart their meal, tendon by tendon. Sayonara's got more theatrical with his approach, where I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
He's tempted, right? You can sense it. That is leashed up for now. No, he's not. He's given free reign to do whatever he pleases, and that's for good reason. Drops back, that's the early kill for KPI.
This guy's forced to sort of peek out, turret on a nice off angle as soon as it goes off, but the alarm bot being broken. Does that change inside his approach? It does. He goes ahead of it, and Nescast was waiting nicely.
Both these teams have patience for days. From the shadows to the back of the site to assist Bisq in defending, but now left to himself, Zed is only good for 1, and Valiant grouping up together have found the source. Final round of the half, and it just might be theirs. Ex-champion Killers tasked with a clutch. Hunter's Fury though will be the way he'll go into the ground. 7-5 for Valiant. It seems they're back.
Right, isn't it? Hope is on the line. And there's nothing more French than a feeling of hope. That doesn't really make... There's probably a connection there, but I'm not clued up on... Maybe it's just the Olympics there. It's just made me feel like, oh, you need to see something fancy. That Gojira performance was pretty sick, though. Is that?
Yeah.
If the heavy metal for Valiant works this time around, they're on the defense. KPI is still kings in this tournament and through the last stage of Spain Rising. I want to go 0-2 here. That could be done and dusted. F was 5-12 as well. That's crazy.
Sayonara to lead the charge. 2 to the back of sight here for Valiant, and they've also got a third one on the sideline. Sayonara to open things up, but his life is short-lived. Killers finds a shot through the smoke. That's vitally important as Valiant are scrambling to get onto the side to defend next to Jesse. Jesse's done so much so far, but it's KPI to get the space to get the spike down, but Cake not holding back. He wants to go in, and he's got Defo side by side to make sure they guarantee the second pistol of this map.
It was a brutal fight in A main. You could see the KPIs just whole idea, just Sayonara go kill. And there was a lot of good trades as well. Pretty much all of the first fights that were taken. But just so much damage was done by Valiant. Even some of the players going down, like Ambi just playing Gen. Gets right click classic. There's the players running in and the rotations coming through. It's 30 HP players just having to hold out and hope the doors open as well, which wasn't shut. And that's Valiant with both pistols. Really nice opportunity here laying out in front of them. But like I mentioned before, anti-ecos haven't necessarily been the cleanest thing from them. Be a nightmare if they lose this one.
That would be quite something if KPI are able to bring it back here.
Remember what I said before we started casting?
Yeah.
This is going to be like a long series with long rounds. Pace yourself. It's been 13-2, and this has been an incredibly punchy Ascent from both sides.
Yeah, it's definitely a different taste to what we're used to.
Energy.
It shows that both teams want this. Don't want to leave anything out there. Give it everything they've got. Defo commits the cross, given he has no vision on the push. But the superior weapons will be handling the flood of attackers over to B. The push on spawn was a little bit more problematic, but they haven't faced the final boss, the Cake,
30 seconds
with an Odin in hand,
Spike down,
which will
B.
complicate the affair. Sayonara's gone looking.
Even just doing a little bit more damage, right? That was the thing that KPI did well. Even though they lost the pistol earlier, they made that bonus pretty awful for Valiant. There's no other way to put it. That was a way for KPI to actually string some rounds together, and I think it's just been the series that we've been casting them out of the teams. We've had very streaky performances.
Sure.
It's just been near enough all Valiant. It must be like 7 rounds out of the last 8 going the way of Valiant on their attack and now their defense. Was close. Now it suddenly isn't.
Whoa, KPI just bring kills out of nowhere. That was pretty damn quick. And that was just because Valiant decided to push out B, but also the pick on mid didn't lack the flamboyancy factor.
Take flight.
But no pace is gained from it. Instead, KPI have turned out to be a little bit more careful with their decision making. Nescaz reads the position and rotates away from an impending nade to his feet. So pretty good maneuvering here from Valiant to keep themselves in check.
And Jesse found the kill too. On a rotation, there's still a minute on the clock for KPI, so they have lots of time to work with. But this position, it's just a cake with the Eldron. They might have given it away, but it's taken the attention, potentially, Jesse to do something more towards mid too.
If Valiant win this, they're on the highway to success on Ascent. So they're taking everything seriously.
30
Nescaz
seconds left.
posted up again in logs. This time can't be cleared by a nade. It's been used earlier by killers. And that's where KPI are going.
20 seconds
20
though.
seconds to spare. This is looking good for Valiant, very damn good. At least what KPI have got going for them is the fact that they've got more players to this fight than their opponents do. Nescaz, good for one on the long distance with the Stinger. And the repositioning by Jesse with the TP is good enough as well to keep Zeddy at bay. There's no time to put that spike into the ground. Valiant win their bonus round.
It was nice work from Valiant, just really throwing a curveball, discombobulating KPI when they're trying to take mid, and you got Sikeg that's pushed A main and he's out running from there. Felt like it just stun-locked KPI to make a decision for quite some time, and at that point, really wasn't too much to work with. Good read, good mid rounds. Valiant now starting to really come alive with their decision making.
10 seconds left.
And Nescaz does well. He was in this corner, manages to survive. Jesse's able to get one through the smoke like we mentioned before. KPI forced down to another low buy. Valiant on 10.
Yeah, and with the Outlaw and with half shields, it's just going to make the endeavor a little bit easier for Valiant. And it's the question that the desk had at the start of the day, right? When it comes to Ascent, KPI, there's the two pictures you can paint. One, that Valiant won't have a read of KPI going to bring, or KPI aren't tried and tested as much as their opponents on officials on a map like this. Yeah, sure, it's simple, everybody knows how it works, but if you don't have the reps and, you know, the protocols aren't second nature in this 5-man roster,
Yeah.
it's not going to look as clean, and it's showing on the server right now.
You know what's even weirder? There's been no KPI timeouts.
You're
There's
right.
been nothing said by Smart7. He's just like, we ball.
Well, so far, KPI have found an entry. Even with lesser weapons, maybe that is the concoction for success. Maybe Sheriffs is what is required to bring back the confidence.
It's just the wee balls, it's working. The structure is sound, the guns, however, not, but the post plant is a deep one. The door broken, Nescas just spraying to try and find something. The Odin's going to do a good job of that as well. And off the recon, 2Z he goes.
The perfect gun for the situation, but somehow Biscuit is able to find a trade right back up. Nescas has got the high ground, but KPI not willing to look out of the shadows. They want to stay nestled into their corners. They know where Killis is, and Nescas is going to try to take that fight early. It takes away the attention, so Ambi moves in on time, 2v2. Nescas looking to close up the gap, but Insider is very accurate with that Sheriff. And the spike is planted directly where KPI wants it to. Ambi off it, and they know of it.
Oh, no.
Shot that not connecting. It takes damage off of Bisc. Ambi diffuses it halfway, and he might just have the clutch there for him. The shot that lands directly in Ambi's face. The thrifty win for KPI gets them right back on the chase.
Scrappy round, even from KPI in instances. Valiant and Ecos punished a lot by Sweet and Sour. KPI doing more of the same, and instantly a timeout coming out from them. You see the streak arounds that they put together, but just that one. Singularly, it might not matter, but according to the series and even this map, it could be everything. Wait, KPI are taking a timeout?
After a win? Sure. No, I didn't expect that either, Ryan. I'm going to be honest. This is not what you'd expect after that, right? It's, yeah, well, better late than never, but is this the right moment for it?
It's also like doing a timeout on the eco so you can talk about what you're doing in the round afterwards. Now, you don't really know what kind of money Valiant are working with. They should have enough, but might even opt to like half buy next kind of situation. I wouldn't say eco, but you know, go a little bit softer in their approach. I also recognize, this is the weirdest thing I've ever said, that whole like fume thing going out of his window, I recognize the AC he's using because it's the exact same as mine.
Great, nice.
That's my input.
Good to know. Sure. Is it a good AC?
It's okay. I have to keep clearing it. It just keeps filling with water now.
Ah.
But it's because things are heating up.
Ah, nice one. Yes. Tangent. Into the game, where Valiant are looking to seize back the pace they created. They had a 6-round consecutive streak. That is
forced as well. Got the op for Defo, but a Guardian for Ambi. And they're all grouped up together on A main.
not too bad. And they tended to be stronger when grouping up together and leaving sites for retakes. That's been their bread and butter, really, this season.
I mean, that's an early, like, Owl run, too. Just checking some of these close angles, but I don't think they've seen one player from KPI this round so far. Almost halfway through it.
And Defo's holding the correct line for this. All he needs to see is a pixel cross.
He's missed a few, though.
Oh, he has, and it feels like Valiant might have spotted that movement on the mini
Flash.
Crossing through that pixel. And the transition going into mid might be catching Nescas before there's a player to trade back into the other side. Somehow we get Zeddy. The second frag was immaculate. I don't know where that came from, but Sekake is left to deal with it. The recon is superb. And the trade from Bis comes in right on time. 3v3 with 20 seconds to spare. The spike gets planted.
That no command was everything. Sekake was on the site, recon dart in hand, trying to spray people through, but the no command suppressed him. He gets caught. Hunter's Fury now, trying to just create a little bit more space for KPI to play around. They're all backed in on the site, just like Valiant were. Kill it!
No! No way that just happened! Killis dies to his own teammates onto Fury. Bis didn't quite know how low his teammate was. And it might be costly, but Bisk is able to bring it right back up by getting another kill. Insider also there to assist. Both to the back of site as Valiant have entered. Spike being touched, pressure onto KPI. Insider gets out of dodge, but it's still Jesse to clutch it up.
And just getting half there was everything too. What a round from KPI. There's a saboteur on the side potentially. But Bisk just, it felt like panic more than anything. The Hunter's Fury wasn't off a recon ping-in. It wasn't aimed in a general direction depending on what Valiant were doing. It was just, let me create some space, let me buy some time. And instead, he buys Keyless a one-way ticket to be sitting out for the server for the rest of the round. Nescast getting 2 here is everything, and the change of pace, KPI putting that pressure on A, having 3 people over there to then instantly hit market.
Oh, man.
Even the secondary observers like, what's going on? What's going on now?
Oh, man! Defo! Absolutely putting the final nail into the coffin of KPI. They are determined to shut down Ascent for themselves and take it to Lotus. Yeah, we've got a long way to go, but it doesn't feel like it. After this round collected, only one will be required, and one mistake from KPI will be their demise. The confidence is there, and the France versus Derby, France versus Spain Derby will continue.
Just really, like, Valiant not lifting their head off the neck, are they? Or their foot off of the neck. Just killing blows all the way throughout. All of this pressure, they don't give KPI a moment to think, even up against an eco. Just straight sending it and putting Defo into positions where he can go for those fights. A change of pace that got Valiant to this point in the first place might be able to take us to a map 3.
KPI need 6 flawless rounds, and from everything we've seen from them so far, it hasn't been looking that great. The only round they got this halftime, if you've only just joined, was a thrifty, was an eco. For now, they're given an A site that is empty, barren, from the shadows to gain information that the push is actually actualized.
Lockdown.
You should run.
And a null command too. Is there a Hunter's Fury to delete this attacking lockdown? Are they going to use it? Seems like they're just going to wait it out, but that means it gives up a lot of space for tree and for short. So putting a defensive lockdown here might be tough if Zeddy's going to push it like this.
Valiant got everything in store for them. Ultimates galore, but they might not even need it as Zeddy's gone aggressive themselves. Recon has revealed everything they're required. Hunter's Fury trying to find if there are any more aggressive players to allow the rest of the team to move in from heaven, but they are going to take the fight from short. The lockdown has come through, but it's been a patient one, so Valiant gain access control with all KPI players playing into wide. Nescast defusing while the rest of the team are being human shields that shoot back at their opponents. The Odin will pre-fire that angle, and there is no peeking that. Valiant win map number 2 and take us to its series end.
And they did it with panache, especially that defensive side, really starting to show the multiple layers of how this team plays. On a map that's been like wishy-washy for them in periods, it's just that KPI never got the reps to play this map. Best of ones throughout the season, and also teams playing up in the best of 5s that banned this map outright. Means that Valiant have able to get a good run here, and KPI, with that lack of experience, even with Sayonara making some amazing plays, wasn't enough.
No, it truly wasn't. I mean, that's what we hoped for, right? That's why we hyped a lot of these players from Valiant since the start of the day and their journey up until this point, because we knew they had that potential in them. And what they showed on Icebox didn't quite represent that, but now they've shown it. And you can tell both teams are alive at the right moment. We wouldn't have it any other way here, Ryan.
Not at all. I'm really excited to see where this one goes. Lotus is actually a really good map for both sides too. So a lot of reps, a lot of play. Great way to end it.
It is indeed. We'll see you right after this, everybody. I'm just excited as you are.
One enemy remaining.
It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up. take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up. 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 I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shy, just fine, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, you can't fight my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere and I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, why forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me do it. I'm no vegan, a bee. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need.
Desconfiguração chama pra dançar!
La moitié en principe. On est en train de le faire, les Valiant qui vont aller chercher la victoire face à des mondes de la compétition.
Valiant bounced back with a bang in our second map of the day here on Ascent. The day started off with us that it was like a 13-2, I think, on Icebox, but Ascent was a completely different story there, Milan. And I think we got a little bit worried because at first, KPI, they managed to chain together 4 rounds after the first 2 were taken by Valiant.
Yeah, I mean, going into this map, we weren't really sure what to expect from KPI, right? They didn't play the map at all. We didn't know what they would do compositionally, maybe having Sayonara on the duelist, Bisc, we weren't really sure. Sayonara played Jet, they started off hot, 4-2, and then from that point onward, Valiant was basically like dominating the rest of the map, right? I think they only got 2 rounds in after that initial streak, and I think it just showed the sheer like dominance that Valiant has on this map.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the problem for KPI here is they didn't try to go adventurous. They tried to play the standard comp, as we said. Not many teams are actually doing this anymore. They put Sayonara on Jet. The Sayonara was good, but this is a map where it's always difficult to be creative, right? It's a difficult map to be creative on as a team, as an individual. And this is going to be for Sayonara. We saw a lot of last game. The reason he was so good is because he can just pop up anywhere, so I'm not expecting him here, bam. Makes a massive impact. With Jet on Ascent, you're kind of telegraphed into like 4 or 5 different angles you're going to take. There's not really a lot of room for experimentation, and they kind of suffered because of it. Bisc did well, Jet did, obviously Sayonara did well, but it wasn't enough, and the inexperience they have on this map kind of shows.
Yeah, it definitely does. And I think when we were looking over towards Valiant, the ones who ended up taking us now to a 3rd map here, right? Our eyes were on Defo initially. I think he did really well in a lot of those first engagements that he was taking, going 4-1. But we also talked about Ambi, his ability to bounce back from map 1 to map 2 so consistently. And then, I mean, sure, he was setting up Defo, but it was really Ambi all the way. And I feel like we want to do a little bit of a highlight because it's been this trend here, right? So we got a little head-to-head of Ambi in map 1s versus map 2s on a great average here, strong, and the numbers don't lie.
Yeah, this is it's one of the wildest discrepancies I think I've seen in quite a while. Like, he's just a completely different player on map 2, and who knows why that is. I mean, obviously we've kind of said he takes a little bit of time to sort of get into the role. It feels like it's a little bit of time to get into the games. He is not the newcomer of this game, but coming to this team, but he is close enough to it, and yeah, the difference is absolutely stark.
Just to highlight this again, this is the average scores that Ambi is putting up during Ascension on the first maps versus the second maps, right? And this is across a variety of roles, across a variety of maps, but there's one consistency, and that is like virtually twice as strong on this second map, right? And I think the thing that is slightly worrying to me is that historically during this event, over like transitioning into this 3rd map, he isn't often able to replicate a similar performance. But the fact that he is so consistently, like almost absurdly stepping up during the second map is something it's completely mind-boggling to me.
I mean,
maybe 2 is just his lucky number, you know?
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, we've only seen him on the 3rd map once, and that was yesterday against Nova. Now, to be fair, that was quite a weak performance. Funny enough, also on Ascent, he's gone from bottom fragging to top fragging in a day, so he's working those games. But yeah, it'll be I'm interested to see what he does 3rd map now, because we saw yesterday it was kind of a fall off, but who knows? Maybe we're going to see the birth of map 3 Ambi now.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But even if Ambi's not able to step up in that way, we also saw other players on the side of Valiant taking more than their fair share of the bites of the pie, and we got to have our eyes on Jesse for that. I think we also had some really great coordination on the side of Valiant as far as a lot of these retakes go. This team just looks much more comfortable on Ascent, and we kind of expected that there, Milan, considering their experience on this map.
I think Valiant played great, but we also saw a lot of this inexperience shining from the side of KPI, right? When we're looking at retakes like this, so many pieces of utility that are used in succession without really being able to connect to each other. We see Sova darts, we see smokes, we see flashes, and none of it really works together, and it just shows kind of the inexperience that this KPI roster has on this map specifically. And then I think the cherry on top is obviously this round, right? Like Bisc gets his ultimate online. Giles is about to take some damage after planting the spike, and I think everybody kind of remembers what's about to happen, right? Giles gets spammed up until half HP. We see this retake. Visk is setting himself up to, you know, use that Sova ult, misses the first two, and then for the third one, he, like, for some reason, this like connects to Kiles, who walks back, and it just puts themselves in such a difficult spot to win out the round. And it's these like little moments that were consistently happening on this map that really put KPI on the back foot.
Yeah, to be fair though, Kiles did also walk back into it a little bit, so just an unfortunate situation there for sure. But we did really think that KPI with his boathouse control would be able to get this round, and Jesse just to spam that one down. He looked really good on this map here, Strong. I think he really pulled through in a lot of situations. We saw him win, I think it was like 2 1v1s, and then that 1v2 was, I think, what really put the nail in the coffin here for that second half.
Yeah, I mean, he had a great map. I believe it was 3 clutches in total, and we probably, and this is coming off the back of, we probably saw the worst performance we've seen, certainly at this tournament, perhaps all season, from him on that map 1. 2-13 and 2 on map 1, which was brutal, but he has bounced back in a big way, and we saw his aim is just so crisp. Like, there were so many moments where it was just like really fun to watch. And this is kind of the thing we always know with Jesse, right? He's been made comfortable in those roles, but he can perform on those roles. He can perform and control, and he can get you those multi-kills. And we'll hope to see more of that from map 3.
Yeah, 2 players to really bounce back in Ambi and Jesse from map 1 to map 2. And the question is now, heading into map 3, knowing that we're heading over towards Lotus, that's where we've got our eyes on the fact that this entire team, again, they have to step up. Especially considering the fact, Milan, that things get a little bit funky on Lotus when you look at some of the compositions we might be expecting.
Yeah, I mean, purely based on what happened yesterday, I think we all expect deadlock on the side of Valiant here, right? So that was a composition that worked exceptionally well for them. I think if they want to replicate a similar success to what they did yesterday, they will have to run that. Ambi played wonderful. It looks like something that they are more comfortable with from a style dynamics perspective. And on the side of KPI, we're also seeing a funky comp, right? They're putting the chamber in, Sayonara yet again on this duelist. It's something that even this map, we didn't really necessarily highlight him, but I think he was also topping the scoreboard on the side of KPI, right? And I think that just being able for him to pop off, having a composition that maybe allows Bisk to play a role that he might be more comfortable with, is also going to be extremely beneficial for them. Yeah,
I mean, this is a really interesting thing coming into Station Select, because as we said, obviously they had the breach, they went to the deadlock, they've moved comps around a little bit on Valiant's side, but now you're playing into the raised chamber combination we expect. And this is one of those things where it's almost a 50-50 call, because I think there's an argument to be made that the breach is most likely going to be better against the chamber, because you can be playing around slower out with the raised chamber as opposed to raising some other heroes. Most likely you're going to see a situation where I mean, the problem is chamber can shoot through deadlocks util, right? This is the fundamental problem. So it's one of those things where there's a lot of things that go into it, but it's a big call between breach and deadlock on this map with regards to Valiant, because we know they're more comfortable on the deadlock. Is it going to be the best pick, particularly against this chamber? We don't know, and this is going to be the interesting thing going to Agent Select, because this is the kind of, and obviously both teams' seasons are on the line. This is the kind of call that can make or break a season. So I'm really interested to see where they go with that.
I think one thing to highlight with Ambi specifically with the deadlock is that he wasn't necessarily using it as a pure sentinel. He was often keeping hold of 1 or 2 of those like focus sensors, right? And sonic sensors, sorry, and using them to clear angles, using them to like make sure that they contain space that they already had, like safe space, and I think that that's gonna make a big difference for them today. Yeah,
so no changes here for the compositions. When we're sticking with what we've seen most recently. I love all the points that you guys made about that deadlock, and especially what you were saying there, Strong, about foregoing the breach leaves a lot to be desired as far as just being able to clear Bisk off and force him off a lot of these long lines of sight that he'll be looking to take, especially starting out on defense first. But this is kind of what we expected here, Strong.
Yeah, this is what we expected, ultimately. And it's going to be an interesting matchup. And, I mean, I'm excited for this one because you don't really see too many, like, reality in this game, if you don't see too many of these matchups, you don't see too many of these things where it's like one agent, the interaction could completely change the game. So I want to see how this plays out now.
I'm looking forward to it. So 2 funky comps for 2 funky casters. Take it away for the last map here between KPI and Valiant, Pavlos and Ryan.
Yeah, this will be a little bit interesting, won't it, Ryan? Both of these teams have shown strengths on different maps, but now this is the one where it decides where the career and their season goes, right? With one loss here, it's all done and dusted. With one win, you move into the Ascension play-ins, where you could even make it in to the last 10th slot of Ascension.
All to play for, really, and there's still like best of 5 grand final that both teams need to clear out here as well. Really did look like from the first map that this could be quick and easy for KPI, topping their group, dispatching Valiant very quickly on Icebox. But the fight back was there on Ascent, and this is a map, really it's the perfect map for this full best of 3 to end on. Final map of us casting for this stage and season as well. Couldn't really ask for a better opportunity. The map that teams love to play, both teams have good form on, both teams have really creative ideas on how they want to approach it. And to close out a full best of 3.
Yeah, all we can hope for is that both strengths are illustrated, both team strengths rather, are illustrated in this game, that we're able to see them in their best possible form. And what the performance we saw from KPI in Icebox is brought, the performance that we saw from Valiant on Ascent is also extracted. Let's get this going as KPI are on defense, Valiant on attack. And it's a cake to take early impact towards this B site, with Valiant playing it slow as we know them to do.
Yeah, Bisk 330 ACS on the chamber last time out against R8. It was Jesse actually that had the best performances for Valiant, a win and a loss for them. Changing up the comp to play the deadlock. Jesse not there at all in the first map, better on the second. What can he do on the third now that Ambi finds the first kill, who was also insane on this map against Sweet and Sour?
And the kill that he did collect was without seeing anybody. And talking about smokes, Insider pushes his own little toxic screen to grab a return kill. He does end up dropping though, so the trading game favors the Valiant side as another fight ensues towards that B site. Spike going down. And Valiant not too eager to move out of the site just yet. Wanted to take the fight and hold it there as they've got traps to work around. Bisk will open first. The assistant utility from Killers allows them to do so. But Ambi, all he's going to do is try and distract them by that time as his team gets themselves into position to get themselves the off angles. You can see Jesse, he's ready to pounce. But he's not going to move into until Valiant gives him the call. KPI group up. It's Killers to move out of the smoke first, but Ambi and Sikake's bullets are connecting today, and it's Valiant to get themselves first on the board.
And take the lead with the pistols too. They won both on their map pick of Ascent, and KPI won both of theirs on Icebox, so that could be one of the defining reasons as why both maps ended up feeling so one-sided. Here, Ambi, great trade. I also like that Ambi was taking a fight here, just taking a couple of pot shots in that position, because I mean, Seagulls love it as well, but the sensors as well, he's trying to get some movement and some sound out of KPI there.
Yeah, they're trying to do their best with that. I don't know about you, but my feed is frozen here, Ryan.
Apparently, I thought the Seagulls had pulled up my internet connection in for a second.
The Seagulls have done it. They've taken the connection away from the server. Unlucky. Well, okay, back into a seating, back into our places. It's only the pistol we've seen so far, so let's break it down here, Ryan. What happened? How did it happen? And who's winning?
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you realistically. You have the feed actually back up to go straight into it, and we've actually just got the first kill there. Sayonara going down.
I'm glad we didn't have to repeat that first round, and it's Jesse that does fantastically well, close to enemy lines. Bisk from afar, trying to do his best to find some damage. The cake has ended up dropping, and Jesse being low could also get picked up down to very low points of health, down to 7 to be precise. But Defo will be doing the cleaning up as he was on the lurk himself.
I don't know what the buy was, but there's 2 big rifles in from Ambi and Defo. Might just be these 3. Marshall picked up from Nescas. I assume that was from Bisk. And Spike planted over on A. We just jumped in at a weird time because we were watching the attackers holding off rubble from the defenders that were flanking all the way around. Running topsy-turvy, but if there's a time to lose out, it's now, right? The anti-eco, I think should be winning it. Only losing 1. Just Keyless. Looking to die to the Spike, hopefully, because he definitely needs to go down. He doesn't have a weapon. Ambi... At least the rifle's secured, but good grief.
Kill them again.
Wait, it wasn't secured.
Huh?
Because they had 2 rifles, and they only brought 2 rifles into this.
No, it's 2 Vandals and a Bulldog. They've got all of them.
There's 3 players that
Vandal?
survived. No, I played
Yes.
for Bulldog. I'm so confused. The money makes sense. They would be free. Vintage's UI was behind.
Okay, sure. Well, it's KPI back into buying ways. Their first buy of this game, to be fair. And on Icebox, they completely obliterated the buy rounds. Well, basically all the rounds.
And no matter what, it's a good bonus. Valiant's attacking side, just with this double Sentinel, was enough of an issue, but losing Sakake out, Rajiel can at least take a bit of a better look at Zeddy. Not actually TPing out, it's just going to take off the Gravnet, back out, and it's a 3v5 suddenly for Valiant.
It's these early picks that come out of nowhere here from KPI give them such a big advantage, and they're so good at holding back, not trading, not giving the trades back to Valiant. It's up to the French representative to find an opening here and bring out something unorthodox, but that isn't found. Instead, it's Insider and Killers to close in on Nescas's position. And it's all down to Ambi and Jesse to figure out this round, if there even is any potential for it, but with 30 seconds to spare, and 2 defenders on to see, that's just the hard reality
30 seconds left.
Genuinely saving the rifles might also just be a fine strat. Just keep as much money as possible. You want that attacking side to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting, which I think for both teams is pretty evident. Actually, no. Seems so far that at least for Valiant, the defensive side is the stronger one.
10 seconds
It's the
left.
attacking side that's better for KPI. So that means so much focus goes on to the second half, so anything that you can do here for Valiant, better.
You do say that, but in the same time, the last time KPI played this map against R8, they were stronger on the defense. They relied on it more, a 9-3 defense to be fair. So it's on that 50-50 side, isn't it? It's leaning there, at least. And yeah, well, Valiant with those 2 saves got themselves another buy. Only a couple of other players can afford another buy after this, so they'll make sure they'll try at least to get that ball rolling and get a win here. KPI group up. Look towards that left-hand side. We might be seeing a big clash from both teams.
No ultimates yet, but an annihilation on the board potentially for Ambi if he gets a kill.
If he gets a kill, if he gets the orb. Gravnet thrown out early. Jesse sent in to bait bullets towards the orb as he pushes out his own smoke.
He's going in
an arrow
again.
paint shots to the back of the site. Spray down, looking to find a kill. He has chipped down a couple of players, soften it up for later on. Annihilation comes through. Sayonara will try and survive. His teammate keeps him away from the cocoon. And it's KPI that still stands strong with more players than their opponents and no space gained by Valiant.
Yeah, Nescas has to find a pocket here. It's a 4v3. The attackers lost all of that space, and immediately Insider's pushed up and is fighting close on A. It's risky, but it's good info. He's going to hear the footsteps as they rotate, and Nescas now has 3 players to deal with.
The fact that Zeddy and Jesse are solo, it's going to be a difficult endeavor for Valiant, and it evidently is. Bisk just wants to tally up the score, get ever closer to the tour de force, and it's an equalizer by KPI.
Yeah, that proactiveness from Sayonara actually does a lot there. You looking at it potentially that if he goes down first and there's no trade, he might cost him such a pivotal round. But he just gets onto Ambi as Ambi uses the annihilation, and he has enough help actually from the Omen to get out of dodge and be able to survive for the rest of the round.
And like we said, only a couple of players can afford Vandals here. And that's what we're seeing directly from Valiant, but Sayonara is taking the fight directly to the attackers. Who's aggressing? Well, it's the defenders this time around.
Yeah.
Well, Valiant reacted by putting more pressure onto C. They haven't really been quick about it.
Yeah, they shot bodies. Might give Ambi an opportunity. One of the few players that has a rifle on this low buy for them. But Bisk with the op finds a nice little pocket of timing. Doesn't have the TP in order to get out, but it doesn't matter.
Wow.
Sayonara's going to clear a house like that.
He's been such an instrumental part of this team, and he looks to be that again. Showstopper secured, and KPI have got the lead.
What else is there really to say? Valiant going to be taking a time out at this rate. Defo was the one that like took a fight early on A main. Nobody in position, no utility to play off. It's really sort of descending now into just individuals trying to make plays, and honestly, that side of the game is what was costing KPI on Ascent. They were trying to do too much on their own. Valiant, they have their moments too. Really, Lotus is going to come down to who has the best structure, who has the best team play, without just grouping up as 4 or 5 players on one side of the map. That's maybe what Bromas is trying to get through to this team, is just, we had really good structure on Ascent, we did well when we played off each other. It doesn't matter if Defo's at the bottom of the kill feed, so long as we have trades and people to fight off of it. Losing Defo and A main when there's nobody else there gives us nothing. So we need to make sure that we're tighter on play, a bit more cohesive.
Yeah, Bromas has been pretty influential when it comes to timeouts. Has allowed his team after them to gain streaks of rounds when it comes to play-ins. Let's see if the input he provides to the team is good enough to get them in the right position. Half shields all across the board. It gets a little scary, but it's a couple rounds running where Bisc has had the tour de force, so not taking full value from it, but be certain, as soon as that operator is lost, that gun will be brought out as well.
Sayonara as well with a showstopper, might go aggressive on C, force those Valiant plays in order to go in the other direction. Defo satcheling up, the Omen with a crossfire, Sayonara fighting.
Oh! He's going directly in for the fight. Showstopper connects onto Defo, but the landing isn't quite there. The fact that Killis is there to assist, though, allows KPI to stay standing. Bisc overstays his welcome as Nescas pops off and opens up the A site.
Door's not broken, neural theft is going to show exactly where these players are. And the GravNet is actually really nice. It at least allows those players to cross on over, get the post plant into better spots. Yeah, how do you even break through on this? It's the great escape for KPI.
It's when this double sentinel comp shines most, right? When you gain access to a site and just throw everything at your opponents. And it just makes it so difficult to cross through, figure out where the sonic sensors are, take time to spray through the cages. So Cake is the only one backside, while the rest are lurking either from behind or from above. And the one with the backstab seems to be the most influential. In this circumstance, Zeddy is able to trade. A 1v2 ask from him with only 8 bullets to spare, but the taking of the spike is frantic.
Ooh,
and somehow he gets one. He has to get it diffused halfway, otherwise he is in trouble. Ambi sprays in the approximate direction and gets the job done. Only one survivor at the end of this round. This game is going to get close.
Barely then as well. I think that spike exploding was a little bit closer than it might have looked on screen. Nescas, absolute hero here. The big play, like KPI, nice aggression, but it was this haunt from Keyless that is able to just confirm this final kill. It gets the ping, it gets information, there's no other trade that can come in, but immediately Nescas aggressing on the other side, massive kill onto Bisc.
It's also the fact that KBI took those fights towards Nescas, maybe not together, you know, and playing that isolated caused for them to drop one by one. Gave opportunities for Nescas to isolate.
It's a full buy. It's pretty much 10 guns all the way in A main. Defo finds the first kill onto Insider, and they're going for more.
Defo's just mowing them down right now. Might as well rename him to a lawnmower. KPI on the back foot, majorly so. Sure, a tour de force is available for Bisc. It's not like the guns are missing or lacking in any regard. It's just that Valiant have been super clean when it comes to grouped play.
Teddy all on his lonesome. Even Bisc isn't rotating aggressively. He's maybe expecting a rotation. He's so far away from the action.
Yeah, this is a tough one from Zeddy. No miracles shown this time.
No point saving. Doesn't have a natural rifle. He's used the tour de force to sort of fill in that gap. That's looking... should be fine for a buy next. Especially if Bisc not really bought up a gun. Might be able to buy for him and somebody else.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Even though he wasted no credits into this round, it still feels like a bit of a waste, you know? No opportunity to show it off.
He just didn't move. Holding his own. Both him and Defo maybe a bit guilty of that, to be fair, right? Just not being pulled into taking fights, not being too hung up on taking engagements, padding those stats. Defo clearing out It was a bit of a different story with Sayonara and Bisque. Defo struggling to get things going. But here, against a brawling fight over on A main, able to clear out a nice ace.
With Jesse having very strong performances throughout the play-ins, Defo has kind of flown under the radar, but during the regular season, Defo has been the most influential fragging-wise for this roster. Yeah, okay, he was only the 4th best duelist in the league, but it's not like the team sort of relied on this heavy duelist approach, right? But he was always that consistency the team required. And now finally showing how good he can be when he's given the opportunity to do so. And it's good to see him back, bro. Oh, it's a positive, disgusting emotions that I get from him. That even makes sense.
I mean, he wants this kind of play to happen, I suppose. KPI have been a lot more built on their structure and timing. You got the AC fan on in the background for Smat 7. You got Defo hydrating. Warm day across all of Europe today. Starting to feel it. And with all of the stats and stuff statistically attacking side, pistol win rate, I feel like when you get into a third map at best of 3 like this, it all kind of goes out the window.
Yeah.
One thing that's at least been consistent, Sayonara still performing well. Jesse is getting quiet, but to be honest, I don't think much has been asked from him. The rest of the team is the one that's clearing up.
Still, Valiant wanted to make sure that they are the controllers of A main. Showstopper thrown out in the instance that Defo receives it. Bisque is no more. And even though this looked like a pretty damn strong hold onto the A site, and that it would have been pretty good if KPI hold to their guns with Valiant pushing through, Sayonara's taking matters to his own hands and gets one scot-free.
Lovely little angle. He's so good at getting one and getting out as well. It's so safe but aggressive at the same time with the approach and plays that he's making. Zeddy's getting a lot of space over towards C2. So if there is that pivot to go through B and then maybe through the door towards C, Zeddy can keep an eye and also use the ultimate to get in for the fight quicker. He might get more than he bargained for here. There's 2 trips in the way. And the Cypher relatively close by to hear this.
TP, it might have been heard, or Nescas, due to intuition, turns around and asks for Jesse to help out. But in the meantime, KPI put pressure onto Nescas. Jesse ends up dropping. Perfect play from KPI. Baiting players exactly where they want them.
Boxed it in. The 2v4, Annihilation readily available again for Ambis this post plant. Holding down, it's horde mode now, it feels like over on this A site, but a great ultimate and Defo's not afraid to go aggressive and find more!
Whoa! Defo, that is superb, and you might have just clutched around for your team. Still 2 to go though, but a 2v2 when you've got the advantage with the spike being down and Sonic sensors as well as Annihilation at your disposal. It's just that close to the guarantee. They need the kill on Ambi. Otherwise, this is a done deal, and the paint shells as well to add to the affair. Uh-oh. KPI have walked into an oopsie, albeit their early awesome efforts.
It's playing time
might have just all being put to an end. Annihilation thrown in doesn't pick out anyone. KPI knew they were doomed, though. Zeddy will try and catch out the rotation. He succeeds in doing so, but they really needed that round to get right back on track.
Major stuff from Defo, just pushing up and getting 2. A lot of the fights, the ace that we just saw from Defo and those as well, just now the KPI just dropping in one at a time, not playing and peeking together. Because why would you expect that kind of play? With pressure mounting, he's used to it. You're taking back to 2021 with the semi-final against Crew, the grand finals against Ascend at Champs. This is nothing in comparison, and that's why he's tearing KPI a new one.
This would be one of some of the most awesome reverse sweeps we've seen. If Valiant are able to close it out. Still a long way to go, right? A 2-round gap isn't too much. It's within arm's reach for sure for KPI, but when you think they've secured a round, they need to rethink again. Insider walks directly into Nescas' bullets. Didn't know where that came from.
It's also like if Valiant win this, I'd say the Galacticos are maybe the favourites later. You've already beaten them.
KPI are aggressing. What are they doing here? Into the smoke, point blank movement. Valiant are pushing in. They've circumnavigated the smoke, but Zeddy's surprising from a different angle and have completely obliterated Valiant. Sakake, the only one remaining. But honestly, his moments in this round are numbered. Blinded by the paranoia, has to draw back. Give that space away. The spike nowhere near him. And the opportunity of clutching just doesn't look there. Bit of a high-low from 3 different players, but it's Zeddy's bullets to make their way between the eyes, and KPI are keeping score.
Must be what we saw Smat 7 for KPI mentioning in the timeout, because we saw it in the last round before this one too. This creeping death playstyle, just slowly, incrementally, KPI pushing up, taking space, especially Zeddy, seeing what they can work with, seeing what information they can grab, and then just strangling Valiant. They had no space, they had no control. And if Valiant are scared to go fight for C because of that chamber, it's good the KPI are pushing other places and forcing Valiant into really uncomfortable spots.
That, from the shadows, wasn't audible to anyone, but KPI still have gone looking for it. So Valiant have been able to funnel their opposing players into Jesse, but he wasn't quite looking in the right direction at the right time. So Sayonara gets the early pick, and now they've made it sure that there's no more pressure onto that back line, so they can focus fully onto what is about to follow. 2 players bunched up here for KPI backside, and they've even got the guarantee of Sayonara on a higher ground. But Defo peeks again, finds a gap. He always finds these, and it's just so impressive. Insider trying to seize the day here, but Nescas sees the opportunity to walk in and interrupt any sort of chaos that was about to create it. It's Valiant in charge with a 3v2 situation that it's hard to imagine KPI can uncover.
Careful.
All coming in from the same spot. The post-plant position's good. You got the deadlock utility to still play in from.
And Zeddy's isolated to the back of site. He doesn't even have a TP to run away, so he's going to give his life to this. And the name of this effort, Nescas deeply positioned as well, is the guarantee. And Bisk had no chance dealing with two different angles. And boy, are we in for a treat this game, Ryan. This is going back and forth.
Yeah, Valiant going at least even in the half, but this is kind of like the area that's been going wrong for KPI. A lot of these fights that they end up losing, nobody's playing together. Valiant there double, triple peeking to make sure that they take on the fight for backside. Defo's just taking a couple of peeks now and again, but catching one player and just picking KPI off one after the other. There's bad habits still showing up from Ascent. And that's why you got KPI grouped up as 4, but Valiant turning it into 4 1v1s.
I don't know how they do that. The fact that they can so skillfully isolate players when they're all bunched up together, just find those little angles, those little mistakes. Give them the best chance in taking fights. Viscus is just going to be patient, hold this line. I want to see if Nescas peeks him, and he's patient enough to collect first blood. Does this mean anything, though, to the end of this round? Viper's Pit drops. How destructive is this to Valiant's attempt to push forwards? Seize and Paint Chills, there's a little bit of damage, but how comfortable can Valiant be here to push? They can't be, because KPI are here on all grounds, all means, and all angles, as well as Showstopper thrown in as a guarantee as well. Somehow Valiant have found a couple of kills. Make that a third onto their own teammate. Uh-oh. This is a bit of a theme going on in the series. But KPI hold on to C for now. If Defo peeks around. No, they're in completely different positions. Sayonara, how does he even do that? And he gets away with Defo can't do a thing. This really is a back and forth game.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably a round for the desk to break down, I think. It's just the small little things that Valiant, you've got Nescas holding a main, just jiggling it, and then goes for the wide peek to get information to see if Bisk is there. Why does he wait that long? Because the rest of Valiant are ready to go for the C execute. As soon as he goes down, it's like, okay, yeah, Bisk is pushed up immediately. You see in the minimap there, like C main, the execute comes in, the Viper's Pit put down early, the C's, the nades, all of this utility forced out from both sides. Beautiful to watch, the little counter plays, and now round 12, Valiant want to make it 7-5.
Yeah, this is good Valorant. There's definitely going to be strong contenders when it comes to the finals. Other players, but still, the fight just keeps on going. Both of them want to take it on, head on. But they just end up with a trade per side and call it a day. Back off.
Showstopper taking out Bisk. First kills Last 2 rounds could be 2 in a row for KPI. Nesgas wanted to win the head-to-head or just at least buy him a little bit of space to get out or get further in. That's going to keep those players at KPI sort of glued onto the B site. Zeddy needs to go careful.
From the shadows? Really? Is this the moment to do it?
We've
Spots
seen
out
him.
players
He's cancelled.
out in mount. He's cancelled, but he hasn't realised how many players he's let through because they have crossed to the back of the site, and he is going to be a stranded man, but at least we'll try to get some players down with him, and that's when Ambi makes his presence known. Sakake as well joining in that endeavour, catching players off that one B, and somehow the spike will be going down on the 30-second mark. Ambi throwing down the annihilation, not finding a player, although that was close. Killers and Insider might still have a grasp on this game.
And be only having a stinger though on site, but now has the rifle, all that utility to play off. Again, a heist needed for KPI to get in. Gravnet used a little bit early. Healers inside all to do.
All this utility ensues that they'll be moving from the high ground, so Valiant can all direct their crosshairs in the right position. Ambi holds down the back of site, while 2 are the artillery towards the other end. Nesca's trying to take the first fight, and Killis the other, but they both don't work, making sure that we're looking at a 7-5 score by halftime.
I still think if you're KPI, you're not too upset about that one. You lose the pistol, you win a couple in a row after the bonus. It's just 2 rounds difference. Now you're on that attack, a side that they really like to play that they have a lot of success on throughout the year at least. And then on the other side for Valiant, defense has been pretty solid, especially their pistol win rate. It's been good to work with. And a double sentinel would make sense that it would potentially work out in their favor. With Insider on this Viper, you can lurk up in that space. And Valiant's death ball approach to taking these fights, they're going to do it on A main. KPI looking to go B.
They are. And there's only one defender for now. And Sakake will concede the position. But that's just to group up with another 2 in Hobbit. And look how far Sayonara is looking to go. Very far forwards towards Fountain. Only spots out a player and just keeps on going. Wants to keep on going for the chase because his team has transitioned over to the T site and it has allowed them to take that site for free.
Fast approach though for Valiant. Not really waiting for the plan to go down. It's just everybody grouped up taking fights, and KPI are at least aware.
KPI playing it all on site, and they want to take the fight towards Valiant out to Fountain, but that's where all the Valiant players are, apart from one! And it catches KPI off guard. They lose their fights, and Bisk and Sayonara are the only ones remaining, where Valiant somehow have been isolated a bit, and KPI are finding kill by kill. This actually might be doable. Finally, Valiant have grouped up, bunched up together to take the fights, but they're running out of time, and Sayonara knows of this, so he's going to be going around this pillar for as long as he can, finding the high ground and giving this round over to his team.
It's crazy from Sayonara and KPI. A 2 versus 5 and then a 1 versus 3. The pace that he's playing at, Valiant just wanted to put in so much pressure. Had the numbers fighting here, a couple of whiffs here or there. And just this opportunity. Yeah, it's about 7, he's thinking it's done and dusted. But here, 1 versus 3, just spraying and praying, just the way that he's moving, how quickly he's thinking. You don't want to rely on that, but if it keeps showing up, you're going to love it.
Oh, man. Shout out to the production team for the before and after reaction of KPI's coach.
If that was Baba, he's like fist for a dry... He's thrown himself for a drywall, if that was Baba.
He's not only on the floor, but he's on the ceiling as well. You know, both at the same time.
Alex would have just karate chopped through 5 desks.
Under the chair. Everywhere.
Frost would have yapped for about, well, till Champions 2027, I think.
Probably. But KPI have given themselves an in. This is the best opportunity to square things up, and Bisk is feeling sharp, outlaw in hand. I mean, his opponents don't really have armor, but still gets it done with 1 bullet per player. And even finding headshots from time to time.
It's working so well. Like the chamber on one side, even the deadlock on the other. Totally different looks for Lotus, but they have their merits, and it's really interesting to see how they match up. Bit of damage from Sakake, but with the low buy, a couple more kills would be nice. But this should be KPI making it 7-all.
Yeah, there's nothing Valiant will do to interrupt any of the players' decisions and saving. So the weapons will be held for the next round. Not the worst, not the best. We haven't seen an investment into Phantom Vandals, etc., which is something we've been seeing from a couple of players from time to time. Sayonara instead is the one to go for a chase. He wants to maximize his orb count and has secured the showstopper, I believe. With that death, could be very useful for their next attack.
Would be brilliant. Jesse, no time.
No, there's no way.
Wasn't that far off. There's a second more and there's potential. It's been a while since we've seen one.
It's I think it's the second circle we're about to see. You know, the first one that appears where you know, you don't have time to defuse anymore. I think that's the one we noticed. So yeah, he was pretty far off from the mark there. But like I said, showstopper out now, and it could be the way forward here for KPI. They could lay out the plan of attack accordingly.
All according to plan, surely. And Sayonara, like you mentioned, showstopper for the bonus, especially on a map like Lotus. Pick your site wherever you want to send it. Immediately, all of the Cypher Deadlock utility put towards C and the body stacking up on B.
The thing is, how aggressive do you really want to go knowing you've got a Vandal in your hands, right? You might just want to throw the showstopper to clear out a corner of some sort. Not really go double blast back in.
Paid out the C's and the Gravnet early. You can really tell that Valiant are very uncomfortable with this. They have the better weaponry, but they're really looking at the ultimate and just Sayonara in general. Might overcommit a lot of utility too early.
Yeah, very trigger happy on that, right? Knowing the showstopper is available, how quick and explosive this push from KPI can be, but it's a bit of a cat and mouse game. But KPI know of that too, so.
Same setup as the last round. People grouped up. Sort of high lows, but when you've got Bisque that still has an outlaw in hand, by Marshall now, just chipping away at people one at a time, breaking them apart. Hard to trade the chamber.
Nescasp is left on an island, stranded and to his own devices. Sayonara decides he will be left alive while he does damage to Ambi. Not quite sure if that was a glitch behind the wall there, because the showstopper landed before it, but I could be wrong. Still, KPI got themselves good positions here with all 5 players alive. Best case scenario, even on a bonus. High angle for Sayonara with a Vandal, the most dangerous weapon than anyone else from the team holds. Valiant walking in together. 2 on one side, 3 on the other. Bisque misses the first shot, but is able to account for the second. But Valiant aren't holding back on pace. They're moving in very quickly. But KPI look to be ready for it, at least for now. Inside, they're doing work with this Bulldog. But it's only killers left now. But they've done a lot, because it's down to a duel with Nescas diffusing halfway, getting off the spike, getting a bit of damage onto him. All Killers has to do is hide back. Nescas hasn't touched the spike. Killers goes for another look and finds the headshot, leaving KPI to win their bonus.
Look at the money too for Valiant. Really nothing to work with. Forced to eco. Sorry, it was Bisque with the outlaw. Thrown off, but now he has the operator. Nice and easy, nice and clear. The money for KPI starting to build up incredibly well for this attacking side. And it feels that Valiant are just falling in line. The way that KPI sort of took Valiant apart on Icebox on their attacking side, it's starting to show again. And it really does feel that Valiant don't have much of a strat, I suppose, with what space they want to take. They're playing so passively here, holding off angles and just hoping for the best.
Whoa, Bisque was very patient. For a second there, I thought Jesse could get away with it, but no. Jiggle peeking only lasts for so long. So Cake ends up falling victims. Valiant are just dropping like flies right now. KPI slapping them off the skies. And Ambi will make sure Sayonara falls flat on his belly, but doesn't have a pretty fate either.
Someone planted yet. Killers is one away from a nightfall. Be nice to get. Bisque might even be able to go grab the orb on A, but I doubt it at this rate if it's still up or not. So here, just a 4 versus 1. You've got the gun upgrade. Defo might be able to pick some up better. But you can at least farm up a couple of orbs. Keep the money golden. And really send Valiant into a bit of a death spiral.
Yeah, Defo. All he's here to do is to find some damage, but is not successful in getting it. KPI have started to get control of this one ever since the second round of the half. They haven't let go. No, actually, since the first round of the half, they were the ones to win to pistol, 4 consecutive. And now they're the ones with a 2-round buffer.
Brutal fight, but the weapons very much in favor for KPI there. Felt like it was going to go no other way. Was Valiant have won a Thrifty that seemed to really turn the series back into their favor ever so slightly and at least set them up for Ascent to do some work. But a full buy, massive here. Surprise, no timeout for Valiant as well. The impact of this round is everything.
It's a cake to hold the line. He's heard some commotion, so he thinks better off holding that angle for longer. Valiant are trying to see how they want to hold this defense. They've all started to maneuver towards B, so KPI have been able to funnel them in some direction. So they choose to put pressure elsewhere now.
They're shuffling across uncomfortably. Valiant, there's that Nightfall on attacks. They just don't want to be necessarily caught in the crossfire. It's been good for KPI to just bait out that deadlock utility early. Means that they're pretty much a non-factor for the later parts of the round. And if Biss gets sort of a look in at the Cypher and deadlock utilities over towards A, might be an easier shot to go C or B. He's getting this space for free though, that's the problem. There's no aggression from Valiant on A main. It's just completely open for KPI to take that space.
30 seconds left.
I mean, Nescas knows of it. He's holding that angle, but they've got room to move to the B side with a second point of attack. So they're looking to break Hobbit Door. Nightfall dropping. Doesn't catch anyone onto the B side, though. That's important, although they check the weakness of that Nightfall, which is that corner, and Cake ends up dropping. Defo kills inside it before he's had a chance to get caught by the Annihilation. They do manage to get Zeddy out of it, but it's not enough for them to be ahead. Plant coming through. Shell's looking to do a lot. Sayonara with the shorty onto Defo's face, and still it's Nescas and Jesse alive for Valiant. A very close endeavor. Very close indeed. With both teams having their players bunched up together, looking in one direction. But of course, the spike needs to be defused. Jesse, on that case, is off of it. KPI don't buy it. Nescas there with a first. Sayonara with a second. Goes in the smoke with a shorty, but it's not the best as Jesse has run away from the situation and able to clutch it up for his team.
Oh, it was just, you're holding your breath watching it. Plenty of time for Jesse to get the defuse in, but it was a scramble for Valiant. It was so low on time for KPI to get the plant in. Even the position for Cake there cleared nicely. I thought that they'd use the Annihilation as the spike was about to go down. That was the initial plan. But they just managed to get it in time, and it felt like to an extent the Valiant were like over-fighting, over-committing. It's probably why Smart 7 was so stressed fighting that. But Jesse, bottom of the kill feed, able to win probably the most important clutch of this tournament so far.
It's exactly what Valiant needed to get right back in this game. They've got 3 ultimates now, but Sayonara, what an opener! A bullet is what you call that. Defo, deep, now with assistance. And he's able to replicate what Sayonara did, but even better! This is not just a 1-up, that's a 2-up, because it's a triple Annihilation kill, a mean steam headshot machine.
Showstopper 2. Well, basically plugs that over towards A, that little bit of aggression I want to see about Valiant now starting to show. Just individual amazement. Good control over on C from Nescas as well with that camera. Hiding behind the box, which I don't think will be cleared. And he might be gifted a 1 versus 1 here, as these players from KPI slipping apart, not playing together. Are heading towards C now.
Nescas, they're not going to check this, are they? Uh-oh. It could just be exactly what Nescas wanted. Walking directly into his trap.
Great ideas, Valiant getting a little bit more like cocky with their approach, but Defo just on this angle.
Man.
It's the same again. KPI, one at a time. 1, 2, 3. Each and every one Defo takes down like it's nothing. He had no right to do that well. But KPI couldn't have made it easier for him after they get such a good first kill from Sayonara over towards C. Jesse's thanking Defo, he's kissing him on the forehead.
You want to play?
Because he absolutely bailed him out.
Oh, Defo deep into that corner. Goes for the first shot, but blast backs away. Still though, Bisk is in a position where he got the kill last time as well. Jesse is really struggling on that angle to stay alive. Did he slow himself? Did he get shot by Defo's operator? I think he might have.
Made his presence known, and now Ambi's just forced to fight. At least maybe get out the wall a bit more. Showstopper's going to be used to try and give chase, and this satchel is perfect, but he can't quite get the kill. Ambi is low though.
40 HP onto Ambi as Defo repositions. Bisk is there to hold it down. Operator versus 2 on the force, but he scopes away and it costs his teammates life.
What?
4 versus 4. Spike to drop. The pace keeps on going as Nightfall shall drop. Nescat to the back end. Biskal is no longer alive. And Valiant have got full control of this now. They can start to rotate around and close KPI in. With Neural Theft, they've got all the information they require. Sayonara punched in by the paint shell, still able to keep his life though, so that's crucial enough. Killer's losing his life, means that Valiant are high and in charge. That could be a spray down by Sayonara. It's good enough for now. Insider is left to get a double kill, but only good for the one, allowing Valiant to get the lead.
And Nesca's massive stuff. Good grief, these rounds are chaotic. But you have to look at that fight. Bisk at the angle, he had the read, he was perfect on it. He switched this literal split second. That's when Defo gets the timing. There's just nothing to say. Sayonara still top in the lead, like 24 and 14 kills. It's Nescas that's catching up. Just Jesse, just don't die first. That's all I want. He's got the off again. He's going to be playing for B main a bit more. And KPI just having enough money to have Bisk another off.
And again, like you previously mentioned, Ryan, it's about these two teams, especially Valiant, being very streaky with their rounds so far. You know, they can't just get away with getting one round. They won 3 in a row. And they might as well make it 4th as KPI are moving into C. Jesse, what the timing is that?
What the timing?
Dropping. Yeah, exactly. What the timing? You know that reference.
But then look at this wall. This wall is to just cover their rear ends because of the door.
Ooh. Yeah, Valiant are fully in control, and Sayonara's got something to say about it. He's found some spray shots onto Nescas, and he's repositioned inside his own Viper's pit. It's still difficult though. Valiant are struggling to find the trades here, which gives Sayonara the confidence to stick around. He's really the gatekeeper of the C site, isn't it? This is his domain, and no one shall cross when he's under control. And the trading keeps on going. KPI do not want to go out without a second punch. Double digits per side.
A brutal fights for KPI, just sending it straight onto C. Had the ultimates. Valiant finding the first kill there from Jesse. Valiant's timeout now. Sayonara is everything here. 3 versus 5 with him just getting those nice 2 picks on a common position that you'd expect either Raze or an Omen to be.
By the way, for anybody not knowing, Sayonara is only 16 years old. Yeah, exactly. And he's currently just a map and a best of 5 away from qualifying to Ascension.
He's curb stomping. He's diffing a champion, well, not champions winning duelist, but a masters winning duelist in Defo.
Yeah.
One of the most experienced in not only just the mechanics, right, the opping, but the first entry, the way that a duelist is supposed to be played, in my opinion. And Sayonara's sort of move over, old man. I'm the future. And he's playing like that.
Truly a Moldovan gem.
And really, like, the fact it's this close, KPI have been good, and it's been like divine intervention for Defo with some of these fights that he's got. It's so well set up for him, but he couldn't quite find that success. And it's everything you'd want out of a series like this. There's no double elimination. It's purely single. Whoever goes out here gets eliminated, and the year is done.
And only 3 rounds required by either team. But they can't allow the opposing team to gain another 2.
That's an early
Otherwise,
cage.
we'll be looking into OT. You're right, it is early, which could be costly given that KPI are heading into that A site. Still, that's where all the Sentinel utility has been placed, or at least most of it.
The execute, it's pacier now. That's what KPI have done. That's the major change. Nesgas is just sending it Neural Theft and Annihilation in hand to use as soon as Ambi's ready.
It's a perp by Nesgas, and he's still alive to the back of the site with KPI wondering, do they go in, do they move out?
Got
Annihilation used, and Killes is being taken on a journey. Zeddy considering if he wants to pull the trigger and saving his teammate's life, but it's just too tanky, and Killes will end up falling. Just by that, KPI are down to 3 players in total. And they're really struggling to take that fight. Zeddy needed a Hail Mary, he knew it. He had to go for it, but it just won't work out for him this time around. Valiant continue to be the ones that are in charge most of the time.
And KPI have nothing now money-wise. They'd have to just sort of pull something out. Sayonara is not who has the showstopper, but that's pretty much the main weapon to go for. Yes. Nesgas does so well here, just the pace that he goes for that second peak. The Neural Theft sets up the Annihilation great. And just all of that, the pace change for KPI, they don't want to play around the map, they just straight send in it now, and they're running right into Valiant setups. And this low buy, it look like it's just going to be another B execute. There's a rifle and a showstopper for Sayonara. He can't put the whole round on his back, can he?
I mean, he's tried to before, and I think he's succeeded before. But succeeding now is a completely different endeavor, especially given the situation of weaponry and at least his teammates' hands. Sight to the B site, at least access to it has been given.
Oh no,
but isn't it just a fake sense of security? Because Sayonara has found himself into the back line of Valiant.
Oh, Defo's
and all of a
stuck.
sudden, Defo is boxed in with the map closing in on him. And nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, and the A site is opened up for KPI.
Nesgas is just going to peek out the smoke. He's got this wraparound from Jesse to support, and Bisk is caught napping.
It's never over for Valiant. Absolutely never. A 2v2 now. Zeddy's got an operator. He's going to post up to the back of side, but that leaves Sayonara by himself with no really opportunity to trade, but he gets one and he can get back. Now, forwarding back to the site with Zeddy, and it's not even required of him. Both fights from KPI are won, and salvage it.
And what, like the showstopper used instantly from KPI finds nothing? You just feel like it's done. You're watching that battle, that pressure. Defo, if he misses, if he hits that shot that he missed, it might be a different story. And then you cut away to Sayonara, who's in the defender spawn flanking them. Just finding space.
This goes here.
Absolutely hog wild. It was 13-2 on the first map. And these two teams taking absolute chunks out of each other. Third map, 11-11. Could be overtime. But this round, look at the money for either. This is it. This is the round.
Emotionally, there's so much invested into this round, this game, this series. It's their season's end. And they're playing like it, like their lives depend on it. And they're not wrong. An opportunity to move onwards. A stepping stone to the next and to the next. It's a dream run. That's why they call it a dream. It's not easy and it's not for everyone. And it's one team to make it into Ascension. Sayonara. Backside. Jesse avoids Prowler. Still KPI spread out. No intention of pushing just yet. Unless Insider. Nesgas is ready for it. And KPI are isolating their fights again.
Now, what's the response from either team? KPI, 40 seconds to make a decision, a rotation. The lean is still towards C. I don't think that they're going to turn up and hide and go the other direction, but no, they're hitting the site with the Cypher Deadlock utility, with the Deadlock just in to help.
Yeah, because Nesgas is going to take the brunt force of all that utility, but the Deadlock won't. Ambi is holding strong and might be the next contender over to this B site, is given that KPI have transitioned into it. But Sayonara is not going to just be happy with the space control he's been given. He wants to go in for more and demand it by knocking on Valiant's door! Superb play! And the round's just not over yet, because Valiant aren't going to let it be over. They're down in numbers, but Sayonara is making sure there's no more life into Valiant's life. just making sure he's getting rid of all the oxygen in their lungs. KPI are now on map and series points.
All off the back of Sayonara, he might be saying bon voyage to Kip. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Yeah.
Bon voyage over for Valiant's chances. And just there, it's the small things, just the little peaks. And now Valiant are now the ones not playing together. It's Sayonara taking the fights to ceiling, going back to deal with the doorway as Jesse's trying to flank all the way around. Valiant have nothing left. They're running on fumes to get this to OT. Obromas, he's been so impactful with these timeouts. It feels that whatever he says in this minute is everything for this team's chances.
And you've got to be careful what you say. You can't say too much, not too much info. It's hard to take on when emotions are so high and there's so much adrenaline running in your veins. We've got to keep it simple for the squad. This is one round that determines overtime or the finals of play-ins for KPI and the end of Valiant's season of 2024. They've invested everything they could into this, deep into their pockets for Bulldogs, Ares, and Judge.
Every little bit of luck, every little bit of skill, the cute ideas for Valiant, it all has to come to pass now. Sayonara 35 kills could 40 bomb very easily in this series if it goes to OT, even if it doesn't. KPI hitting the site where the stack is 4 players ready to play off. No ultimates really to come online for Valiant, but that might not matter.
2 players shooting out of tree is already a warning sign for KPI. Will they adhere to it and rotate away? Give it another go, given that Valiant may think that's the case either way. Cake throwing down a seize to figure out if anyone's nearby. Prowler as well. Sayonara has crossed. Door opened again for him to be allowed to vacate the premises. But they've already crossed the 1 minute mark.
Yeah. This is what KPI have been doing on this attack that's been so successful, just wasting utility from Valiant, but Valiant wasting so much time.
Sayonara to lead the charge. Good grab net doesn't allow Sayonara to pick up the pace and run after his opponent. Still, repositions and might just have enough time to get damage onto Defo. No, not quite. Paint shells were thrown at KPI here, so they know where one of the players are at least. The spike will be going down, but look where Biscuit's been left. He's been left behind to try and catch them off guard. Cake is ready for it, but not quite enough. Bisc lines up the second shot, but it's going to be a secondary gun to make it all work. And this just might be it. Valiant are shaking their heads, losing player after player. Sayonara and Zeddy making sure they create coffins and spaces into the ground for their opponents to jump into. That's gonna be KPI's qualification to the final of Ascension play-ins.
Well, melancholy is a French word, and I think Valiant are gonna be feeling it now. 13-11, the third map going all the way, and a best of 5 grand final. Defo won't be playing, at least with Valiant, in Tier 1 EMEA next year. There's a chance for Keyless at the very least. And cheer up, Zeddy, you win the series and you've still got potentially a longer one to go. But Valiant, second place in their group behind Galacticos, being able to win out in the play-ins of the play-ins yesterday. Just narrowly miss out here. Small mistakes, small minor stuff, and a bomb of a performance from Sayonara. It's a name to remember.
The reactions from the players said it all. They got way too close, and it asked so much from them, nearly everything, right?
430 ACS for Sayonara, by the way. 430.
Yeah. Pushed to the absolute limit. Pure chaos. And that's just the first series of the day. Spectacular. Look, Valiant, GG. Brilliant run. They fought right into the last breath, right? Second place in their group, having to play the decider group to move into this playoff position. They managed to qualify from it, albeit laboured, and now they have to fall. It's an end to their season, but not the end of this tournament, and that's exactly what you're here for. Make sure you stay tuned for more upcoming action.
On est en train de le faire, les Valiant qui vont aller chercher la victoire face à des mecs de qui ont tout donné. Tucker in the clutch, the youngest of the young prospects, taking some life, but he can't.
Okay, we've locked in our first grand finalists here for the EMEA Ascension play-ins. It's going to be KPI taking this series 2-1. It was a very close Lotus, though. Strong. Both these teams neck and neck the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm remembering correctly, nobody had a lead of more than 2 rounds at any point in the game. It was extremely back and forth. We saw a lot of good stuff from both teams. We saw both how the chamber can be effective and how you can neutralize it. In the end, KPA came on top because that man Sayonara. What can you say?
I think the numbers speak for themselves.
He's definitely a little bit nasty, right? And we spoke about it. There were a couple rounds there where we expect KPI to maybe lose out the round. Then suddenly, Joe, you're like, no, it's fine. Like Sayonara's still up there, and then they just pull 2v2s, 2v3s, all of them just straight out of nowhere, thin air. And I think this guy genuinely produced some magic this game.
Yeah, it was pretty insane, I think. And you also have to give credit over towards the rest of his team for being able to set him up properly in that way. We saw really great coordination coming out from the likes of KPI there as well. I believe that we will have an interview, though, with Kiles in just a moment as we head into that. And then we'll do a bit more breakdown later on. But overall, I mean, I think we expected... Well, actually, okay, Milan did not expect this is going to necessarily go to the 2-1. However, Strong and I, you and I we were coping with it. We expected this to go the distance.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is an interesting thing if you look at it. Something I've noticed is KPI haven't played a best of 3 since October 2023 because Spanish League format means best of 1s and then best of 5s in playoffs. This was one of the only things I had about them. It's kind of like, okay, how are they going to be with the endurance, with the test of the map pool going the distance? Obviously, they pulled it out in the end, and you've got to give full credit to them for the performance in the series. But, I mean, Valiant pulled it all the way to the absolute end. So, yeah, credit to them.
They really did. And that's especially Milan after them taking... Unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to them, right? But they also had to play 2 best of 3s yesterday. It was a longer day for them. We had questions about their endurance, but they still fought it through and through, and that Ascent also had looked very good for this Valiant squad.
Yeah, I mean, they played, 12 maps or something like that over the course of 3 days. I think it might be even more. It's a ridiculous amount of games, no matter what, right? And I think the fact that they were able to make it this close against, again, sorry, I'm very KPI pilled, one of the strongest teams, if not the strongest team in this entire competition, right? That shows how much, how good these players are, right? And I think we didn't necessarily, or I didn't necessarily expect them to show up to in this regard and fight until the end, but I'm very happy for them that they're able to showcase this, even though it's the final game of the season, that at least they're able to go out and have, a respectful last game.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, I lied. We're not going to have Kiles. We're actually going to have Smart7 here, the head coach for KPI, with us for our interview. Congratulations, Smart7. How are you doing?
Thanks so much. We are fine. We won today, we are fine.
Fair
I think
enough.
you have a very similar way of speaking to someone who I've worked with very much. I think I can sense like a small connection between things here. Now, man, congratulations, first of all. I mean, I don't know if you were listening, but Strong kind of highlighted it on the desk already, right? You guys play this very unique format with best of 1s basically throughout the entire season, and then you go straight into best of 5s. And now for Ascension, you're playing a lot of best of 3s, longer games. And how does your team work with that? How big was the transition to go from only being able to play very short games where you have to give everything in a very short amount of times to having to balance that much more over the course of potentially 3 maps?
I mean, basically best of 1 it's more random, as we know, and we played Spanish League best of one. We don't like it at all. We don't like best of one because you cannot make a single mistake, and you need to be more ready for play because every pistol, every echo, everything super matter. On best of three, it's not like that, and we have a chance to make mistake. We did it, but we came back and won. That's kinda it. About our preparation also. About our preparation, it was not changed at all. We just working hard and playing our game.
Hey, totally makes sense. I feel like that's what everyone says is you just gotta play your game and stay focused in that kind of way. Speaking of preparation and whatnot, though, I think thinking about the map veto that came through, the expectation with you guys banning out Bind, we expected Ascent to be the pick there for the side of Valiant, right? We haven't seen your team play on Ascent throughout Split 2 at all, and barely even before that as well. We had some questions, I think, about how the roles were shifted around on that map and what the comfort was like for that team, because even though you didn't look the most comfortable, obviously, we felt that Sayonara was very much so enabled on that jet pick.
Actually, I wouldn't say it was because of roles. I feel like it's Valiant did good job, and we was not ready to them change the playstyle that much, and it was really matter against us, not our roles. With our roles, all fine. We already a long time playing Ascent with that change, like Bisq not playing on Jet. We get Sayonara to show his shape, performance, show his enjoying and everything. That's kinda it.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean that the roles were the issue. I was more so trying to ask about just like the depth of the team, right? The fact that Bisq is able to flex so much, and like the fact that that opens up that ability for you guys to kind of swap out the duelists map per map. But I appreciate your answer on that, and I think that regardless, it was a really hard fought series. And on Lotus there as well, we look towards the compositions, right? Both of your teams play somewhat off meta comps, realistically, if we're looking at the grand scope of things, I think, with some of those picks there. How did it feel going up against the Double Sentinel, like that deadlock Cypher situation that Valiant were playing with? It's something that we don't see a lot on Lotus.
Also about this, we really thought Valiant have 2 or 3 different comps of that on that map, but we didn't get a lot why they playing with that comp and starting on attack, and that was thing in previous game, and we expect maybe them change comp on breach or whatever, but yeah, our preparation was still for that comp too. And about them, like I don't really like that comp, and mostly how we like trying to make our comp, it's just trying to make everyone comfortable, and it's for us, for example, it's not really matter, it's out of meta or in meta. You can win in Valorant with every comp, with every composition, if you're working well, if you have a lot of ideas and strats, so, and you have guys who shooting in head. Like,
I think the last thing you touched upon there is very interesting, right? Like, if we're talking about shooting heads, I feel like we kind of have to address the elephant in the room. Like, obviously you made it like a player change, right, from split 1 going to split 2, losing purple. I'm very sorry for that, but you somehow replaced him with someone who is able to perform to the same standard, right?
Yes,
what in your system, and if you're able to share anything that you're comfortable with, right? Like, how is it possible that you lose a player who is able to put up such performances consistently, I should say, replace him with a young gun who is then able to replicate exactly that?
For that, we should say thank you for our manager who was making this short list, and we found him in last moment. I would say he shouldn't even be in our short list. We just don't have one guy who was not ready for play this day or this prac, I don't remember exactly. And he said, okay, I can feel. And we watched him and give him second day to show himself, and that's kinda it. That's how he...
The rest is history.
yeah, his history in
Well,
us. About preparation,
definitely-
can you repeat? Maybe I didn't ask on part of question what was important.
No, I think it was mostly this, right? Like just the fact that you are able to take up a player, like for me, Purple obviously a very good player. He was able to put very amazing performances consistently, and I was just curious, like what, if you feel like you guys have any specific system that allows that player, that fifth player, to perform so well?
About specific system, it's preparation and work hard, like we doing always. About how to find this type of people, it's better to ask another person, and yeah.
Cool.
Fair enough. Well, he's definitely proved himself in the server. Congratulations on your win again today and being the first ones to get that grand final spot, and wishing you the best of luck tomorrow to fight for that last spot in Ascension. Thank you so much for your time, Smart7, and enjoy the
Thank you
rest
so
of your
much, you
night.
too.
Thank you, dude.
Okay, so we got a little bit more to wrap up with, though, here, because that was a great interview from Smart7. I mean, off the gate, I know, Strong, you weren't able to have that conversation with us. It would be too many cooks in the kitchen otherwise, but how did you feel about what he's had to say?
I mean, the name seems accurate, yeah. Really smart guy. Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I think, again, KPI have been very, very impressive. And I think a lot of the stuff that came through today has to go back to the fact that Sayonara and Bisque was so well set up by the teammates and the system the teammates have built, and so on and so forth. Like, this is... Obviously, Sayonara's numbers ridiculous, Bisque's numbers still very, very good. That doesn't happen unless there's a whole system working around you. So I think that's the big takeaway, that they've got something good going there.
Yeah, that is for sure. Speaking of the system, right, I felt like we saw some really great moments from KPI where they were moving quite as a unit. I have like, round 8 and round 13 off the top of my head there, Milan, that I'm thinking of, where they really just were able to crunch together so well.
Just even getting in these like disadvantageous scenarios pretty early on, right? We talked about this. Some players just get how to take risks, and this is a very smart start of the round, or start of the play, I should say, from Sayonara. Just calling for his teammate to open up the wall, going through smoke, getting these initial picks, and it's these like little synergies that we're so often looking for that can make the difference in these rounds. Being able to react to, losing the advantage so quickly and so instinctively, right, is what sets up teams like this for success all around, I would say.
Yeah, that's for sure. And Strong, I think that not even just being able to take those risks with these situations where we're seeing the calling coming out from Zeddy as well, knowing that he's right behind this trip. Then he's calling for the push to try and pinch this one player over towards B main to guarantee that pick. Says a lot about this KPI squad.
Yeah, and this is something that gets underappreciated. It's so hard as an IGL to play and to call from the weak side. This is not something that's easy to do, and Zeddy is able to do it pretty consistently. He's been doing really well in this series. Actually, we're seeing this pistol round now as well, round 13, where Sayonara just has a little bit of fun with it. I mean, this is the other thing as well. Look, the calling was wonderful all series, but it's quite easy to call when it's like, yeah, Sayonara's just going to bail us out of any situation we could possibly get ourselves into. He's going to swing out, he's going to start a step, he's going to get 4 people somehow. Right? That kind of makes your job a lot easier as a caller, let's be honest. I mean, yeah.
I think this clutch in particular, right? The 1v3 that he gets her in the end, like it's from a 2v5, they win it, right? It's sure, we want to highlight the 1v3, but the fact that both him and Bisque get these first initial kills, Bisque maybe overpeaking a little bit, and here he just plays this out so well, sectioning Jesse off with the nade properly, getting on top of the box, and it's these on the fly moments that really defines this guy's playstyle, right? And I think that's another thing when we look at the race head-to-head from this game. Obviously, Defo, fantastic player. He pulled out some monstrous rounds as well, but I think in the grand scheme of things, at some point there's just nothing you can do when you go up against someone like Sayonara, and he's feeling like this.
Yeah, he's a beast in the server and the player to look out for tomorrow into the grand finals there as well. But that's also best of fives where KPI they're a little bit more familiar with those strong.
Yeah, I mean this is coming into their wheelhouse. The only thing we'd be wondering about tomorrow with KPI and the best of fives is they target ban today. They managed to ban out the bind, which would be a massive strength for Valiant. Probably you can't target ban in the best of five in the same way because they have not played Ascent. They played Ascent now. They haven't played Ascent until this point, and they haven't played Abyss yet. So it's like, which one are they going to ban? Are they going to be bold enough to target ban against whichever of these teams comes up? That's going to be really interesting for me to see tomorrow, guys.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, but we're going to throw to a quick break because we have the second semifinal that's waiting for us on the other side. And when we get back, it will be CGN versus Galacticos. Welcome back, everybody. It was a quick little break before hopping into our second semifinal and finding out who the second grand finalists will be here for the EMEA Ascension plans. Again, I'm Ash, and I'm joined here by Milan and Strong. And for this next matchup, there's a little bit of regional history, if you will, between this Galacticos versus CGN head-to-head. I'm looking towards Turkey versus Doc when you're looking at teams who have come out of these regions. Previously, Milan, I guess, Doc haven't been able to actually take a series against a Turkish team.
Oh, sorry, I think my mic was muted. Sorry,
You're
guys.
all good.
Going back all the way to 2022, right? Food versus Angry Titans back then, who are currently not active anymore. We see a lot of these histories going back, and even last year we had a double rematch: S2G versus Mouse, not able to win it. Digital Athletics versus CGN, who are playing again today, looking for this revenge. So far, the DACH region has not been able to win against the Turkish region in one of these VRL finals. And I think today could be the day that changes.
It really could be. It really could be, because when we're looking at these two teams, Strong, I think on paper, CGN are expected to be the favorites here, right? But we have also seen some glimmers of hope on the side of Galacticos, because again, they still do have that Turkish aim.
Yep, this is true. So, I think I was probably one of the only people who expected Galacticos to get out of the group in the first place. I think most people would have had Diamant there. I kind of felt Diamant would probably run out of juice a little bit. Galacticos, one thing they're really good, they are really set up for these situations. They're set up for these situations where they're playing tournament games, they're playing games that matter, they can counter-strat you. Excellent coaching staff, excellent team captain Destructive, good IGL in terms of form of glove. Very, very solid team. And interestingly, this is one of the few teams that has actually made significant changes coming into this tournament in terms of roles, because they brought in Masic from Digital Athletics, start split 2. Originally had Masic playing on duelist. Ipot, who's been a long time duelist, moved over to flex roles, and into playoffs they suddenly shuffle around all the roles to an extent on the team, and now we have Ipot playing primary duelist and Masic is playing flex roles basically. And big shift for them. It worked out okay regionally. They managed to do enough to get into this tournament, but it's where it's really shown up well. And you can see from the stats, Ipot, he's kind of living his best life to an extent. Very, very good first plus ratio. There are guys who have outshone him, but that just speaks to the quality of player we have in this tournament. Masic, he struggled a little bit more. His numbers have been lower. Obviously, you can see negative KD, despite the fact his team has been winning overall. And you can see in the past he was playing a lot of chamber. They're playing a lot of double duel setups. They don't really see that as viable anymore, it seems like. And it'll be interesting to see how this goes today now, because they need these big performances from Masic. Ipot, he will do his job most likely, but Masic, like Ambi in the last series, he's been a little bit more up and down, and he has a chance to do some real damage if he can find that form and he can find that outperformance.
Yeah, it seems like that could be a big win condition there if Masic is able to just come online for this series up against a team like CGN. But we also have to talk about the CGN squad themselves, right? This is a strong team overall that we're looking towards here within this playoff bracket, and a lot of that has to do with the flexibility that we see on this team, some of the funky compositions here as well, Milan.
I think the highlight for me, or the thing to highlight between these two teams, is the road also that they've taken to this stage, right? So both of these teams immediately qualified from the group stage into the semifinals.
Mm-hmm.
The way they did so, however, was very different. Galacticos actually dropped one of the two series. They lost 1-2 to Diamant, and then they 2-0'd Valiant in order to get here, where CGN fairly comfortably 2-0'd both of their opponents and got into this stage of the tournament relatively scuff-free. And I think that it's those sort of pre-phases that we're looking at, and that I think are very important to take into consideration when we're trying to figure out who has the upper hand in this game specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be really interesting for me about the series is how Benny plays. So, if people aren't familiar with Benny, he's one of the more, let's call it, heterodox players in the entire league. He's an IGL. He's been IGL for CGM for, I believe, 3 years. I know he's been there since the start of this roster. I believe he's been IGLing the entire time. And Benny loves his Phoenix, loves his Clove, loves his Sage. He loves off-meta picks. And right now, they're really hammering home this Phoenix. And if you see, it's worked for them. They're playing it on Sunset, they're playing it on Abyss, they're playing it on Ascent. Sunset and Abyss, these are newer picks. He's been playing it on Ascent for a long time. But his first blood, his ability on those agents and his ability to get first bloods, the way his team plays off of him, because look, he's going to die a lot, but he's going to get traded off well a lot. There aren't many teams who are playing around the IGL in this sort. Like, you can call him a mini Angel One in an extent, right? It's a very heterodox playstyle compared to pretty much every other IGL in this tournament, to 90% of IGLs in any league. And I'm really interested to see how this works out now. He's in this matchup now. He's playing playoff Valorant again. Obviously, we had like a little bit of wobble in their own domestic tournament. They had that loss to Mouse, but they're looking to bounce back. 4-0 first throw as well.
Yeah, and I think the compositional side from CGN, right, you touched on it already a little bit, Joe, is that the fact that they don't only run this Phoenix, but they also have like these weird tendencies kind of to play an occasional Sage here and there. Benny's also able to play that agent. We have Daffy able to pick up that agent. So it's these things that kind of maybe catch opponents off guard in their domestic leagues, but once you get to like the bigger stage and you are able to, you know, have a lot of tape on your opponents, really prepare, I'm curious to see if they're able to continue the streak that they're on right now, or if they're going to continue having these more wobbly games, which eventually might mean that they lose another series here and there.
Hey, it's possible, but we gotta head straight into maps, because that's where we're gonna be fighting in the server if you're these two teams, and we're gonna have to see what ground we take them to. Strong, what are your expectations?
I think it's gonna be. This is a bit of a difficult one to predict, because for Galacticos, the problem is there are no real easy picks for them. This isn't, looking at the vetoes here, this isn't really a case where you can say, okay, there's one map that you know that they're going to pick here. That's not really the case, which is often the case for a lot of teams. CGN's banning Icebox is not really a surprise. Abyss banning Abyss, that's kind of what we expect. Most likely we're going to see a CGN Ascent pick here. And then for Galacticos, it's, well, where are you going to try and fight them? I think probably the leading two is you can try and fight them on Haven, fight them on Bind. We haven't seen CGN on either of those maps yet. We have seen Galacticos lose on Haven. But yeah, this is kind of what we're waiting, as we expected, Ascent pick for CGN.
Yeah.
And I think it's mostly going to be this third set of maps, right? So in that case, in case of your prediction, right, we also have a Lotus on the card, which is also not a map that has looked incredible for either team here. And I think it's mostly this third map where a lot of these best of threes are won, right? Like, obviously every team will have their priority map. Galacticos picking the bind into CGN here, that's another one where we're like, CGN plays one of these off-meta comps, having the Sage in there, it's something that you can prepare for, and maybe Galacticos has a good idea on what to do to counter them here.
It's possible. We also haven't seen them play it since Split 2, right? So it's just been unseen so far throughout the Ascension play-in. So maybe even the possibility of some changes coming in, even though that could be a big risk as well. But it's curious to see having Lotus in as our decider here. Strong, I feel like this is kind of scary, to be honest, for Galacticos.
Yeah, I mean, look, driving the veto into Lotus is a big show of confidence for Galacticos, because they've won one, they've lost one on that map. The one thing is you're fighting CG on a normal map at this point, because this isn't a map where they have a particularly extravagant comp. You've dodged the Sunset where they've been running Phoenix Rays. It's a big show of confidence, a big show of strength from Galacticos. I'm not sure how this will go. I think this will probably be a 2-1 to Galacticos if I had to guess, but this will be an interesting series.
Yeah, definitely will.
I think both. Oh, sorry, Ash.
No, you're good. What did you have to say there?
I think both teams have played Lotus during this event, right? So it's mostly that prehistory that we know that both teams have recent experience with this map. They both might have an inclination on what is about to happen. So I think if we were to go to this third map, we can see maybe two teams who are prepared, who have created preset game plans, and I think that's where this preparation aspect also comes into play, and not just the, you know, pure firepower that you have per se.
Yeah, and then also now focusing back on the first map that we're going to see here, right? Ascent. Before we go into that agent select and find out if any changes have been made, again, our eyes are drawn towards that Phoenix there for Benny. And when I think of Phoenix and I think of Ascent, I honestly think of the tank on Gentlemates, to be honest. But it's two very different approaches, I think, stylistically, between those two players that we can expect out from Benny on the side of CGN. They're strong.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm, as an old man, I think of Scream bringing out a champions. That's kind of my context for it. But yeah, I mean, this is something that CGN have liked for a long time. Ascent is always Phoenix's core map, to be honest, and it's pretty simple. Look, on attack, you can flash into any sight line, you can find any site revolt. The problem you basically have with him is that you have to play slow, you have to play contact heavy, because it's kind of hard to just break through into sites, right? And this kind of, it fits what CGN are going to want to do, but it's a question of how well can Galacticos deal with that, because that is a possibility that could be very, very vulnerable to a team who is willing to sit down and to counter-strat that heavily. And again, what we know of Galacticos from their domestic adventures, from what we've seen so far, they are probably the most counter-strat heavy team in this entire tournament. So I'm interested to see how that goes.
Yeah, and then you also have to look towards that Astra there, a pick that we don't see on Ascent very often, Milan. And I feel like it's a little bit curious almost to see the Astra as well, because typically you'd be looking towards a duelist that, if you're throwing in a secondary one in there, maybe a Raze that you could synergize some utility, some micro plays with a little bit more. I'm curious to see how that ends up panning out for CGN as well.
I think with the Astra, you kind of like lose a little bit of that explosiveness that Omen is able to offer, but on the other side, you have Phoenix, who has like this very short range flash, right? Anytime you want to execute, you want to get close to the choke point, chuck a flash around the corner and just kind of run in. Maybe they see that as like an additional extra like synergy, or like to make up for some of that lack of that like explosion from Omen. I think that, you know, looking at, personally, I'm not a big fan of Astra. That's kind of what it comes down to. I think Omen in general, especially with the default comp, just plays out nicer. I want to see a little bit more of it with the Phoenix Astra combination. I haven't had the time to watch them a whole lot. I think CGN is also a team who has been able to bring out proper, you know, they come prepared, they have ideas. So I don't expect them to just run it down. And like Strong mentioned already, I think on general, farming these orbs is going to make all the difference for them, especially starting on the attack.
Yeah, heading into this agent select, no changes to be made here, Strong.
Yeah, I mean, it's roughly what we'd expect. I will say one thing on the Astra is, I actually like Astra on a lot of maps. I think it is a little bit underplayed. It does require a certain mentality, it does require a certain approach to things. The key thing, the interesting thing on this map will be to see how well they can use it to work a map. Because look, you've got the smokes, you've got the sucks, right? You've got the ability to basically pull back stuff. There's a lot you can do in terms of map control with Astra that you could not do with Omen. But there's two things. One, that's really hard to exploit properly on the map as a whole, and two, the potential is there. You can do really great things with it, but you can also fall flat on its face. So let's see what they do. I mean, they've been playing this for a while, to be clear, so we would expect them to know what to do with it, but let's see.
I mean, there's always the high expectation with the coordination there, right? But speaking of coordination, I can't think of a more coordinated duo than Haza and Cairo. Take it away for our second semifinal of the day.
Thank you so much, Ash and the desk. Coordinated in some ways. I wish that we'd had a matching outfit at this point. I would have reached for a black tee out of my wardrobe as well. But to be on the same page about this, we know that historically Turkey have always had the better of DAC teams. From the last 2 years of Challengers competition, since the regional leagues existed, they're yet to register a win.
Yeah, from VRL finals in 2022 to now has ascending all the way to Ascension play-ins in 2024. There needs to be a feel-good story for Dakaza because it's yet to happen. I mean, Angry Titans made their way to what was the lower bracket semi-finals. That was the maximum that they've ever reached in any inter-regional competition. This is the furthest that they've been against anybody. To reach a grand final in any inter-regional competition would be massive for them.
To match the efforts of S2G from last year, to go to the same place that we saw Foot right at the very beginning, that's what's on the cards for Galacticos. 2 trips for them to the capital and back-to-back finals on hallowed home soil for CGN. Both teams want to stamp their passport again, but there's only room for one of them in the main event. It's Galacticos starting out on the defender's side. Ascent, our first map.
I mean, Turkish teams on Ascent, everybody expects them to be so good, but uncharacteristically for Galacticos has it, they've actually only managed to get 1 out of 4 wins when playing this map.
It's been a turbulent time. Plenty of role changes, Strong spoke about it, but now it's that feel-good factor that we want to see, like you said. Default composition, as you'd expect. Cypher maybe the only slight difference. CGN doing what they do best, taking as much space as they're possibly given and bunkering up in the B site, 5v5.
I mean, you've got to be looking at the Astra for some sort of stall or anything like that, but buying a Ghost, there won't be that many stars on the map to work with. The players start to work their way through. There's positioning already. CGN, they get themselves 2 additional picks, 2 entry picks into the round. Galacticos try to go through lane, but they're being funneled there into exactly where CGN want them. It's a flawless round to start off the pistol.
Brilliant start for CGN. You go into that 5-on-5 retake situation and they win out against both waves through stairs and through the lane. A little bit laboured, I think it was fair to say, for Galacticos there. You wanted the utility to make a difference. Even while flashed up here, you can see Glove goes down. And I want to speak about him and Benny, contrast the 2 IGLs that we have here, because you're seeing now so much importance being put on having someone who can contribute in terms of kills. Benny being on the Phoenix is one step to that. But stylistically as well, these are both rosters which play very different, yet the 2 names that stand out, Benny and Glove, are the ones at the top of the sheets in terms of KD for their respective role.
Exactly, and I think for them, like whether you agree or disagree with how Galacticos and CGN play, they play with a clear distinction, right? An idea of how they want to and set themselves up every single time. I mean, a lot of people have been critical of CGN, but so far it seems to be working. Entry pick from Davy H. Onto Destructive as well, another highlight player.
You can pretty much point the finger at any 10 player in the server right now, and each one of them has a story to tell, of which we'll get onto as this one develops. Like you say, that slow, calculated play style can be called boring at times to watch by some, and perhaps entertaining on this occasion. The Classics are doing so much damage. Double from Lurzi and Masic. Glow finishes it off. It is a thrifty second round. Galacticos have stolen it from right under CGN's nose. There were 2 players to the good.
It's not even that though, Hazza. It's the fact that there was rifles on the board there. So things get even stronger for Galacticos here. CGN, I mean, they just walk into the close range engagements and allow the Classics to right click and take heads. No wonder Capio feels a little bit frustrated after that. I mean, they were almost trying to walk the ball into the net.
Should be frustrated. Benny peeking out first, down, and no trade off the back of it. As I said before, he likes to take a fight. Often that's at the expense of his own life. You've got players who can make something off the back of it, but there through the one-way, no chance in hell. Early advantage Galacticos.
The big thing between these 2, like again, CGN love a contact-heavy play style. A lovely shot from Vince has it. But at the same time, you won't always get to choose where you take your fight. CGN, though, this round have done really well to pick theirs. Won a couple of them. iPod and Masic no longer available to Galacticos.
Taking that back.
Now there's a gap through the middle of the map.
Yeah. Destructive's giving up the jerseys, has it?
Nice pick from Vince, second on the round. Vandal put to good use, and inside the Nebula, there's plenty more where that came from. CGN getting more and more well stocked as the round develops. You have to be considering Glove's advanced positioning in A main.
Yeah, 2 stars back on Vince, and there's also a Cosmic Divide to work with if they want to try and get this over the line. We could see a thrifty on thrifty round here, especially since that plant is going down.
Certainly looking more and more likely as time goes on, and it is a precious entity which Lurzi doesn't have too much of. A long re-clear to make his way back into a retake position. The divide even going up here as well. All 3 players caught by the dagger. Glove getting interested as the smoke dissipates. He tries to flash back through, and we'll have a second here with no real clue or cue as he catches Davy. The Galacticos players are boots on the ground, but it's Anguis that they've got to try and face up against. Back-to-back thrifties. CGN throw their hat in the ring this time.
Yeah, I mean, just upsetting each other. There's no way that CGN should have been able to win that, but again, I don't know why. It just seems as if both teams want to scrap each other. No set plays or set pieces just yet. I think Anguist is a big player that we need to be watching and track their progress throughout the season, throughout this series. Has dropped what 30 plus kills in the first two series, and Caprio looks like a very happy man now.
Has every reason to. Galacticos, not a moment's notice, taking the fight straight back to them. Just the rogue rifle in the hands of Ipot to make the difference, but it's quickly rescinded, and all the control off the back of it.
I like this, because that's 2 rounds in a row where Galacticos are trying to stop CGN getting the orbs, right? That's the game plan usually when you see a Phoenix on the opposite side. Try and collect as many orbs as possible and get the run it back on as many times as possible.
You take the orb, die or get a kill. It's 1 every 3 rounds or so for Benny. Building up towards it. 6 ult points, one of the cheapest in the game. And something else that's cheap and often considered ineffective is that Blaze Wall. So using it to take the A main space early, making it a little bit more difficult for Ipot to actually challenge there, I think was a big reason why we saw Galacticos actually back off, making the most out of the kit, which he knows so well with it being a comfort pick.
Oh, Hypot's tried to peek and get information. That's what Element's good at, punishing over peaks.
Yeah,
and look at this, has that spikes going down easy enough.
That was the rifle gone, but it has been recollected, and Davi's actually isolated on the other side of the door. He's by himself, flashed out, does get one. Would one have been enough of Vince not punched another through the door? I don't know.
Yeah, that's the question. Both players are stuck in towards tree, but moving through on towards window, and you can see already the crossfires established by CGN. This should be like Fort Knox. There's no way you should be able to get in, and after Benny's pick onto Masick, yeah, straight away drop off and save the rifle from Luzzy.
Something else to mention about Benny as well. As I said before, he matches the KD of Glove, playing a far more offensive role, of course, but has twice the first death rate. That is the trade-off that we're talking about here. The fact that they are able to get the A main space early and scale off the back of it effectively is huge, and Benny just carries on from that point onwards. It feels like a major vibe booster when he's playing well along with everyone else.
Yeah, I think this is the thing, right? Like, Masick was on that digital athletics team that put CGN to the sword and Ascension last year. Ultimately, that game didn't matter when it came to the standings and making it into the top 4 on the LAN stage, but I guess in a way, Hazza, CGN are starting to fight the demons that are in their closet from last year.
You have to. That's what Play-ins is all about. Ipot's op already involved. The new duelist in town. Glove instead the one that draws blood first. CGN with not just an equal response, but a superior one. Element making waves down short. So many more 50s being taken and won by the Dax squad. Another 4-on-2, which Galacticos have to try and get over the hump with. A group up towards the B site might be enough to offset Lurzi. Does try and take the duel. Timing misplaced.
I mean, already, you look towards the other side of the map. On your mini-map, has it? iPot wants none of this. Already thinking about saving the AWP, and that will be 4 in a row for CGN. Davy H is on the hunt, trying to do some damage to the economy, obviously, of Galacticos.
I find it interesting as well how people are so split in terms of who their favorites were to be winning this series. Davy will be cleaning up, and someone who is in the good books of the Portuguese scene, of course. Actually spoke to his former IGL Batty earlier today, singing the well wishes of that man exactly. But Galacticos on the other side, yeah, I think, you know, the Turkish talent pool is always the elephant in the room. You look at VCT EMEA, for example, only 10 spots domestically split between BBL and FUT, and the direction that those projects are typically tailored. And then, you know, they're only one of 2 fully national rosters in both this competition and the main event. Both of those Turkish and Portuguese.
That's it. I mean, Portuguese are always reliant on themselves. I mean, saw last year, Hazza, and how well they performed, I think would have been a massive, I guess, role models for the region, right? And something to build yourself on. I'm not necessarily saying like you've got 16-year-olds playing the game being like, I want to be the next Tamaji or the next Batty, but for instance, they will be like, look, if they guys can do it, so can we. As for Turkey, Hazza, they have so many representatives that have played like CNED, as you said, Foot, who did it in VRL 2022 with a lower bracket run.
It's the overflow too, for me, more than anything else. The amount of talent that has been kept out of Tier 1 due to the sheer lack of availability. A couple of names such as Woot, lucky enough to be finding spots elsewhere. Sure, his talent permits it, but it's also a language thing too. One of the reasons why the Turkish region can be such a great facilitator for those super teams if you put the right names in the right places. So scope, a limiting factor, also a strength at the same time.
I mean, that's the thing, just to continue the conversation momentarily, Hazza, like, you've also got to be thinking about Hero and how long he's going to be keeping his spot for with Leo hanging in the wings, right? Done such an amazing job, and such a young guy who's got the world ahead, right? The world's your oyster.
Yeah, it really is. This round, CGN will be feeling the same. Spike's left in spawn, so someone's got to go and pick it up. You'd think it would be either Vince or Davy H. They're the A players. As this isn't a committal, it's just a fake.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, because of the response of reacting to that, run it back. I mean, someone pushed out. It was Glove trying to push out of A main, immediately punished. Now Galacticos, the reset towards the A side of the map, and they've got this reach spot on.
30 seconds left.
4 players there. Are they prepared to deal with this push coming through from CGN though? Up close will be destructive. His Sheriff lands, but nothing more than just the one. Another 4 versus 2 for CGN. Their lay of the land. Element laying waste to another. Masic, the last player left. And he is not long for this world either. So that's a 5th now. The anti-eco goes as you'd expect it to, despite the 2 thrifties inside the opening couple. But this map seems to have figured itself out for the Dash squad on their attacking side.
Yeah, I mean, this is the 8th time that they've played at Hazza, and their attack has always been excellent. They've always been good at Ascent, winning it a majority of the time. I think is what they've lost it once out of 8 now. That's incredible statistics.
Showed it already in this competition. CGN yet to lose a map in the play-in stage. That would be the more poignant point. Galacticos defeat in the opening series against Diamant, but the win against Valiant kept them out of the last chance group yesterday. Only the group winners so far that remain in the competition. CGN taking more of that space on A, a split 4-1 through the main brunt of the choke, and it is the KO ult to stop them in their tracks. This one's going to have to wait for a moment longer, and it'll be without Anguist.
And Element of players peeking in, and unfortunately there's so much here to try and contest with. An Operator plus Decipher setup and the Keo ready to set up. I think this is the most we've seen Galacticos not swing and be patient, allowing CGN to contact into them. Blazewall was allowed Benny to find Glove though, and the op not quite hitting the mark the Odin will, and now everybody's getting found out. Lovely utility, Vince tries his best to bring it back, but it will allow Galacticos to get their 2nd round.
This is what we saw quite a bit of yesterday when Valiant were playing as well on their attack side. When Anguist tries to take his timing there, he's the first one that peaks, and then as soon as you have no presence towards short, and the defense can shore themselves up with the confidence they're not going to get peaked, all focus is turned to main, and it's easy enough as holding it down. I'm making it sound a lot more simple, but that is the overarching issue. Plenty of ults in play, of which we've not seen too much so far. Element trading shots with Ipot's op. In fact, the trigger was never pulled for the Turk. He just gives it up and fills in that gap through mid in market instead.
One way is frustrating to deal with, and Destructive's actually been drawn in, supported by the owl drone. Anguist is on the other side, and we know how good Anguist can be. Not caught, was actually hiding in the spam. Doesn't quite hit.
Can it? I've not seen it before. I'm fairly certain.
I think maybe I just
through
saw
the alleyway, right?
Yeah,
the,
no, I just
the door,
I just saw the black holes. Usually that indicates something's been penetrated.
Steady. Here we go though, Glove peeked back into A main. It's Benny, the one penalised this time.
Down mid.
Ipot the next. There are your openers.
The ultimate is to get back on board though. That's the other aspect to it. CGN are trying to, if you look towards the short side, find an avenue in that way. iPot's operator is watching it diligently though, supported by the Cypher trip.
Anguist, the one again that has to make the cross. The trap is here, and you walk close enough to it, you'll get caught.
10 seconds
Not enough time left. This is a save. Galacticos have done enough inside those opening moments, those following, to shut them down, to stop them from taking the map presence of which they've enjoyed so much in these last couple of rounds.
Yeah,
sparing for utility. We know that it's the case, but not given the key lanes to execute means that the round is settled for you.
For me as well, has been in the middle of this ultimate cycle. It's going to be decisive, and I think mostly the fact that there's a lot of counters to one another, right? You look at the Hunter's Fury on towards the lockdown of CGN, Cosmic Divide, there's no counters for that, and that's where CGN start to get the better of Galacticos. They run it back as well. The ultimate game firmly in the dark side's favour. The other thing I wanted to point out is the attacking side op of Element. Typically, you would usually criticise that, but the gameplay that CGN usually play has it. Don't think the attack side op is too bad, but it's about forcing players into it.
It favours them more than anything else. Element is never too hungry to chase these duels. It's Benny, like I said before, that leads that charge. Masik and iPot, though, again, playing the timings that they want out of their own book. CGN not prepared for this re-aggression. Benny tries to make something of it and does get one back. It has put a bit of distance between the two teams. Closed up the gap, rather.
Yeah, the other thing is, though, there's only one player on this site, and it's Destructive. He can easily get out, but the other aspect, the Hunter's Fury's used up. Anguist can buy space here for CGN to win this round back. 40 seconds remaining, and Benny can send it forward. Spike not collected by CGN just yet.
That's the presence in market has been signposted by Dabby, who's sitting over the body, playing watch, unable to fully commit to the site. Anguist goes back for the spike. We're into the last 20 seconds, and still felt like CGN were waiting for the reswing, for Galacticos to make their move before they can fully execute the game plan. Anguist does get one. The late hero of so many rounds, but there's a player back site, and it is Destructive. He's still here. A shutdown of the plant would be enough, and he'll just about get it before the buzzer beats. 4 rounds to 5. Galacticos are only 1 away now.
CGN just seems so indecisive. It's like a deer stuck in headlights. They're sitting there waiting for an overpeak, something to happen, rather than dictating the play themselves. They're on the attack, and as we'd already mentioned, they have the lockdown with no counters available on the Galacticos side. Unlucky to lose the entry picks, but Benny does so well to open up market, and from there on in, they should be able to find some space towards the site.
Sure. Find a reset button.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they needed, because like you say, there were opportunities there. It's that conversation that we started about Galacticos picking their battles. Really important that they can get the jump on CGN in some of these instances, and the last couple of rounds that certainly felt to be the case, because they're equal to it in many senses, and you saw it from Benny there. From those moments, we need to see a little bit more decisiveness out of them. So you're spot on, and with the ultimates that they have, it should be well within the ballpark to create a little bit more chaos.
I think with on the sheer fact that they have the lockdown alone, I mean, it's arguably the strongest ultimate in the game, Hazard. They should get a site for free no matter what.
Hunter's Fury was taken earlier in the round, like you say. It was another 3v5. CGN losing more players than they would like in these last couple. No unforced errors. Just quality play on Galacticos' part. Ipot holding for the updraft here. Element, of course, already using it from Ticket. They're moving towards B.
I think Hazard in the timeout, Galacticos have almost gambled on it being the A play with the lockdown. Instead, it is going to be towards B.
This is nice.
For the most part, that shouldn't really be punished, or shouldn't really punish Galacticos, because they still have to rotate over. And this is a lot of ultimates to be invested by CGN.
3 committed, couple of tags from the Hunter's Fury though. So decent value. It was the Cosmic Divide to stop the traps from having effectiveness. Destructive wanted to hold the ground a little bit longer. Benefiting off of Lurzi, both have played that anchor role, both Sentinel and Controller.
Ooh.
But CGN are backed up in the site now, and they need Element. They need a hero to make a move for them.
Yeah, they do, but Hazard, if you're going into a gunfight, you do not want to be on the other end of a Turkish barrel. In fact, maybe you don't want to be on the other end of Anguished. He's the one who gets the entry here as Vince is doing the best at Cha-Cha slide. Slide to the left, slide to the right, and still it's CGN that find himself on top. One more hop to get this over the line. Masic tries to Odin to get something, but the time was too low. CGN will at least get even and towards the next half.
Starting to build up some serious bank now as well, for as much as Galacticos have fought. They're not completely out of the woods. And 3 players surviving the Spike Blast certainly goes a long way. But in terms of that round, huge recon from Davi just as the retake was coming in. They managed to expend so many ultimates to take control of the site. It's a key piece of utility like that, something regenerative that can make all of the difference. Catching 3 players and one of them taken out of play fully. This time the smoke to cross short, and the drone up market should be what gives them the same control that they need.
Anguished, oh my god. That's the op that he's taken out, by the way. And the players are already up in towards market. This is starting to become a crunch, and you can see how the site anchors are feeling extremely uncomfortable. A smoke up and Destructive's trying to play off. Play the off angle, I should say. Knows that there is players in towards main and trying to back off. A big swing from Masic will at least get Vince, but Anguished there to at least get the trade and keep numbers in their favour. CGN's favour is now Destructive being pushed back as well. Galacticos are just having a really tough time holding this site.
Yeah, CGN waited for the moment to strike there. It wasn't indecisiveness, they just needed those players up in main. Good trades, keeps them in a 4v3. In terms of the utility back through, you're looking at Glove maybe denying some space towards the backside with the fragment, but it's this recon over the top again, which is making them sweat bullets.
Benny's just trying to dislodge anybody from getting on stairs. That's the last curveball used up, and now this is where it explodes, the powder keg of a round, and you've left Anguish to do it. The man who clutches up every single time. 4K for Anguish. CGN, they'll have their advantage.
Yeah, in terms of that late game utility as well, it was the fragment I was talking about. Got dropped towards default, forced Anguished into a difficult position, but this guy seems to find gaps in every single defense. When you thought it was watertight, you don't call the plumber, you call Anguished to make sure there isn't a leak. This is brilliant from him. And something that CGN have been able to do really well to make the most out of this young talent is putting him in the right positions to have impact. You see that on the attack side a lot when he's getting aggressive. Galacticos try that themselves. It's just a 1-for-1 this time, but they're met with a lot of information.
I mean, that's one of your big stall pieces gone though, has a Destructive, fair enough, is gone for a peek and got one. But you've lost out, what, on your smokes and your paranoia.
Sure.
Massive
Still a 4v4 though.
control.
Yep, they've taken all the control off the back of it. That is the price that you paid.
Anguist is going to be clearing back through middle. Spike not yet committed though. There are multiple ways they can choose to go about this. Davi is right into the lion's den with his drone out. Lurzy's still not pulled the trigger. Wants to hold on for a bigger share of the spoils. It is just the one kill though. And we are reset in an equal position again.
It's the fact that the neural theft comes online which makes that kill so impactful. The spike will go down, but has it looked towards where Element is? Nowhere to be seen so far, and Galacticos won't have an idea about that.
Another huge kill comes from Anguist Vandal. There's only Vince here though, and Element is out of time, out of space, and out of luck, you'd think. Dash in an updraft? Surely not. It's going to be running into the trap wire sooner rather than later. It's Lurzy that will see the defuse line all the way through. A cruel way to close the first half. CGN settling for 7. It is the advantage theirs after all.
Yeah, a big mistake from Element to be towards the other side of the map. I don't know if it was a 3-round call or what, but has it. It's mighty important that Element has to get a move on if he is going to play that late lurking role. I mean, that's something that we were discussing before the matchup started, right? Is the positioning in which we find certain players for CGN. Like as you said, it's almost like they have their pants on backwards. It's Element who plays duelist on defense, but on attack it seems to be other people who do the entry.
Completely agree. Sometimes it feels like he's a luxury player on the attack side. When they play well, he'll put in a shift. On the defense is where he rolls his sleeves up though, and you're already seeing that now. In the same shoes as Destructive, former Polaris rivals, may I add. Let me also remind you, it was Element that won the title in the end, and he'll be here to see off the first execute of this second half.
They're trying to get in through shot, and you can see players almost trying to hold on towards main. It's Element that does it, but the trade's massive, and Galacticos find themselves the site. Not only that has a player advantage, that's a big dart, shot dart, to get some damage on towards Globe, especially in the pistol round where there's not much to, in terms of health. Anguist is close by, but both players are deciding to play this solo. That means Davi's buying some focus from Galacticos towards heaven. And Anguist has the door open to walk into. Lurzy the first point of contact. Anguist Sheriff is good enough. Lurzy's low as well, and only up to him. Somehow CGN fight back from 2 players, Hazza. When Galacticos, they seem to have everything in their court.
Really nicely done. Anguist with the Sheriff buy on the Killjoy for the pistol round is probably the most Anguist thing I think we have. Saw he also had light shields, so it might have been a pickup, but yeah, it was definitely a pickup actually with the amount of utility that he had. But again, just enabling this guy, Davi not over peeking, not overstaying, his welcome on that angle. It's what it's all about. An 8 for CGN. Both pistols, but let me remind you, Galacticos had an equal response here last time out.
Yeah. Thing for me, Hazza, that's the 3rd series again to bring the point back up that Anguist is top frag for CGN. It's not just Element, or Benny, any of the other names, Davi H, who's so well renowned. It's the young gunner from Polaris who made his debut in the second split of last year. It wasn't as if he was playing the full year in Challengers.
Had a great off-season with Ovation. That's what punched his ticket through DAC, the development system that we know to be so good at bringing up younger talents. Execute coming through. It's not his site under siege this time. It's the veteran Element and Benny by his side that are tasked with dealing with that threat, an empty threat. I think it's fair to say all 3 players low. And to just draw a contrast very quickly between Anguist and Masic, the former duelist on the Galacticos side against someone who used to ply their trade in a similar role, Anguist on his come up. You're talking about the grand final MVP for Digital Athletics last year in Split 2.
30 seconds left.
And the grand final MVP of Epiclan 38 in Kettering. Their stories could not be more different, but the come-up is certainly one which has been celebrated by many. And that of the Cologne faithful, a 9th round is a nice touch double digits closing in.
Yeah.
With quite a few rifles in this bonus round as well.
I think for me, Hazza, as well, like when you think of Turkey and the promotion tournaments, foot is automatically where everybody thinks, because they were the first Turkish team to be successful, and on top of that, they found themselves now in franchising right off the back of it. The other aspect to that for me is the story always coming into any of these inter-regional competitions is the scaredness and the hesitation about, like, will Turkey get caught off guard by being undisciplined and punished at every avenue? I mean, already you can see they're trying to get on towards Element as he's gave a sniff of a chance.
Anguist playing off the turret, nothing holding him back, does get revealed. Forced to give away his position to the eyes of the Owl Drone. Element taking more of those fights that we know he loves to. Limit testing and taking liberties. 5v4, and when CGN go a player up, it feels like they very rarely give these away, at least so far in this map.
A lineup for Anguist's setup and clear, but you can see that even Strong was talking about it, the ante that Galacticos like to do, and they've been spot on. Anguist caught, and he's actually been pinged up, tagged up, and taken out. Spike will go down, and the 3 remaining players still yet to come in.
Anguist trying to take the right fight on stairs, isolate a Jewel after he was flushed out. There's a flash to come back in here from Glove. Could be imperative, the timing, but it misses the mark and opens things back up for CGN.
Yeah, now they start to make their inroads in as the utility being traded on either side, but Globe, the first one to catch a CGN player on this retake. There is 2 curveballs for Benny to use, but unfortunately for him, the rest of his team have been taken up. Galacticos will find a rifle round. It was a little bit hesitant, a little bit worrying for a little bit, but at the end of the day, they get over the line.
They do. CGN marginally split in their B setup there. Element getting ready to re-aggress, does find another kill, and for his health, you take that every day of the week, but nothing more as far as Anguist was concerned. Didn't want to overcommit to it perhaps, and then you still had 3 players on the right-hand side that came into that retake. Struggling to get something done against the setup that Galacticos had, and then just the guns win out in the end. Into the next, it's another default played. Building up into some of these ults, Globe already has the null command.
Big execute ultimate as well has it, to buy you into a site. Usually used on a Sentinel site, and that's exactly why Anguist is already playing deep in CT. Not wanting to give that opportunity to take that utility offline. You can see how important that setup is to CGN with the alarm bot and turret set up towards mid and B.
Utility committed, drone already heard in main. A telegraph for an op it would usually be, but Element light on his feet finds another angle, a fresh perspective to pull the trigger, and another kill goes his way. 3 for Element, a hat trick, and he's not done yet. Still plenty more for the bagsman to pick up, but Davy H may just have this one sent and delivered to the destination required. CGN double digits.
With the exception of 1 round, so far CGN have got their sights under lock and key. When it's just a straight execute, when, like, for instance, Galacticos don't do much in the early round, CGN's sight holes have been spot on.
Timeout for Galacticos. Mavera introduced from the coach slot for the 2nd time. Someone which we should really speak about, because his history within the Turkish region is a long documented one. He started out with Glove Oxygen back in 2021, rejoining him for this project, but most of his career was spent with Fireflux, not only through their youth system and Game Changers team, but then into the main roster, never hoisting the Challengers Turkey trophy after 6 splits since 2022. 17 different players under his tenure, names such as Wu Yetuje, all of these prospects that we've seen move on, plenty of them crediting the impact that he's had. But that lack of silverware in the cabinet, I think for him, is always going to be that factor that plays at the back of your mind.
And I think as well, like listening to the analysts that we've had on desk, like Milan, like Strong, people who have been in the scene for so long, they're complementary to Mavera's brain power, right? And everything that he's provided to Valorant as a whole, and the way that he thinks about the game. So he's fairly well regarded. It's not just that he's one of his talents keep coming up time and time again on his teams.
To say that this Galacticos roster isn't stacked would be an understatement. There we go. Vince does get one back though. Prospect in his own right, came from CGN's own academy system. Does manage to pick up just the one kill. 4v4. Still, CGN, so much strength in the arsenal, but space to be cleared towards short, and Anguist has opted for the long way round.
Vince is all alone. Needs to watch themselves because there's two players here, somehow able to get one cleanly, but at least Masic's close by. Now in we go. All the utility being used up, trying to stop players coming in. That was one of the info dart. This is looking easier than it probably should be, as long as he's caught up. Two players lost in that retake, in fact, technically just one. That will be 11 for CGN.
Mixed investment for Galacticos there. Blades thrown into the cauldron to try and create. But the methods to the madness of Mavera likely more tailored to the gun round that we're about to see coming up. In terms of what pieces they have available, they're one off the Hunter's Fury. CGN with ults of their own, Cosmic Divide and Run It Back paired could be all that is necessary to bag map point on their own selection in a retake, if they get there, because as you said before, these site holds have been, right here, by and large, the key aspect of their trade.
Oh, Destructive's just holding from above, waiting for the opportunities. Element move forward and immediately into an E split. You can see Vince just looking to play off of the switch. But actually, he's just holding fast. Benny close by. Both site anchors. I mean, this is going to be a tough task. Benny sent it forward and left Vince all alone. That Run It Back could be an easy pickup, and Vince has gone huge! That's three! Anguist as well in mid has caught the player off guard. Destructive looking left and right. Where did they come from? Where did they go? Galacticos with no idea.
Match point.
That's unbelievable. I thought for a moment you were going to break out into sing-song, Cotton Eye Joe. I know what you mean. Certainly CGN in high spirits. 12-6, twice the rounds. Benny, anyone would have said he was hung out to dry. Vince says, not you, Captain. Oh, my Captain, I've got you. Triple kill.
That's crazy.
Last legs in terms of money, but Galacticos game plan can still bank on having ults available.
That's already Lozzie's caught. And
maybe not playing others.
Smokes. What is happening? It's almost like Turkey's been played at their own game. Now, I mean, they get the site, but there's a player advantage out there for CGN.
CGN looking so strong from this situation. Masic will send the drone in for any kind of info. But it gets traded. Attack both ways, forces Destructive to bow his head to the lead holders. The 4-on-3, but up he goes. The disrespect shown. Destructive leveling the playing field. A demolition of two players puts us in an even standing yet again. Benny's curveball down below, breaching hell with flames of his own, but Glove holds the line. Element is forced to give this one up. Galacticos will live to see another day.
I mean, the thing is, though, Hazard, even if Galacticos do find themselves at the end of a loss after this round, it's not a map in which they've found great success, but at least finding success here keeps them alive for a bit longer. At 12-7, CGN, they can reset with plenty of money in the bank. I mean, the big thing for me coming into the next couple rounds is who comes out the better again of this lockdown, or out of this ultimate game. And you saw right there, the Hunter's Fury used up, and Anguist is coming ever so close to that lockdown once again. It's almost like Galacticos are rather thinking about getting, thinking about the value they can get immediate rather than the long term of countering what CGN are doing.
Here. Dagger thrown towards A early, collects info onto Element. Glove joining up with the rest of his team. 5 players through tiles to siege the site. Anguist and Dabby the ones standing there. I can't think of 2 players I would much rather hate to be pushing into right now if I was Galacticos.
Anguist and Davy, though they have played towards the opposite ends of the site. How does he do it, Davy? I mean, perhaps just a little bit lucky on this spray, but Anguist certainly not. Takes his time into perfection, and Davy H finishing it off. Well, in fact, actually, it was Element that does it. I mean, what a map from CGN on Ascend.
Team performance. You list any name on the CGN side, and they played their heart out in map number 1. Say what you like about it being their end of the veto, their pick. Everybody gets one, and it just looked too easy at times. A map as fundamental as Ascent, you expect better from Galacticos, but CGN doing all of the right things, ticking all of the right boxes, and putting themselves 1 check mark away from a grand final.
I mean, for me, Hazza, the other aspect of this, like, everybody would have expected Galacticos without the prior knowledge to have won that map. Just thinking, oh, Turkey, they're good at Ascent, right? But for me, coming straight in, this was the perfect choice for CGN to pick up. Now moving on towards Bind, I don't think Galacticos are quite out the woods yet. I think this map can still be pretty difficult for them if they're not careful.
Well, if you look back, Galacticos have picked Bind in half of the series that they've played this year. So if they're going to find a win, surely it would be there. We'll find out what the result is after the breakdown from the analysts and, of course, the break itself.
One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Long. Last player standing. Defenders win. Too easy.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone cause you chew with your mouth full. I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Who you think you are? Literally no one if we're being honest. I guess you should be thankful. You got to spend time with an angel. You think about me, dream about me when you're asleep. Then you wake up so empty, so cold, just like me. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer. glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, bummer, yeah.
On est en train de le faire, les Valiant qui vont aller chercher la victoire face à des Galacticos qui auront tout donné. Thunder in the clutch, the youngest of the young prospects, taking from the life, but he can't.
CGN continues to live up to their identity of being this slow contact team on both sides of these maps. It was a 13-7 here on Ascent for CGN up against Galacticos, and it seemed strong, like Galacticos struggled to find a bit of an answer, especially on that second half, against the lack of information, I guess, that CGN are willing to give them.
Yeah, I mean, this is always the thing about CGN. They're a tough team to play against because fundamentally, on attack, they're going to play extremely slow, extremely contact-y. They're going to walk around, they're going to walk around, they're going to walk around. On defense, they're going to walk around a little bit less, but they want you to take the round out slowly. And the problem is if you do that over time, then you're going to create openings in the enemy, because you're basically going to create chaotic situations. Because look, there are no lines to focus on. There are no lines of play as the defending team against that, or as the attacking team into that you can say, right, I'm just going to focus down on that, I'm going to execute that properly. It always becomes anarchy. It's weird to say, but slower games, more anarchist in that regard. I mean, looking forward to the next game, I think we're going to have to see a lot better performance from Epot. Obviously, he had a very, very poor game. To be fair, again, I think it's very difficult as a Jaws player on Ascent if a team's going to play like that, because you don't get. We said it in the last series of Sayonara. You get like 4 or 5 lines that you have to play off. If they're not going to play into those lines, it's like a little bit of a case of what do? I have to improvise suddenly, and it's very, very weird. They also. Destructive had a solid game. I believe he was second on the scoreboard, second in ACS. They're going to need to see a little bit more from him. It might be tough on Bind, because the thing that Destructive is really, really good at is solo or alone making mid roams, this sort of stuff. But for Bind, obviously you don't have a mid, so it's a little bit weird. But that's what they really need to see. They need to see a lot more out of those, a lot more out of Epot, and even a lot more about Destructive, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I feel like we had some great examples on both sides here, especially looking towards the Phoenix ult that's about to come through here on the side of CGN, of the way that they like to pause and then take that space there, Milan.
Yeah, I think this is like typical stuff that we saw from CGN all around, right? They're just sitting into this crevice, waiting, lurking, and then if nothing really happens, they only decide to move in those like last minute, maybe 30 seconds-ish, right? And Galacticos didn't really have the answer to it, and I think this was one of the rounds where we really felt like they did the best job overall by just giving CGN all the space that they want, because if CGN doesn't do anything, Galacticos doesn't have to do anything, right? And very often in these like late round situations, this is kind of what we saw. But and I think that's what happened a little bit towards this first half. And then when we moved on to the defense, it was kind of the opposite, right? CGN is now kind of in this, on the receiving end of this conversation, right? When we're playing around, and they didn't really do anything at all. They're sitting same as what they're doing on the attack, sitting back, taking only the information and taking duels in those late rounds, and it really was difficult for Galacticos to adapt. And I think that this is something that maybe they weren't really familiar with. I think Maveras had some very good tactical timeouts during the entirety of this event, right? And I think this was actually the first time where we saw Galacticos struggle both before and after his timeouts.
Yeah, difficult to find success off of them in that kind of regard. And a big part of what was, I think, throwing a wrench in the play side of Galacticos as well was that on CGN, both Anguis and Element were just popping off in some of these rounds, really clutching up, even just finding their multi-kills, just to turn rounds around where we'd expect it to go in the other way when Galacticos typically had maybe a man advantage there strong.
Yeah, look, you have to say a lot of good things about Anguis' performance. He's kind of done it again with the ridiculous KD. Element's also been solid. We kind of don't talk about enough about Element. He's been around for a long time in this sort of scene. He's been very effective. But yeah, there were a lot of rounds where it just sort of seemed like... But that's the thing. If you play these rounds out so long, you play these rounds so slow, you're going to create opportunities for players like Anguis and opportunities for players like Element where they can do a lot of stuff one-on-one. They can do a lot of stuff in these surprise timings. Anguis had one particularly good timing where I think he just walks behind the entire team and just wipes them out, right? So, yeah, it's difficult to play against that.
I think they did a very good job at setting up both of these players. We spoke about it, right? Maybe I think it was the defensive side where Anguis only had, 5 kills and 1 death. It was the attack where he was absolutely dominating. I think he went like 13 in 4, 13 in 3 or some stuff. And that's not really what you expect maybe from those Sentinels who should shine more on the defense if you think about it logically, right? And I think for Element, overall, great game. You know that once this guy gets this up in his hands, he's been a demon. It's strong, you mentioned it already, right? This guy's been around, playing on OG, other like high tier teams, and for him to kind of, be able to still showcase the same level of play, no matter what year we're living in and stuff, I think that's great.
Yeah, he's very dynamic with his positioning there as well. He'll take those forward angles that you expect from the Jet, but then he's also not afraid to fall back and play a little bit further back where you wouldn't be anticipating him to be holding that line of sight. But we have to talk about now what Galacticos have to do heading into their map pick on Bind here. If we take a look at the map pool for this veto, we've finished up Ascent. That was Raps. Anticipated CGN to probably take that one considering their playstyle, how difficult it can be to try and counter that. Bind is a totally different story here, strong though, because they play for CGN an interesting composition when you look towards that Sage pick there, all things considered, and it's a question of how Galacticos look to counter that.
Yeah, this is something that we have to acknowledge with this map, to be fair. With Ascent, you kind of would expect CGN to win. There's basically been 3 maps that have been in their Bread House the entire time, which are Ascent, Lotus and Sunset. Bind they've won on it, it's a bit new, it's not as tested. The thing is you can't really pull things apart and Bind just by playing slow in the same way, because look, the thing is there's no mid section to that map. There's nowhere really for people to go.
I think
that's what it comes down to.
All right, I think Strong's your microphone just cut out, but just to a little bit further elaborate on that point is that I think something that we noticed from map to map, right, is again on Bind this lack of having double initiator, right? the lack of information, and I think the way that CGN is going to have to kind of play around that here and there is very interesting. What are they going to do? And we joked about it a little bit, right? But something that I wouldn't be surprised to see them do is just constantly go for these pushes. What's the best way to get info? If you don't have utility, you just put manpower there. And I think that that's something that we should expect from CGN. And my question is Galacticos prepared? Are they ready for a CGN who is going to play with this fairly aggressive playstyle, with this contact-heavy playstyle, or are they going to get caught off guard again?
Yeah, I think I'm also concerned about just maybe the utility usage on the side of Galacticos as well. Just being very mindful of the fact that the Sage, even if you're not looking at CGN playing super forward or taking that space on defense, the fact that she'll just be able to slow you down after you throw out that initiator utility, just being able to space out the timing on those abilities is going to be very key for those executes there for the side of Galacticos. And they're the ones now, you know, they're down one map in this series. It's the last matchup today. Again, it's a single elimination bracket, right? We're fighting out for the last grand final spot within Ascension play-ins for that last spot in Ascension itself. And that's a lot of pressure. Is this a team strong that you anticipate to be able to kind of bounce back after that loss on Ascent?
I think so, yeah. I think this is a team that plays well from behind. I think this is a team that the map pool's coming to the spot that they want to. Again, the problem with the Sage just is... Well, the thing with the Sage is that it's going to be effective, but the Galacticos aren't the team where you look at the Sage and you're like, wow, this is going to cause some serious problems, because they don't play that fast. Again, they're not so CGN. They're a fairly measured team. And look, you've got Raze, you've got Gecko, you've got plenty of tools to get through. You've got plenty of tools. And the Gecko thing is key, because remember, the whole thing with Gecko is he's able to just throw his util up, reuse. It kind of changed the entire way a lot of teams would play and think about cycles and wave cycles and util in this game. You've got that into the Sage. That's going to be pretty effective. Obviously, we have seen them make it. We have seen CGN make it work. It is their baby. But let's not forget, the last two times they played Bind, both against Focus and Eintracht in their league, they lost both. So this is... Galacticos should be able to win this. And then it becomes very, very interesting for the third map. But yeah, they're good when their backs. They're good when their backs are against the wall. So.
Yeah, and again, our eyes are on Milan iPod to be that player to kind of bounce back. Had a really rough go of it on Ascent. The ability to actually now expecting him on that Raze. He's, I mean, pretty, not quite 50-50. He has a lot more hours on Jet, to be honest. But we have expectations there for this player to actually be part of that win condition here for Galacticos.
I mean, for me, honestly, I think Ipot hasn't really showed up he hasn't really performed to the expectation that maybe he set during their Domestico playoffs run as well, right? I think in that playoffs run specifically, he looked so good, and he looked like one of the best, he looked straight up like the best player on his team, in my opinion, right? Fragging out, consistently getting impact. And I think that's something that we haven't really seen as much. I think he's shown some very good sides, but there's not been a map where both on the attack and the defense where he's completely dominated. And I think that this is also where the last time we saw him, the last time we saw Galacticos on Bind, he also didn't really make that massive of an impression on me. And I kind of hope for him and for his team, obviously, that this time around he's able to make a bigger impression and carry his team a little bit more.
Yeah, it's important not just for the firepower within the server, but also I think to keep spirits high on a team as well, to have some of those pop-off plays that can assist with that momentum and that mentality even within a match. I would be curious to see how maybe they try to change the pace of the game up against CGN, because on Ascent, CGN were very much in control of that pacing, and Galacticos, I felt like were forced to very much to respect the ways that CGN would pause across the map. They're strong.
Yeah, so one thing I'm really looking to this map, to be honest, is Masic. So if the Agent Select goes as we expect it should, he will be playing Fade this time. This is the one map where he plays Fade, and obviously Fade's a little bit of an interesting agent because it kind of flexes both ways into more aggressive and more passive play styles. We know Masic obviously playing dual this last split, playing dual this regular season this split. This is something where you can have a very aggressive impact, particularly on Bind, because look, you can play full retake, you can play all the way back, you can play for these long eyes, you can do all this sort of stuff with Fade if you want to, but you can also get right up in their face. It's very similar to Lotus in that regard. So this is a map where he can basically say, well, I'm going to take the best of his stuff in terms of how I use my util, how I set up my team, how I take space off the enemy team, because the entire thing with Fade is you could use the dogs very, very lazily, you could use the dogs very, very aggressively. I'm hoping we see him use the dogs aggressively because they really need, they're going to need that, right? They need to take the space off of the thing, because again, this isn't a particularly strong map, I don't think, for CGN in terms of their playstyle, because you're not going to ever separate teams, but it is bind. So just let them walk up to the line and you just let them execute, you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, I think it's kind of this win condition that we talked about, right? We expect them to be more contact heavy, but then on the other hand, what we see on the side of CGN is a change of composition. I think I've never seen this set of agents before in a game. Well, I don't know. I honestly don't know what to make of this, guys.
Okay.
Like a Deadlock, a Yoru, a double duelist Phoenix, Yoru, Deadlock. I have never seen this before.
I mean, it's not bad.
Who's cooking over there, though?
Look, to be fair here, obviously we've seen a lot of Deadlock. We've seen a decent amount of Deadlock combined. Vitality played it, I remember in the split. Like Yoru, we've seen for a long time on this. Phoenix, we haven't seen Phoenix, but Phoenix should make sense intuitively in terms of, look, you're going to have the drop down flashes, you're going to have the flashes around corners. The corners are a little bit too fat on this map for Phoenix, to be honest, is the only thing. But look, they've got like, it's not particularly coherent, but they've got options. They've got like one or two playstyles they can really press into here. So this should be interesting.
It should definitely be more than interesting, I think. I feel like it might even suit the contact playstyle of CGN in that kind of regard. The lack of information is a bit concerning, but their playstyle doesn't even lean towards that anyways, because they usually play for positional info. But I'm going to throw it over to the casters, Haza and Cairo, and see what they have to say about who's cooking in the kitchen on CGN.
Cooking, but for who? It feels a bit tongue-in-cheek. Benny has been known for his experimentational comps at best, but we're starting to hit the peak with what I'm seeing on my screen. Cairo, what do you make of this?
I don't know what to make of it. They've had a day off, and CGN has it in the heat. I think I've got a little bit of heat stroke, to be honest, because this is something that I never thought I would see. But as the desk has already surmised, it's not something that we should be far too surprised about, right? I think this could really work out for them. Yeah, there's no info, but as we've already discussed, there's not really that mid-rounding from CGN where they use a lot of utility. It's usually all in the execution. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup between the two.
You look at the agents here as well. Everyone is playing something which they feel comfortable on. Again, comfort, a word which we're throwing around a lot, but makes plenty of sense here. Davi as a flex player as well, the highest rated flex player of the main event last year when you look at his overall stats. Could they really have found the way to crack the code, which it felt like they were on the path to doing? Element deals the first of the damage and hangs around for an extra kill, which he gets.
I can't quite get the TP out, but straight away. I mean, this Deadlock, so good on pistol because of how much damage that barrier mesh can really soak up. Galacticos, while they cut noise, are just going to hold fast in place. CGN, I mean, there's no reason for them to move at all here.
While we have time to speak about the Deadlock as well, we've seen a lot of teams run it on this map. Strong will know, Vitality were playing it at a time. And the sound sensor on B does enough to guard Hookah. You've got Vince playing off the end of it, and the barrier mesh so far back in Shower, like you said, forces you to commit to it. The other side of the coin is the Wingman, which will be planting the spike for Galacticos. Anguis planting bullets in their foreheads instead. Makes for a quick 3v1.
Destructive though. Don't even get a chance to build it up. His chances at this one. CGN straight away blistering pace to start this one off. You're already seeing the benefits to CGN setup as it. And Anguis again is topping the charts.
It's a confidence builder for him too, because every single game they play from now onwards will be the biggest in his career. You are watching a star break out before your very eyes. He wasn't there with the CGN team, which made Ascension last year. He was a pickup in the off-season, alongside Davi, who came from playing at that pedigree. This is a step down for him, where it's a step up for others. There's a real blend in terms of the experience that CGN have. And right in the middle of it all, the mind behind the madness, Benny. Been there since 2021. This is in fact his 167th appearance as the captain of CGN.
That's crazy. That's like football stats.
Yeah, he's been there since the organization entered Valorant. It was originally CE Calling where he made his name, but everyone from that project's now gone. And it's even the young star Vince, for example, from the academy coming up into the team alongside him.
Wow, they've just burst out again, Hazza, is what we were speaking about on Ascent, about site holds and the like. CGN have already done more than enough. A quick pivot towards A, try and get that spike down, get an extra ultimate orb. I mean, CGN well aware of iPod still trying to stick around. Global get very close to this Thrash for the next round. In fact, 2 ultimate orbs would bring it online. Perhaps a kill might go his way, but no.
Not when Davi's on the case. Diffuse for CGN, but decent round, all things considered, for Galacticos. No real up front, but they get the spike down. It's an extra 300 credits to be thinking about. Working most of the way towards some light shields or a little bit of utility. CGN maximizing their own advantages here, though. What is it that Element is after? Could it be a pistol? It's just a ghost, but that'll be Benny's in the next. CGN even doing a lot of the same things that they did before. Something else to speak about for Benny is the importance that he's always placed on philosophy. When I had the chance to speak to him before about those kinds of moves that they would make in off seasons, which players they pick up, they have a certain style of playing and you have to buy into it. On Bind, it's always been layered utility. This Phoenix pick for him has been a mainstay since, well, the last time we casted them back in 2022, Red Bull Homeground. Don't know if you remember that one.
Oh, that's a blast from the past, mate. I mean, for Galacticos though, it's another, I don't want to call it a poor start, but certainly not the most ideal start, right?
Yeah.
Realistically, if you're Galacticos though, Hazza, you're going to want to start to rely on the experiences to bring yourselves back in towards this one. Speaking of Luzzy, who's been here before in play-ins and actually reached all the way to the final.
With S2G only a year ago. Been more than a year at this point in time with the scheduling changes.
Yeah.
Like you say, this set style for CGN, the utility which pours out, Galacticos have got to try and find a way to bait it. They've already removed the barrier mesh and have put 2 players up the length of short. It's Anguish that you have yet to beat. A TP from Element to join him if required. They're gearing towards A. He's the one under duress.
Yeah, exactly. They've done exactly what we thought they would. Hazza get the Thrash online and Anguish just managing to escape to triple, and there's no support. Nothing at all. He'll be gone, and so will Element trying to get one back in their favour. The spike will go down easily enough, and the smokes will stall out CGN's re-entry.
Really nice ult to catch Anguish off there. CGN try and flood back into the space, but the cavalry doesn't arrive in time, and now they're short-handed 3v5. It's given a chance for the ult to come back up. Just Bulldogs and a Sheriff, so it should be their best attempt, whatever that looks like. With how Galacticos are financially, every single kill you find is another brick in the wall towards building to that grand final. Nothing given away by Ipot though. The CT side is shut down and it's only Davi left. Hasn't quite spotted the barrel of Masic. That's the last mistake he makes. It's flawless on round number 3.
I mean, that's exactly a good way to bounce back from losing Pistol and Anti-Eco. Benny has his own ultimate online with the run it back, and I mean already the macro game plan from Galacticos coming into light, being able to get that spike down in the last round as well as an ultimate orb is proven to be so important. And that's it, you've got to be looking now at the rest of the ultimates that are soon to come online for them. Galacticos.
The one already in play is Benny's. How exactly he could choose to find value, yet to see. Anguist once more trying his luck. We've seen so many peaks without utility, and is able to maneuver the seas out of Masik's hands. One thing less that they'll have is they're just playing CGN at their own game. They're contacting into his crosshair, and Destructive's found the opener from it.
It's Anguist as well. It's not the player you expect to miss the shot, and Element tries to do the same thing again. That probably will easily re-clear all the way up towards Showers, so Galacticos can sit happily as the players begin to swing them. More than good enough to match that of which CGN have in terms of ability to shoot back. Already calling quits and looking to end this round and save the rifles in which they have.
It was another 3v5 coming into the retake. That final kill makes it impossible though. Galacticos no weaker, CGN stronger. Still, no usage of Benny's ult able to be found, no situation which deemed it so. Galacticos keep moving steadfast towards more of their own, as you said. The scoreline's now tied as well, and it does feel like the read is certainly there, or it's at least been made, especially when you see how they're approaching that short fight.
Exactly. And that just as well, adjusting into the game as a whole. Strongly on the desk, as he's talking about like how CGN's game plan doesn't necessarily work because of the lack of mid, but on the defensive side, I guess that point doesn't necessarily factor in. It's more the fact that Galacticos have adjusted to how CGN want to hold the sights. I mean, Ascent, it was almost like hitting an immovable object. This time it's like punching paper.
Oh, paper thin on the wall there. Element. A little bit of damage of the op caught. That's ultimately what blocks the bullet, splintered it, and saved Masik's life.
If the Galacticos were to execute in towards B, it would be the first proper execute that we've seen on a rifle round, but for the most part, they've been really finding themselves and finding joy on the A side, especially with that entry on Element.
Certainly thinking about it. And again, Galacticos have always been good at faking map-wide pressure. They play double controller on so many of the maps. Saying that, what do they play on most maps? I don't know, it's constantly changing. The list of agents looks like a character select screen. We've had 3 different Omen players on this map alone, controller players I should say. He popped the first in this time, and Masik right by him. The Duelist and Duelist elect the ones which kick down the door. This should be another save call for CGN.
I mean, you can already see Benny's thinking about it. So much time that Galacticos can chuck the spike around like a basketball. Who's the one that's going to slam dunk it and take the ultimate point? Destructive getting his ulti online. That's where the priority lies, and that is fair enough. Just a Guardian on Anguist. I don't think there's much in terms of an ability to get this one over the line. It would be a generational clutch if it was to be.
To have generational head trauma, some of that heat stroke that you're talking about to even want to give it a go, I think. Left in the past. Glove, the only one gone. Masik, the player that had taken any damage. Benny, silent on the player camp. But I'm sure CGN already have an idea of how they want to play this next round. He's been holding on to this ult since round number 3. To be honest, the bonus, didn't get a chance to use it there. They've had the guns for the last few, and that save has put them on last legs for money as the loss bonus creeps up. Just as soon as Destructive gets that orbital strike, which could be a natural counter once Benny comes back out of the ult if he chooses to invest it.
That's very true, but I think as well, like, with a few decisive kills, you don't know what's going to come online. Careful Annihilation, here. Dimensional Drift. I mean, most importantly, I pot 1 off of the showstopper. These are big round changers if they do come into that situation, Hazza.
Anguist as well, another one of those names within touching distance of a round changer. And of the Showers Orb as well, the fight which he was ready to take. TP out from Element. Barrier mesh drops in, it puts one player in the corner. Anguis is the one with his back to the wall though. Masic another opening engagement. 5v4, backside control CGN. Galacticos trying to fight into it, but losing players in the process.
The run it back has got so much back in their favour as well. They're even on the spike, and Benny's taking out Globe. Lottie stuck on bench. The annihilation used perfectly. iPop with his own round changer. There it is. Hazard. We spoke about it. We almost prophesised everything that was going to happen. It's CGN with just a glimpse and chance of winning that round.
It gets a little bit confusing with the annihilation there, but both teams using 2 ults, and it comes down to a 1 versus 1. Galacticos recommitting to the site, or the backside fight that we saw, with more numbers in the second wave after they'd initially lost Destructive through lamps. Investing the orbital strike in the initial execution. Capio having his say a quarter of the length of regulation in. In terms of what CGN have been struggling to do so far, well, it was the pistol and then the round that you expect them to win, which they picked up. Everything else going wrong from that point onwards.
I mean, the A site's the biggest issue, that's 4 rounds in which we've seen Galacticos, 3 rounds that we've seen Galacticos execute into 1 on B, but the site holds have been so poor in terms of what they want to do. They're losing players on the entry every single time, which makes it so hard to come in for the retake. I mean, I think the last round, it's the first round that we've seen them get numbers back on their side as they come back in a 4v5. But usually it is 2 players from the get-go.
As I said before, you have this like CGN molly dump mentality where as soon as contact is hit, all of the util comes out. But Galacticos with a hop, skip and a jump are getting straight past it. They're in the site already. There's nobody holding it. The wingman goes in, the plant goes down. CGN playing spoiler, trying to keep themselves in good stead for the retake. Just give up the site immediately.
Oh, the judge just come straight out. Taffy, that's crazy stuff. Benny though is the most dangerous here, as he still has the Phantom and has gained control of the spike. Straight away the Viper's pick comes in. Is it over the spike? It is, and iPod's in an awkward position. Destructive still has the molly, and I imagine there is a line up there. Yes, it does hit. iPod playing around the edges. Benny gone, still yet to go on the spike. Anguish dropping the pit, and now it's a 1v1 with time so low, and so is health. 3 to be exact. Destructive, he's dancing with it, and he's ended up winning the round because of that. Again, CGN, they're so close, but no cigar.
A frustrating one too when you consider the ults invested. It was only a half buy, so they're hot to go in the next. See the dimensional drift available, 1 off the orbital strike, but Galacticos have their own pieces to match it. It's more how they're invested into the round. The pit was dropped to try and take the fights eventually because the molly was stalling for so long.
Yeah.
It's one of the things about picking a Brim here instead of the Omen that we saw from them so many times in Split 2 in Turkey. It's the longest lasting molly of any agent in the game. You can really drag things out, especially when you've got the Gecko there as well, but this time it's all being used early.
I mean,
this is the B execute.
Exactly, on top of that has it's the ultimates in which they're invested that somehow Galacticos come out the better of every single time, and on the entry it's the exact same. Players trying to get out the grab net and it's just working against them. A failure after failure. Resistance is futile against Galacticos as they have a full sight to themselves.
Half the numbers, elements op warrants the save outright. Anguis wants to give it a go, you can see it in his eyes, but he's forced to give it up. Thrash recommitted, elbow re-cleared, nobody home. CGN have already been sent packing for the 6th round in a row. Galacticos picking up steam on this attack side, and that's worrying. We saw it a lot yesterday as well. Valiant on this map finding double digits inside the half. Earlier today even, KPI on their opener. For all the conversations we've had about pool depth for each team and what maps they show, there are some serious strengths and weaknesses across the board.
Oh, there are. I mean, that's the thing though, right? You see the personalities of each region clash, and that's the most interesting part to me, is that each region does have their own version of how they want to play Valorant. I think, personally for me, like CGN, they're probably slightly more unique to other teams. I imagine most people would agree with that in terms of how they want to play. Yeah. I think so far, I would argue that CGN, if they could just get a 5-person retake onto Galacticos, because they're so execute heavy with their utility so far.
That's where you want the op as well. This fake out, if Masic spots it, well, already knows that it's in play. And this is the first official that we've seen from CGN with this lineup as well. So it's not going to have the same kind of reps in these situations, one which they would have been hoping to save for the main event had they qualified.
Yeah.
That was a best of 5, the Split 2 final, and it's important to mention as well, they've only lost 4 best of 3s the whole season.
That's insane, man.
I'll find you.
That is insane, and on the other hand, like, Galacticos, they've had their fair share of woes, that's to be sure. No woes here, as that spike is denied, but that's about the size of it. Penny finds himself in a position, has it, behind enemy lines and showers, and that would have been great had he not just been found by Destructive. Anguist running about like a headless chicken. In fact, CGN are all headless chicken as they're plucked up and found an advantage for Galacticos.
Anguist had no idea. He was rotating, thinking that there was still a chance it was a B execute. Came back eventually, and there you go. Galacticos end up winning it. That's now 7. Still not moved any closer to CGN finding the result that they're looking for. Ult's invested again. Not the value that they wanted. Vince's orbital strike, just a method of denial, but no real capitalization. Something as well, I think, is just playing Gecko into CGN feels like such a strong tool at times, just with the amount of utility that you're constantly able to get back and use to clear against them.
Moving into the lines then, Hazard, when you look at the amount of CGN players that sit and lie in wait. Galacticos take their pause.
People made the joke before that the deadlock utility was useless against these guys because the shift key is always pressed. It's actually Lurzi that's got past on A. The spike making its way over. Potential for this backstab through lamps if they don't clear it. Whoa! Destructive going down, his gun's lost, and well, Glove's gone down as well. Element, what is that? Rifle in the hands of Anguist. Just about won the round.
Just about though. I mean, if there's anybody has it, I thought he's yet to show it. Caught in the grab net will actually aid him, but in terms of aiding, it's Benny that aids finally a round back to CGN. A thrifty.
That could be a huge win in the grand scheme of things. A landmark, a starting point for CGN. In terms of what they did well, nothing too complicated. Just hit the shots because Galacticos weren't using reams of utility to make their way back through.
I mean, Hazard, that round could be the difference of starting from the pits or starting with the pack on the racing line.
Where are you?
I mean, CGN give themselves a lifeline now.
Yeah. It's just all the conditioning ahead of time. Yeah, it's trying to make it happen, but it's a one-man operation.
It's not many times you would see CGN disconnected in terms of the utility. I don't know if that was meant to be almost like the Sky Dog, but as an ultimate Hazard, it doesn't come around as often as every round as a Sky.
Yeah, if you want to try and make the same kind of plays, you need to bring something different to the table because there is no set clearing utility here for CGN in terms of finding that space. You send the human drone Benny for the info, or Element on the peak, Anguist as well. Now CGN are finding their groove again. Galacticos conditioned so heavily into their own style of play.
Wow.
that CGN know exactly what to do. They've hit the nail on the head twice in a row. Destructive, feeling the full force of it, is now the one which must watch the time tick down at the top of his screen.
It almost feels like CGN have just decided that they're going to deathmatch them, because it's just holding and waiting for Galacticos to walk into the lines of sight. The operator, on you go.
Just found out what the game plan is. CGN set the pace, Galacticos equal to it, understood where they could find advantages, and now CGN have caught on to what exactly that was. It's only taken a couple of rounds, but this could really make the difference.
Capio, he's such a he seems like such a chilled guy. I love the reactions.
Yeah.
I think for now though, when you look at what the last round holds, a prospect of potentially 7 ultimates to be used. So this is going to be a really big one for Galacticos. I think that the focus mostly on the ultimates as well for me has a like this, when you look at destructive one off of the orbital strike and one off of the nightfall for Masic. So you'll be seeing these fights more towards B-Long and more towards Showers.
Extremity control is something which Galacticos have enjoyed through CGN's lack of presence at times. A couple of missed shots from Elements Op. I think it's also fair to note this hasn't been a standout performance from him so far, but the last couple of rounds would certainly say otherwise. You come into the final here with the possibility of seeing at least 6 ultimates, I think, should everyone find the point that they need. So again, to go back to what I was saying, Showers control can do so much for you here. You look at the names that are occupying it though, and it's nobody who can really reap the benefit. Vince and Benny.
I mean, it looks like Masic will be the one to get the ultimate orb, so priority on towards the Nightfall unless they're thinking Glove with the Thrash. The operator though is what stops them having to cross this barrier. Elements missed out, even take a bit of damage in the meantime as well. And yeah, there you have it, straight away Annihilation in, players trying to break it, but it will still net the kill. The Grav net was a bit deeper than catching Masic, and they'll be able to get out. They've got the ultimate that they wanted though, has it.
So good, Cairo. Just dropping the snakebite on the bottom when you know they're going to break the ultimate there. Player comes out of the tether and immediately you're ready to fight. Galacticos do have a lot of space on A. The Nightfall only clears the first player backside. Pick comes in. Element up close. It's a no-scope. Lurzi is removed. And with it, CGN continue to move forwards. 2 players to the good now into this retake.
Hazard, there's still an ultimate to come back in, and it's Element's Dimensional Drift.
Clears the space and takes Showers for himself. There are fights being taken in the meantime though, and they've lost every single one of them. Benny 2 back! He could have just been the hero here. And the other top fragging IGL is the only one that stands between him. He does stand his ground. The Thrash comes up and it's another ultimate ability which will make the difference here, surely. Element past it, not detained. Double shot from the shorty barrel, but no time to save the day. CGN will settle for 4 rounds. A Galacticos 8th goes a long way.
I don't know if I was watching a circus, if I'm watching CGN versus Galacticos. What was that round, Hazza? The ultimates to go here, there and everywhere. 6 ultimates, the ones that we saw were quite enough, thank you very much. Carnage in the site. 4-8 though is the scoreline that we find ourselves on. And with that being said, CGN have got a long hill to climb. They'll need to get their Timberlands on, mate, because it's going to be a long half if it is to be a comeback.
Certainly will be. Glove. 2 kills there, which triple his tally, to be candid about it. So much impact found from it though. And when we're speaking of this clash of styles and what both bring to the table, that's the bigger picture. Galacticos have twice the rounds coming into the pistol. CGN have won
the previous 3 openers on each half, but this is the biggest one yet.
Launching smoke.
This is the more favoured side for CGN, is that Spike will go down and they'll find themselves at a great advantage on the site. Players have given themselves up entirely. Benny, he's not hitting the shot that he usually does. And Element has found himself behind, still caught out. Vince trying to do his best impression of resistance, but that's all it is, an impression. Davy H and Anguish, who have been good for it before, will not find anything just now. We're using the barrier mesh to almost create a foundation, but Davy H is not being found. The spike's being worked on, and that'll be a pistol round to Turkey as Galacticos find 9.
A huge pistol round for them to pick up, and just as you say, it's not just a pistol round for Galacticos, it's for Turkey. When groups were first announced, the IGL that we were just speaking about said, we're here to represent Turkey in the Turkish League, not as Galacticos. Don't forget that. Those were his words. The scene has been up behind them the whole time so far. And this is not someone who is a stranger to it either. Represented his region during the off-season last year in Madrid, alongside Ipot at Spike Nations. They won that event. They take this seriously.
Glove already getting the entry, CGN. You already expected it to be a tough ask of them to even get anything close, but at the very least you're looking for them to deny ulti or Saza, or even get some of their own and do some damage to the buy for the next round. So far, Benny is just given an absolute free one over to Galacticos,
Spike
and even
down,
giving
B.
up the spike.
Flash out from Glove, punished by Anguish. It's a 3v3. This is looking worrying, Cairo. Gotta say it as it is. The spike's been recovered from beyond destructive zone smoke. Now Galacticos on a re-clear, a little bit of proactivity right down the center of the map, and they may just catch the coattails of a disengaging CGN.
Yeah, it's like a detective following the footpath, the breadcrumbs with their opponents.
Oh my god, the timing.
That's crazy. Destructive's hesitant about players on site, but Anguish, he realises he's on the other side.
No.
Destructive and misses out the opportunity. The players at won't go on towards site, and Destructive drops his own smoke on Hookah, not allowing players to get up, but instead the CGN players has it. They take CT control.
Element already checked spawn, nobody there. If it wasn't going to be the flank, it would be Destructive. They combine both ends and bring them together to find 10. Galacticos only a few rounds away now from their own pick and the decider of Lotus.
Double digits, that's it. That's the key point to take a note of for most teams, because as soon as it's double digits, it's only 3 rounds away from winning out the map, Hazza.
Sure. At the same time, that was just the anti-eco. Now CGN bring out the guns. If they can cause that many issues on the rounds following, there's absolutely no reason why the scoreline doesn't look the exact same, because it was 7 rounds in a row that Galacticos posted before we got put in this situation.
This is usually where we find CGN winning most of the rounds as well on the attack. But for me, the only thing that I will comment on is they've never played against Turkey, right? Never played against Turkey this year.
Sure.
Did play against Digital Athletics last year, in which they lost.
Same names as well. That's always the case. VCT EMEA as a Turkish player feels like an exclusive club. You're either in or you're out. Another one of those on the fringe. Lurzi, 3 of his teammates from S2G last year, making it up to the big league. Sat waiting for his chance, as all of them are. But getting close to it here. CGN onto A, behind the Viper wall. Standard set piece. So many players ready to peek. Massic spotted. Does Anguish read too much into this? Because he's got to clear Ipot and he's going to miss the mark.
Yeah. He's gave a rifle back the other way, and as the players get so deep,
Two now.
Element just walking into smokes. That's not what you do. Smokes are a marking of your territory. If you're one of the teams, it's looking flawless. Davy H having to try and get something back, doesn't want to tap the orb because then that would give away the position, and players giving everything up. A little spam on the body, and rifles picked up. Galacticos leaving nothing to be, leaving nothing to the imagination, has it? Leaving everything on the server.
Yeah, they certainly are. Just mistakes made by CGN, very simple ones. Both Element and Anguist, as hungry as they are to find fights, walk into smokes or don't clear angles, get too ahead of themselves. Masic with his legs out, Anguist's eyes don't know where to look, he just gets it wrong. Like you say, nothing left to the imagination.
Certainly not. Element found himself a little pocket to work in. Baited for Davy has done well, and oh my god! Everybody caught off guard. Hello! Fantastic stuff! CGN, they're gonna probably find the round win after something like that.
There you go. That's the DAC machination. Demandschaft in motion. Efficient. Maybe a little bit overkill as well, but we don't touch on the details.
Yeah.
And 5 players strong means that they can start to put a little bit more strength in this attack side. There's not going to be anyone on light shields in the next. Got all of the credits to keep the purchases coming in. But the fact that Galacticos have been so consistent at the start of this half means that money for them won't be an issue. And that's where you want to start taking advantages against the defender side.
I mean, advantages has they have 2 rounds left to get it over the line, right? So in terms of advantages, they've got plenty of it. A gap of which will be 6 now. CGN will be like the, I guess like a carpet. I was going to say a chiseler, like you know what I mean? A chiseler. That's not the correct word. But you get the idea.
A carpet, you said? Carpenter, I think, would maybe be the word.
Like
yeah,
chipping
okay.
away at this lead, right? Okay. The point being is it's like they have tools to do it, right? Usually it would be a chisel. I mean, it's going to be the ultimates, and especially Benny's, of which again you have to comment is the lowest ultimate to get back online, lowest cost.
Well, you know, chiseler is actually slang for a person who cheats or tricks, a swindler. So maybe CGN, the snake oil sellers of tier 2 with their wacky comps, can find something for us here. Who knows? Proof's in the pudding, and Benny has plenty of evidence to give.
Yeah.
Laying out his case for the claim of the ace site, and he'll get it.
Don't traditionally see the fade on an operator, but they'll have an idea that there is someone towards Shivers, especially after the TP, and that's why they tapped the spike, waiting for a reaction. iPod needs to go big, and he has the showstopper.
He certainly does, and they're running straight into it in the smallest part of the map. Hookah over the top, peek from Element, has to punish, and he will most importantly. Orbital strike in the TP! What's your Thrash gonna do when I cook it? Stick it on the pan and sit like a sea bream. 4-1, Masic the only one left. Brilliant reaction from CGN when things were looking tough there.
They have read everything to perfection. It's almost like the little kid sitting beside you all the way back in primary school, checking what work they're doing and not even changing a single bit of it. CGN, they still have plenty of tricks up their sleeve, and you should never underestimate them. Galacticos, you might be on 11. This is still a long game.
Just as soon as you think the round gets out of hand, it's some sleight of hand from CGN. This is brilliant. The orbital strike. Mavera knows they've been outdone on a couple of these. Ultimates cannot be the going rate though.
Sure.
You look at how many have been used up in the last few. You do still have the dimensional drift for Element, and maybe that's the answer. Maybe you just keep looking to the playbook and see how deep it runs. What can we do round on round to make this difficult?
I mean, last round was fairly fast-paced, and CGN immediately begin and switch it up, has it?
Sound sensor up.
Now Galacticos have to reset and figure out what CGN are up to. They're not really holding in towards Hookah either, so that's the question mark where you put on the map for CGN. Dimensional drift in fact it's just straight into an execute on E.
That's what they're always about, though. A team-oriented play style. It's only element to clear, but everyone else is behind this. Headshot goes through the wall. Ipot is low. Anguist is lost. This isn't the priority for the push, though. A is where the execute should be happening. Masic finding another on the site defense will make matters worse. Vince only gets one on the backside swing. That's the cost of the spike as well. Sure, Davi with a trade. You're trading down the numbers into a situation where you're still at a disadvantage.
I mean, until that spike went down, the players were pinned to the B site because of Anguist's presence. But look at this, an escape. The pressure's been let off, and Davi H is still here.
He's got to do it all. The Dizzy in the corner might just be the death sentence. One for Davi means that it's still within Element's wheelhouse. No Yoru utility does make the clutch attempt that much more difficult. Has to be a clean first headshot, but knows where both players are coming from.
I mean, both need to be clear. One bullet is enough to send Element to the grave. This would be something out of this world.
The reveal. Catches him over the top. Needs the first, not giving it. And back behind the screen they go. Galacticos looking to pull curtains on the second map. Element trying to put the veil over their eyes. He goes through the screen and cannot survive. Galacticos will take 12.
Finally, 6 rounds, 6 chances at finishing out the second map. And it still feels like, even though there's such a big advantage and all it will take is Galacticos 1 round, it feels like CGN at any moment can just start to string these rounds together, even though Galacticos have been doing so well. Mighty tense, and the best part about it for the Turkish side is what the conversation has been for the last couple of rounds. Ultimates.
3 of them. Big ones at that. So much stopping power in each and every one of them. Lerzy's pit controls all of short. CGN have nothing to defumigate it.
I think that's the
Drift was used in the previous.
The big thing about these halves have been almost decided by the ultimate cycles.
Certainly feels that way. Still holding onto your breath for CGN. And what the second half could have in store, it's nothing more. Glove will make damn certain of it. The safest pair of hands. Vince with a bit of retaliation, but Destructive's using his own ult as a get out of jail free card and has managed to stamp Vince's, kicked his bucket. Betty 1 versus 3, but has no idea of Ipot's position, and that will be the map. Galacticos go 1 better than CGN on their own selection. The decider stands between both and the grand finals.
I mean, Hazard, what other way would you expect? Both in their own right have their own style of play, maps in which they are specialists at. CGN certainly were not specialists here, and it shows. Galacticos have got them down to a wire. I think the thing is, though, I think we could see from what Strong was saying how much CGN struggled with creating pressure pockets in which to work with. I mean, every single time Anguist was getting caught out on the luck, really struggling to find impact. And again, as we were saying on cast, that ultimate cycle, which was so important, kept following the way of Galacticos.
You never want to be in an aim duel against the talent that Galacticos has, or at least one where you're not able to shake the odds up a little bit more in your favor, because as soon as they had that read in the first half, in my mind, that was the map done. It certainly felt that way. There wasn't enough life left in the second for CGN to really enact what they want to do with what is a new comp, first tested in an official and single elimination, something they would have been saving for Ascension, I'm sure, but it hasn't found the mark this time. So we go to Lotus as our decider, not before the break.
done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I don't know why you look at me like that. You're so self-absorbed, I know that for a fact. Now I realize I'm better off without you. I'll be better off in no time. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. 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 I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done.
Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me.
Okay, so it looks like we are going to that third map with a pretty dominant performance coming out from Galacticos on binds here. And I think this is where we kind of expected them, even maybe compositionally, to take the lead. I guess they're strong.
Yeah, I mean, look, this composition is interesting, right? It's a bit like a buffet, right? You know, you get a little bit of shrimp, you get a little bit of beef, you get a little bit of chicken. You all put it together, but to be honest, you're not going to have a great meal, are you, most of the time? Like, it's usually not going to work out so well. They're trying a lot of different things. They've got every gimmick in the book there, basically, but it doesn't really map together into anything cohesive. And that's kind of what we saw here, is the major problem that CGN had.
Yeah, I think that it's exactly what you described, right? We talked about it, the lack of an initiator, the selection of duelists that they decided to go for. It's all individually very decent agents, right? They all have these like little gimmicks on this map, but paired together, it doesn't really make sense. And I think that's where Galacticos also did a very good job at capitalizing, right? And we wanted to highlight a round from CGN where we talked a lot about the way that they play, contact heavy, and I think this is an excellent example where in the late round they decide to contact heavy up to a short all the way essentially into spawn, right? And this is just where they have so much utility, they have so many flashes, and they just decide to use none of it. And I think when you look into these late stages of the round, you know, this is an under bonus round, so it's a super important round to win. They just decide to use nothing, get into those, you know, weird positions, and they just get picked apart by Galacticos. Galacticos doesn't have to do anything. All they do is play passive angles, and they just get punished.
Yeah, and this is
No, go ahead.
This is the thing that you have to be. If you're going to play comp like this, you have to be forceful. Like, okay, I understand with a lot of CGN's comps, they play the Phoenix, they play stuff like this, and they kind of play it in a certain way where they're saving util, they're taking quite a long time to use util, that's fine. If you're going to use this particular combination, you're going to use Phoenix, you're going to use Yoro, you're going to have no information, you need to be way, way more forceful than they were, and that's really what they were missing in this game. I mean, there's a joke, I think, in Germany that CGN stands for Contact Gaming Network, and that's kind of what we're seeing this series.
I think this style of play, I mean, it would have leaned them very well. I feel like if they did something like this on this first map, if Galacticos hadn't already been punished by a playstyle like this, right? I think Mavera did an excellent job at kind of setting up his boys for a map where they, you know, if of course one of the first things that I would do, and I think it's the same for you, Joe, is if you see this composition, they're like, guys, they don't have info. Every time they want to take space, they're going to take presence. You can play. Like, just play off angles, make sure that you know that you're ready for those flashes, and if those flashes lack, then you're just chilling, you're holding the angle, CGN walks into you and you just get free picks, and I think Galacticos did an awesome job at like punishing that.
Yeah, and then also just seeing the weaknesses on the way that CGN were playing, the fact that they weren't using that utility, and again, that information where, sure, you maybe expect that used earlier in the round, but when they are playing that more contact play style, someone goes down, you lose out on that space that was taken across the map, then you don't have that util that you can actually try and re-clear that space back towards if you are moving back into that direction for whatever goal of space it may be. And then you also have the fact that I feel like Galacticos did really well to change up the pacing of this game as well on the attacking side, especially when I think, considering their play style, they're strong, we would have anticipated CGN to be going for a little bit more space on defense.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. You can see, even in this round we're showing here, they came in with the intent, like, CGN came with the intention of taking space. The problem is CGN, the entire way they play, they're going to take space slowly. Look, the way that CGN plays on defense, they want to basically have it so, I think we already said it, they're trying to make a lot of like isolated scenarios, they're trying to put you into a lot of weird lines, all this sort of thing. The issue is if you just say, okay, we're just going to walk up on you, we don't even go super far, if we don't need to use you to at the first choke, we can just walk up on you. And we sort of CGN didn't really have an answer for it for most of the half, because it was just, okay, you've got to try and TP deep, because you can see with the idea of the Yoru, what they're trying to do is he wants to walk up fast, and he wants to TP spawn, and he wants to TP here, he wants to do this, he wants to do that. But no, we're just gonna go up the thing, and you're not gonna have time to do any of that, and now we know where you are, and we know where you guys backside, and we're just gonna take you out one by one. They took CGN's entire thing and turned it against them. It was pretty nice to see, let's be honest here.
I think it was great to see mixing it up between these like faster paced defaults versus like straight up executes, right? We saw like what, 4 or 5 rounds where they just from the barriers go down. Galacticos just instantly dumping all their utility into sides, going for super explosive rounds, right? Like this one and the one that we previously showcased. And I think CGN just didn't have an answer to it, right? Their whole game plan on defense relied on making sure that Element is in these proper positions, having his teleports available to really take space and take information all around the map. And the best thing that you can do against that is just deny them all the info they want, or give them all the info they want. Hey, we're going to this side, we're not stopping. If you want to fight us while we're doing it, you're happy to do so, but you don't have utility to do it. And I think that's really where Galacticos' game plan against the composition that doesn't have any scans, doesn't have like any. I mean, they had a Euro Flash, they have a Phoenix Flash, but I also didn't feel like they knew how to particularly like use those in a supportive way to counter those direct hits.
Yeah, and I love that you're shouting out these players as well here, right? Because we did talk about Inglis, we talked about Element on Ascent and how good they were individually, but there's another dynamic to it that I want to chat about, and it's on the side of Galacticos. A big reason why they were able to find so much success. And although Masic wasn't putting out necessarily the numbers, the shift in performance from Ipot into this map was night and day there, Strong.
Yeah, I mean, we can even say, to be fair, we could say, well, Massive didn't put up amazing numbers, but I believe he had 4 first kills or something like this as well. So he was having an impact. Ipot obviously complete turnaround, horrible map 1, much better map 2. And this kind of gets to the core of what, in theory, can make Galacticos quite explosive and what can make one quite threatening. Because, look, this fundamentally is, they're a slower team, they're a patient team, I think on a fundamental level. But it's the same thing. You put 2 duelists into a team, and you say, okay, well, you're not going to both play duelists, but we're going to have one of you go in. We're going to have one of you take space aggressively. The thing I was looking for with Masic was how was he going to play the fade, and he got a little bit passive towards the end, but he was aggressive enough when he needed to be. He took space off the enemy team, and that was really, really important. That was just made it so easy for the entire rest of the game to flow for that attack.
Yeah, it really does. And I want to talk about, now that we've highlighted these 2 players, sure. And you mentioned the fact that Masic had a great game when it came to those impact frags. And that's where I have my eyes on him heading into our 3rd map for this decider, to decide who's going to take that last slot in the grand finals tomorrow. Because Chamber is likely going to be the agent that we can expect to see Masic on, heading over towards Lotus here in Milan. And I feel like it says a lot that he's able to still have that impact on that fade in this last map. And this is where we'll see him even more enabled.
I mean, I think, considering both that they had fantastic performances on this last map, and the last time that they played Lotus, they, let's be honest, 13-5 kind of demolished Valiant as well, right? So I think that Galacticos is feeling great going into this last map. Sure, CGN might throw them a curveball again, but I think even now, seeing that they have the flexibility and that they have the skills to adapt to something like that on the fly, must give this team like a boost full of confidence.
Yep. One thing I'd sort of say about this is, so this is the one map left where we would expect to see Benny on Gecko, because the last we saw he was supposed to be on it and Bind. He didn't play it here. Do we see Phoenix on Lotus? I mean, I guess it's not unprecedented, but it'd be interesting to see. I think the Chamber is going to be really pivotal here, because look, there's a lot of stuff you can do in terms of how the game plan will play out on this. There's a lot of stuff that goes too deep to get into here. But the headline thing here is team is playing Chamber into team that wants to play Contact every single round. That can go very, very well for the Chamber team, because it is. I don't know how much of a consensus thing it is, but I know that when we were looking at Lotus earlier in the year, we were like, yeah, this is the hard counter for Contact play.
Yeah, I think you're definitely onto something. I do want to highlight that the last time we saw them play, they did play double initiator, right? And sure, it's like deep-rooted identity, German and contacting, whatever it was, right? They like to contact, but also surely at some point, if you understand, you watch this, like you think about the series, you evaluate it with everybody, surely Capio right now is like telling guys, listen, what did they do? They're countering us. Just stop contacting us. We have so much utility on Lotus. Make sure that we actively use it when we're trying to get into sites. Make sure that we find out where Chamber is playing. Make sure that we avoid those like little stacks. And I think if they do that, we're up for a great map 3.
It's a big question, though. The big ask is to see if they can make that pivot, make that adjustment map to map, because we weren't able to even see it within a singular map on Bind throughout the timeouts that were being called by CGN. So it is a bit of a question mark for me in that regard. And then you also have the fact that, at least for Galacticos, they do have that ability to have that breach as well, to really slow down a lot of these pushes on the side of CGN, really take control of that space and deny that ability to comfortably even contact up if they're going to be fighting more aggressively, that in the way that we would expect here on Lotus for either that mound or rubble control. They're strong.
Yeah, and this is something that let's see if we've got the comps here as well. Yeah, it's basically as expected. Benny is going to be playing the Gecko here. The breach thing is, something that you illustrate that probably should have picked up on earlier, because this is a thing with the Galacticos comp. They're playing Chamber as the Sentinel. That means that they don't really have particularly strong sight hold. They don't have the fallback of having a Killjoy or a Cypher somewhere. So that's going to create another very interesting dynamic. There's a lot of things that are going to go into both of these comps. And yeah.
I think that the interesting part there as well, right? If you're looking at a contact-heavy playstyle, what is arguably the worst way to do against that is to keep on fighting it, right? Like Galacticos doesn't have. I mean, sure, the breach allows them to play a little bit forward. I think the thing that I would be most worried about if I'm on the side of CGN is trap plays, right? Having a breach allows you to do trap plays so successfully, paired with an omen, paired with a stun, maybe a chamber trip. And I think if Galacticos perform the way that they can, I think CGN are in for a world of trouble here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be important for us to look out to see how they're able to counter those trap plays, because you're mainly going to be looking over towards that Gecko and that Omen there and Benny and Vince to try and throw that utility out in response. So let's see how they do. And Hazakar, why don't you take it away for the last map of today?
Can't wait to get into this one. We've gone down to the final map, and ever since the regional leagues were created, DAC falling short to Turkey. Can they do it here? They were able to get the first map, the second went Galacticos' way, and now is their time to make the grand finals.
I mean, as we were saying before, there needs to be a feel-good factor for DAC at some point, right? This is the furthest they've ever been in any inter-regional tournament, never ever making it to a finals. Whereas Turkey, they've been here before. It was 2022 VRL finals where they made it. It was last year in play-ins where they made it. Yes, they fell short, but it's a chance for Lursley to make up for lost time and perhaps get there to try and do it a second time. For me as well, Lotus, the last map, is such a brilliant battleground in terms of storylines, because CGN have never lost it. I mean, something has to come true today, whether it is CGN losing Lotus or it is DAC finally beating Turkey.
At the same time, Galacticos, with all of the role issues that they've had, this is one of the places that they can call a mainstay in their own map rotation. You look at the ones that they've played so far in this competition, 13-5 against Valiant, as well as they battled KPI earlier, they fell short. The grand finals awaiting one of these two teams. Galacticos' last outing to the ESA arena in Turkey was cut short. For CGN, they fell on home soil in Cologne. Can either of them make amends? Only one will get the final chance at another grand final.
I think the most interesting part about this to me is the fact that this is the most meta composition that CGN play, no off-meta picks, and it's the map that they've never lost.
The Benny buffet just keeps on serving up trouble. Finally, we head to the dessert and it looks normal. A control early doors, and that door being turned onto a vacant plot of land. Quick space taken back through stairs on the other side of the defensive smoke by Galacticos makes this one interesting. This is about to go down.
Yeah, you think that, but Hazard, I think this is a B split. Look at the players out on B main. There's no way you dedicate 2 players while you're still thinking about A. I mean, I don't know if Galacticos are going to allow them to get there. It's certainly not allowing them to stay on the server. Globe has done so well to rout the players that were there. A nice reaction. Dabby H with a chance, but that's all it is. A fleeting chance, as the rest of the team are found out by Galacticos.
Yeah, CGN just make a mess of that in the end. You probably got to deposit Davy outside the door. and cross to the site if you can, but as that smoke was going down, like I said, you've got 3 players the opposite way ready to take contact for when you look at the site itself, but only a couple of them actually able to activate.
I mean,
same buy for CGN, just the Marshall on Element in the second round.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, you either win that initial duel that when the smoke drops, or you're quicker on the B execute. I mean, the A space is already taken, and I thought actually the one that loses out in the duel against the opposite number of element.
Galacticos, a few more resources to be taking this kind of space with this time around. We're yet to mention Masic. This is a role where he can get so much more aggressive on the chamber. Shot lands! Anguis goes blow for blow before he can press the TP button. 4 on 3. OpenSea site for a plant if they choose to get there, or if they take it into their own hands, which they will, or the little yellow ones instead.
I mean, there is an outlaw, and players within touching distance of 1 bullet, that being Luzzy and iPod. Davy H needs headshots if he wants to get things over the line. Utility back in, and it's just iPod's body shot, so that's one less in which Anguis can capitalise upon. Hazard.
One of 3 players on the site fighting their ground, standing it more importantly. Anguis from this same corner we saw him ace from a couple of days ago. Can do nowhere near as much with the Sheriff, but he can gift an opportunity to Davy. Makes his escape through the smoke. Defuse worked on, needs to snatch it late, takes the player who was on it, but Destructive should have enough time. And he will. A second for Galacticos, but again, it's by the skin of their teeth.
Just for a second, you think like he's caught both of them off guard. Maybe I'm a little bit jumpy today, buying into the stakes of what is essentially playing for your season, right? That's not something we spoke much about. Whoever loses that, it's done, it's over. You're watching the rest go out. It's like the SpongeBob meme where SpongeBob and Patrick are running around in Ascension, and you're watching from the window.
Didn't know SpongeBob and Patrick were Berliners. Maybe we'll see them in a couple months' time, who knows. Tickets are available.
Yeah.
Galacticos, not with too many opportunities at punching in a third here. 4 Sheriffs, the outlaw that you're looking at, they'll peek one by one into Anguis, but he knows when there's too much to chew off. Cuts him down to size and joins up with the rest of his team on A.
Well, as the players try to execute into A, there's a big sentinel to try and get by Masic. Outlaw up, waiting for someone to peek in. Element well within that 1 bullet range, and Anguis in fact can find himself within that margin as he looks to hold on to the smoke that was on A rubble. They'll push through, he will get taken, but not before getting one of his own. A clean shot from Benny and a rifle recovered. It's still 1 versus 3 though, Hazard.
3 players in front of Lurzi. Standing between him and a third round, but the Vandal should be saved. It's an open plant, one which he can see. Benny lets Wingman off the leash one last time to make damn sure that he won't be taking anything else here. And it was smart play from Anguis.
Yeah.
Not taking more fights than he needed to, but also not completely forfeiting the space. Heard the steps, information to the rest of his team. Eventually got overwhelmed, and I think that's also got to be something to mention. Galacticos pack mentality.
Yeah. For me, Hazard though, it's like that's something that Anguis is so good at. Very rarely do you see him actually get caught off guard in terms of his positioning. I mean, there he takes one fight and immediately sees more than one player, doesn't want to come back in. So disciplined for what being his 3rd split in Challengers.
Yeah, it would be 3rd split. First that he played in North, the following 2 in DAC. 1 title from the 3 played. And a silver medal which sits him here. Like you say, it's those mechanics paired with knowing when to take your fights, which can make all of the difference. I think it also suits CGN very well. And on these attack rounds, you see him right at the forefront of their executes at times. Well, Benny's Thrash first in, but he's the next player behind it.
Now the Thrash goes very deep, so I doubt that will be able to get back as it literally opens the door and opens fire. Not much being caught here. In fact, Angus with his back turned well, and that's the advantage in which Galacticos will use to try and manipulate the site to their own favour.
Oh, Benny, don't know if he's just spotted it. Certainly saw where the smoke came from. Destructive nailed to the wall from which he emerged. Plenty more players to come out the woodwork, and it's from multiple different avenues. Globe is by himself. The two remainder of this Galacticos defense are in Waterfall and trying to bridge that gap. CGN backed up into the corner of the site themselves. Benny holding on for another, grinding down to the final two players on either side. And it's a 1v1 when the dust settles. Davi to clutch it. He will claim. Both gun rounds go to CGN as they tie up the score.
The Portuguese powerhouse gets it over the line, and what is such an important round, because you look at the buy the Galacticos haphazard, it's stricken. That's it, they're on the eco cycle, and it's only been, what, 5 rounds now, as we're on the 5th year? That's going to be a difficult thing for Galacticos to try and recover from. Maybe having to wait till later until their ultimates come online to get something from, but CGN, well, they've already got some online to use.
CGN's attack has looked so good so far this series. We just didn't see very much of it on Bind. Playing into something from Galacticos, which is one of many different versions. Like I said before, I'm really interested to see on the side swap how Ipot is going to look as this Raze executing in. They've had 3 different Breach players on this map. What does your partnership look like? How are you setting each other up effectively? It is the tour de force on this round to be any kind of difference maker, and Masic already has his first.
Still utility to use to get back in, has it? The players are lit up, not from bullets, more from sonar. Yep, the headhunter, tour de force, whatever it is that's being used, not going to work. So CGN has it, they will find the advantage for the first time on this first half.
Important that they do so, but it's been through all the gun rounds that they've got it. Merit on top. Yep. Capio nods his head. Thank you very much. On to the next. Ooh. Timeout from Galacticos here as well. I think it's a pretty decent time to use it as well, because you think of both of these teams previously, especially CGN on that last map, being quite heavy-handed with their ultimates and really leaning into it to try and get rounds at times. You have quite a few of your own here to create a counter strategy. I think it's really important that they put that focus on it. It's something that Mavera has spoken about a lot before, having these ultimate rounds that you can call upon in your strat book if you need to.
And that's it, the ultimate rounds do need to come in, especially at this moment in time, has it? Because they are the difference makers, right? And that was the case on Bind. I mean, you look towards what is available for both teams, like CGN, they have the lockdown, which will be countered by Gloves, Hunter's Fury, Element, Showstopper, Blurzy, Rolling Thunder, that's the big ones. That's the difference makers, the ones which either team doesn't have.
Cover going out.
So CGN will start slow. They put the feelers out towards A. At the start of this game, they were really attempting to try and take as much of that space as possible, but Galacticos have shown no real presence there in the last couple, and actually it's been open for the taking for both. This one's staged on the C mound instead. It's another easy orb for Benny to get closer to that Thrash.
Yeah. So close. In fact, he can use it, has a. I mean, the C site has been so well conditioned that the Galacticos have gambled towards this side of the map. This could be such an easy fake. In fact, you can see those players already looking towards B main. That could be an easy tap. In fact, Benny is going to be the one to try and continue this fake as the wingman makes the noise.
Sending it out of pocket rather than committing it to a spike plant, but they are inching ever closer. It was a nice bait out of the Thrash initially from Masic to force Benny to commit to it so he could TP. The door opens up. They're going to full send this onto the C site. They got enough space to warrant it, but it's the Rolling Thunder coming back through, which is most scary.
Well, already there, you see the ultimates coming back in. That's the counter we expected. That's why Glove was committed to the B site. And now the players head in. Spike's been denied. This is big. Time too low. That's it. Glove can sit there happy knowing that his team has won the round. That was all that was needed. It came down to counter after counter utility. Sure, it was a scrappy affair, has it? But again, is it indecisiveness that cost CGN there?
Has to be. Has to be. You see the way that they set up. It clearly diverts from whatever the pre-round call was to take contact, surprise, surprise, towards Mound, take the orb, get the Thrash, see if you can maybe find a pick and fake in towards the C side with the wingman. You have the B main presence, and then it's a late execute. I don't know what the read was to try and get the space. There wasn't enough time to plant the spike, and I like the reaction. Showstopper out to meet the Rolling Thunder. You're stunned. You'll get the value. It just gets messy though, and we're straight into the next now.
Yeah, and look how proactive this time Galacticos have been towards the C side of the map. CGN, they're scared of A as well. They're now starting to double guess themselves, right? The timeout that's been called by Mavera has been extremely potent in terms of whatever he's made in adaptions, because CGN are second guessing themselves at every opportunity, and Masic's not going to get the chance to TP out.
A little slower on the pace this time, but effective in the way they gut rubble control. Now you've got Element crossing towards the Hobbit door, and thoughts about the B play, but there is no main presence this time. Both initiators on the A site. The execute coming through. Element first forward again. Trying to lead the line as much as he can. Wingman on the plant. Benny sticks the landing on both kills. Double up from the Phantom. The Vandal doesn't hit those.
Definitely doesn't. Destructive though. Just for a clutch. But no clutch attempt being taken. That's another round for CGN. Has it back towards them having the advantage.
Saying that, it probably does. Little bit staggered. You could see what Glove and Lurzi were trying to do. From what I saw, it didn't look to be the most effective counter utility. CGN had so much still available to them on their execute because it was just the paint shells which managed to get Masic out of position. Not too many teams which play Chamber these days, but it can still be a very strong agent in the right hands.
I can remember when it first came out, and hearing that people were trying Chamber on this, I was so surprised, but it's the geometry that allows it, especially when you have players able to opt like Masic here, who's been playing the op consistently over the full series. I mean, you saw KPI and how they were able to do it earlier on.
Ooh. Judge up close for Glove. Benny walks right into the crosshairs, the trap. One click and he's gone. Both shock darts may just do the same, and Element makes sure of it this time.
That's something throughout all of Ascension. The shock darts have been so on point, whether it's Sayonara or Davi.
Here comes what? Anguist doesn't care. Shuts up Ipot, that's an ult gone. A 1-for-1, which is looking good until you hit Masic's side of the map. The CGN shift of focus heads towards the Chamber player that we spoke so much about to change around by himself. Stuck under the tree, but has bought enough time for the rotation and found a kill with it.
Very, very clean so far, has it. A TP to bait out, and actually there you go, straight towards the other side of the map, leaving Davich in a 1v1.
Can he win it? Elevated ground is able to take the kill, and now cast your minds all the way back to map 1. Spike planted on the other side of the map. Element playing catch up. Vince needs to live here, because if he goes down, then the whole ship could go with it. But Destructive is dealt with, and CGN will restore order and extend their advantage.
I mean, now it's about building that lead, right? He's just starting to again put Galacticos back towards that eco-cycle. And we're nowhere near ultimates to come online unless someone was to get an ace in this round to build for the next. Point being here is CGN finally have an opportunity to put some daylight in between them and their very tough opponents.
Peek from Masic, but no shots fired. Simply has to pull away. Anguist again trying to hold down the C side. Destructive's gotten past the first set of boxes. Anguist knew it! Right on the money. Satchel at his feet this time, and Ipot uses it to doctor the play and find the kill. Had just the antidote. Masic wants more. Still fighting, still holding on, but eventually goes dry. Davi isolated, could make for a 2v2 if he's not careful. Needs the support.
Needs someone to at least peek off him. Maybe he doesn't actually have it. Maybe he can just do it himself. It does actually catch iPod, but for the most part, utility is spot on. Navigating troubled waters, CGN do well to get on towards at least an even half for the next. That's 6 guaranteed. But the only issue with that is Masic has his operator.
Time winning the only gun round for Galacticos at this point.
Careful there.
You're starting to feel that they're running out of it themselves. The map's turned into a skirmish, and CGN are happy to engage at a moment's notice. Again, there's so much utility expected to come out here. It's a flash at the start on the spawn barrier, smokes, and so much respect given until finally the thrash comes through.
Yeah, you're waiting for the tap to pour out the water, and it's taking a bit of time. You'll be happy with that. Ultimate out, and Davi's at least got a trade. It's B main where Anguist puts the hopes of CGN on a knife's edge. A big 1 versus 1. If Glove doesn't check it, that CGN, they have a 2-player advantage.
It's crazy. It's another situation where Glove goes looking for something which he just can't find. To put him under the microscope again, as much impact as he has, when you compare it to Benny, there's always a player by his side. He goes down with the ship, does the captain of CGN. Not this time. The one setting the sails for another A plant. The 7th round is the course that we're headed for now, as Masic will be giving us nothing more. What has to change from Galacticos Cairo, because they're running out of chances?
Hazard, the big thing is stop giving opportunities. We spoke about the last map and how Anguist wasn't allowed to thrive on the attack, right? And then the first map, we also spoke about how Anguist is so important to CGN's attack. He's almost like, he's fully autonomous, right? Allowed to go and do what he wants, find the gaps that he needs, and he's so good at it. Lotus is back to him being at his prime. I mean, the fight
so much freedom.
Yeah, exactly. And you think towards like the past couple rounds, like A Rubble control has been taken so easily. So is C Mountain for the most part. B main, you don't really need to contact with. Leave Anguist there. And just make sure that when the fight back comes back in, you're well prepared for it. Galacticos just feel as if like they're so surprised when CGN come back at them with so much utility, and it's retake utility, your double initiator.
It's been the story of their year. The downfall of Fireflux was welcomed with open arms by Galacticos. Their qualification came from the point systems, and the error
I mean, that's one to talk about later, as we are straight in towards a seaside take. In fact, I say seaside take, it's seaside taken, and the players of Galacticos are pushed back in waterfall. Hazard, this Hunter's Fury could actually be really impactful.
It's not too often that you've seen CGN play for post. They've had player presence on site round on round. Round on round, leaving the rifles in their hands. Element with another 5-on-3. Galacticos might just be calling this quits. Ipot is rotating all the way around waterfall and it's done. They don't want anything more to do with it. CGN have bagged themselves another. While the op may continue to claim lives, it bears no effect on the round result. CGN will be taking home an 8th. That might have just been enough to get them to the grand final.
I mean, Hazard, this is the thing.
Last round before
Coming in towards what is such a decisive game, everyone would have thought, Turkey, come on, they've got to reach grand finals, especially as you said, such a promising roster like Galacticos have. But this is the thing, if you think all the way back to play-ins of last year, this was the map which Luzzy actually won, the only map which he won in the grand finals versus Focus. And now it looks to be going the other way. Is there maybe a hint of deja vu about this? Another chance gone for Luzzy to make Ascension?
Revealing area.
Seeming to be that way. Ipot leading the line, but Vince shutting it down. Glove does get one back, but here comes the Hunter's Fury. Rooted to the spot, destructive revealed. The second and third bolt find no more. Davy happy to send shocks into the unknown. C is already where CGN are looking towards.
No, Masic being pushed back. All eyes on this final round for the first half, has it? The op, not great for actually retaking either, which puts Galacticos at such a back foot, especially coming into a 4v4 retake. You're already missing some smoke, some utility here from iPod.
Yeah, Vince is gone. He's been so key in consolidating the backside, but nanos on Moshes continue to buy away at the time bank. Galacticos' fate may just be in the hands of Father Time now. The ult are clear, but there's no one else there. Benny is doing his best, and it's more than enough. CGN, we spoke about 8, a 9th on the half, could just have ended it. They're within touching distance now when the side swap comes through. A triple for Benny. It's the hat trick, which has done everything in the end of this first half.
Yeah, this is such a massive half from CGN. We've spoke about it, right? CGN have never lost Lotus. CGN and Dak have never beaten Turkey. This is the best way to put all of those to rest, right? All of those doubts. Make it the furthest that any Dak team has in any inter-regional competition. But there's still one massive half to go, and Galacticos has it. They're still good on Lotus. They're still good fundamentally. To weather this storm, CGN need to hold fast.
It lives and dies on the pistol. Galacticos have won the previous few, where CGN started well with our openers. Seamountain control the first port of call. Ipot the one there. The first incision and the orb taken. Spike heading elsewhere with no players deposited into B main. You can only think that it's Element, Sight and Sheriff which will be under siege soon.
That's the expectation. CGN have not really got an idea at all as Galacticos use their opponent's tactic book against them, has it? This should be a fairly easy site to take, so you would think.
It's Element that you're up against. The recon missed, it didn't reveal. Davies has, and now they know. Anguis in the smoke comes back out to meet Masic, who's massacring on this site. 3 kills. An advantage for now, but it could be a meager one. still a way back through, and with Benny's Dizzy and Wingman to get onto the spike that's not yet planted.
I mean, that's the thing, Hazard. We've seen the 2v3 in pistol before on Ascent. It was massive, and already it started with a bang. As Benny somehow found iPop. Lozzie's given the chances. Vince getting one of their own. Lozzie knows where Benny could be. In fact, he's double guessed himself, checking back sight, and he's got it cleared. Benny's allowed for a chance of Lozzie having an idea. Back, walking like a turret, finds the kill and gives Galacticos a chance.
A chance indeed, a lifeline. On a map with so many trees, it felt like they were hanging off the olive branch. But Lurzi will keep the dream of this play-ins push alive, one which he's held since last year. With Masic doing so much work to make another main event. It was close, but close doesn't cut it, and we know that. Say bye for Element, and as soon as he's back on the angle, it is with a bang.
Listen, we've seen Anticos before. We've seen Ecos before. Upsetting the odds. A chance that you should never have.
He's thinking about it. Final thought that enters his mind. Masic meets his Maker, Element gone. Util is... What? I was going to say airtight, but again, it's the plumber. He finds every gap possible. Just one. Another 2v3. Is this any more digestible than the last?
Nah, surely not. There's no way. Oh, there's a rifle low, and it gets a little bit worried. Already sees one player, and it is Benny. He's been playing so well, and in a 1v2, he has utility to work with. You don't doubt him here, right? A peek out! Almost onto the head of Masic. That's a little bit worrying, Hazard. Benny's feeling this.
That is unbelievable. Masic, Lurzi, both names that have bailed out Galacticos in the last couple, but it doesn't matter how they win as long as they can keep them coming. Nice from Anguis to find the one breach in the offense, and Benny raises the heart palpitations of the Turkish faithful again, which come out in their droves to support. 4 rounds between the two. This is the first of the gun rounds. This is where CGN took control of the map in the first half.
Racing up towards C-side. Anguis knows that he has to drop out. Again, a player that gives no opportunities, and opportunities too destructive. Catches that VH off guard, and Element not quick on the mark. That's an advantage.
So low. CGN into their retake now. Play it down, but not for long. Anguis to the rescue. Putting on the cape again. The super kid keeps on giving. Anguis finally put to rest by Lurzi. Another retake, a player down, but it's already off to a decent start. CGN, 2 of their own. Destructive with those 9 points of health will not stand to the task. 10 CGN.
Element finishing what he had started. Maybe a little bit frustrated you would be by Davy not getting traded out, but the fact you still reach double digits will be a sweat off the brow. So close, CGN. A big rifle round to win out. I mean, you just see how good again Anguis.
someone would have peeked it, so it's a calculated risk, but one which could pay off. Masic has the opener though. They can follow this up brilliantly, Galacticos with 2 more.
Yeah, and 1 away from the showstopper for Element. If he can get an opportunity to get that online, the orb probably going to go soon. And the spike's been down, Taza. 10 seconds, in fact, make it 3. They need to get the spike down, and Anguist is in perfect chance to deny the round, and he does it. Hides away, denies the round for CGN. Or for Galacticos, CGN find an 11. Galacticos are being denied every opportunity, every chance being swiped away. The Dark team looking to clear their closets. The skeletons finally to be buried.
Such a key round, just to replay what we saw before. CGN with the right players present. Sure, it's up against an eco, but so imperative that they won it. Talking before about the depth of the map pool, each of these teams, you're looking at it, so one-sided from one map to the next. The only where there are lots of differences to really highlight would be CGN's comp on bind, something that they hadn't played before. When we're on meta, on brand, they haven't put a foot wrong, Cairo. Off-brand, I should say.
Yeah.
You talk about Ascension, play-ins, this stage of the season being where you get the complete picture, it still feels like Galacticos are a project in progress.
There's my buddy.
Feels that way. A lot of fundamental issues have popped up here and there. Over-peaking.
Careful there.
Not giving the right information. The default's ever so slightly off. This Rolling Thunder will push Anguist into a potential place where you can take them, but they've not cleared them. And spot on is that Thrash. Trying to buy more delay with a Nano Swarm won't work out, and it's a bit cheeky trying to go for that Thrash Benny. At least Vince gets the trade back in their favour. Element still has that showstopper from last round, remember, where the spike goes down.
Well, look at the huge back on the retake, drone in, and like you say, Element hangs over their heads like the fear itself. The fear of death. The fuse is lit and he's ready to go. Lurzy peaks to his demise. He survives, but still, it's a 1v2 which he cannot win. Davi at the triple. 12 for CGN. They're 1 away from another grand final.
It seems as if the storyline has already been written, has it? It seems like everything leading up to this one match has been set for CGN to take that last place in the grand final. Galacticos has moving into this last map of Lotus. They've just not been as good as what we expected. Missing the mark, shots missed that would have never been happening in the regular season. Has everything finally caught up to them? Have they used the 9 lives up that have got them here? Depending on other results, depending on other teams to do the business, well, it's up to them now to do it, because if not, CGN will happily take that last spot.
Ipot satcheling in to lead the A charge. The highest ACS of any player on Galacticos. The only one in the top 10 for Turkey. Even he's not having the best day. It's all gone CGN's way. Element getting 1, but Galacticos coming through with 3 of their own. A 4-on-2. And a moment where we're brought back to reality. Anguist still defies it. Not this time. Ipot has him red.
Quiet now.
It's on Davi to see it out in round 18.
I mean, we've seen this before, has it? To make it into this spot here, CGN clutched up.
Revealing area.
Time's too low, I think.
I don't think he's going to be able to. You're just looking to deny some of these weapons getting out. You've got 3 players on 300 credits or there so. Lurzy's taking a peek and he's lost his head to the Endeavor. Globe is the next one that goes past rubble. Davi will call it quits, but it's an expensive operation for Galacticos. Running on fumes into the final few rounds. 6 chances left for them to close the deficit.
I mean, you say that Galacticos are running on fumes, has it? So are CGN. The buy isn't looking great coming into this one. Probably looking to save into the next. Again though, that lockdown still persists for Anguist. If that comes online at the perfect opportunity, that could be the deciding factor. I mean, not everything is looking bright and breezy for both teams. Whoever wins this round, well, I mean, if it's CGN, they could well enough just decide the series right here.
Davi gets the first, he goes down. Story of every round we've seen so far, CGN heavily involved in the opening engagement. Rifle recollected. Could be just as useful in the next player's hands. Element has the Vandal. He's in the pit, inviting players to challenge him head on. They'll win. Not able to get it off this plate this time.
Oh, no way.
But it goes back to Anguis, and he's the next to step up. His chance is yet to come. There's a grand final to be played, and he's ready for it. Vince with the first peak, Anguis with the second. He'll send them to the play-ins grand final. They may have fallen short in Cologne, but the three-time winners of DAC Evolution will be going to their third final this year.
Hazza is one step in a long road for CGN, a massive win for them. One more game awaits them before they can finally go to Ascension. It's a massive win against Turkey, which DAC has never done. This is the furthest they've been in this competition. Finally, CGN live up to expectations of the region, right? They've been expected to perform, and finally they're starting to do it.
Something we've spoken so much about, DAC with the teams that they had towards the top end, Mouse, Focus, CGN in that mix, even Eintracht towards the second split, SK dropping off at times, but still present in the fight. And CGN wanting to fly that flag for DAC again, get a second chance here in play-ins to make the grand final. When I said months ago that I think they could potentially send a second team, people call me crazy, and hell, I didn't even believe it myself. If there's any team that you've got to go through though, it would be the dark horses themselves, KPI. What a grand final that will make for tomorrow. We'll see you then, but for now, it's a break and then back to the desk to see what they make of what we've just seen.
Can please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever
of the segments.
Cool.
Hello, hello. I cannot believe how we ended off today. CGN will be our second grand finalist heading into tomorrow's grand final for this last spot of EMEA Ascension. And it was quite the matchup here on Lotus. We went all 3 maps. I think we're a bit surprised. Initially, maybe expected it to end up being that 2-0, but CGN turning things around after a bind that was a little bit more difficult there, Strong.
Yeah, I mean, look, fair play to CGN, because I said I didn't think they were going to win this map. I didn't think they were going to bring it back. To be fair, we always knew this is a map they have been strong on for quite a while. This is basically part of their three core maps in their pool, along with Ascent and with Sunset. So it's not that by any means they were bad on, but we just kind of thought that, okay, stylistic matchup, this might be a bit difficult for them, and they just completely proved us wrong. I mean, excellent performance.
Yeah, I think there were some expectations of how we thought this map might end up being played there on the side of Galacticos as well, especially here on Lotus, and seeing some of those compositional differences. But I'm glad at the very least with the turnaround, Milan, from Bind, that we saw a bit more of that coordination with the utility usage. To look a lot more comfortable with that comp there as well, and the way that CGN were able to kind of clap back and take their space.
Yeah, I mean, we discussed it already, right? Like, coaching coming into after map 2, they have to step up, they have to make a big difference, and I think they did a fantastic job at making sure the guys felt good going into this last series. And I think, you know, it's like you said, it felt like a different CGN going from map 2 to map 3.
Yeah, I really like the depth that we're seeing out of this team. Obviously, the contact plays have looked really good in the past, and we saw the adaptation to have like maybe a bit more of the mix of contact plays alongside some of those micro plays to take some of that map control there as well. So I do love the adjustments in that kind of case. And when it comes down to those adjustments, there's someone that we'd love to talk to, one of the coaches on staff here for CGN with Zesh. And big congratulations to you. How are you doing, Vincent?
Good. Exhausting evening, exhausting week, but it is what it is, you know, you gotta grind through it.
Yeah, you sound very tired, man. I hope you're holding on after a long day like this. I wish you the best, man. I mean, my first question kind of going into this was, I think at the start of the year, all of us had high expectations, right? CGN, household name in Ascension. I think you've done a fantastic job over the course of the year. Going into the second split, I think a lot of people had you as favorites going into Ascension, right? And now that you have to like kind of go through this playing stage, how do you feel like that has affected you and the team?
I think it's rather good than bad to a certain extent, because you know you sometimes fly maybe a little too high. Things like this can happen. It's just that you suddenly snap and realize, okay, you know, we could have won against Mouse. Nothing to take away from them, great team. But at the end of the day, we could have succeeded there, but we just did things wrong. And that's just sometimes part of the game. You have to improve in that department. You sometimes realize by falling the hardest, and it's just part of the game. You know, we have to grind through it. You know, we're happy and thankful for the chance and pretty grateful that we even have the opportunity to go for this, because, you know, some other regions don't have this benefit. We have it, so we got to use every opportunity we get.
I love hearing that. You say that you had the opportunity to try and move through and try and take that last Ascension spot. I think we were a bit surprised with one of the compositional changes that came out on Bind in particular, because it's such a high stakes, high risk match to be able to pull that out on, and it unfortunately didn't work out for you guys. We were looking at the comp, and we did think that it did play to some of the strengths of CGN's play style, the fact that you like that more contact play, you're able to enable yourselves a bit with those flashes. But from your stance as a coach, where do you think it fell a little bit flat that time around?
Just not playing the game properly. You know, we were giving gifts, and you know, when you give gifts to a team like Galacticos, which is absolutely excellent in what they're doing in many departments, you get dominated, and this pretty much happens. You know, we were giving gifts, we were playing with regrets, we were playing with fear a little bit, and those kind of situations happen then. The comp itself is most definitely not at fault. You know, if you look from the outside perspective, I would say a year ago, 2 years ago, I would have said CGN is the most stupid team in terms of compositions. When you're on the inside, you think things differently. There's a few people who really have thought through with this game. And it was not the comp. We just weren't playing our game. It was winnable. We didn't win it, so it's part of the game.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, for sure.
I think we've all been on that side of the equation, right? Like sometimes you can have all the prep you know, like you can be set up as properly as you want, and then when it comes to execution, sometimes it's just human error. I feel you. I think you understand it. I know about it as well. I think lastly for me is kind of about going into the grand finals tomorrow, right? Very big match for you guys against KPI, who looked very dominant against Valiant earlier, right? Similar fashion, I guess, to you, right? I mean, okay, we're getting a little bit of that early, maybe overestimation from my side, but what do you feel like they did to enable Sayonara, and how do you guys plan on countering it? What do you feel like you could do to kind of counter a player who is having an amazing day like that?
You know, KPI is a strong team for certain. They know what they're doing. They have been that dominant in Spain for a good reason. We respect them most certainly. It's a great opponent, but I think it's just another team. You know, you say they have great players. I think we have great players. You know, we have players that maybe are not always highlighted in terms of stats, but there's enough guys on our team where I regularly say, you know, I think there's not enough credit to Vince. There's not enough credit to Benny. You know, Elle always shines because he's fragging out. Davi is so intelligent. Ross has insane clutch rounds. They're all good players, but you know, some stats are just not reflecting that. And while Sayonara is an absolute beast, and I would say everyone in KPI knows what they're doing, this doesn't mean that we are in any sense worried. We know what we're capable of, we know what we're doing, and it's just another team. We're going to fight hard, respectful, and we're looking forward to the best of 5.
Well, wishing you the best of luck for tomorrow's best of 5. I don't want to keep you too much longer, Zesh.
One thing.
You guys... Yes.
Would you mind? I want to thank all the CGN fans that always are cheering us up. You know, in football you have the 12 men. With CGN we have the 6th man, with all the fans continuously spamming, and it's nice to have them. I know they're part of the backbone of the team, so that's all. Now, please, go ahead.
No, thank you so much. I'm glad that you got your chance to say your thanks and say your piece. I appreciate you taking the time to do this interview with us, and wishing you a lovely rest before your match tomorrow. Good luck to you and the team.
Thank you very much.
Okay, it's so nice to hear from Zesh, and we asked a lot of questions about their play style there. Strong, any main takeaways that you want to talk about from that interview?
I mean, Zesh, you know, he talks a good game, let's put it this way. No, I mean, he's right in terms of, look, there are, I think some of the players on TGN are underappreciated. I think Davi a little bit has been appreciated. I mean, Anquist obviously has had this massive breakout tournament. It'll be interesting to see tomorrow because, look, pound for pound, I think probably KPI's players are better. You put CGN in the best of 5 scenario, they're quite a favourable map pool into them. Obviously, with the CGN Ascent versus KPI Ascent, that's going to be fun. Yeah, it'll be an interesting best of 5, but I think it's probably his favourite towards CGN despite all we can say about Sayonara. It'll be interesting to see.
It definitely will be, but let's talk a little bit more about the match that just happened still, just to wrap up our thoughts on this semi-final between CGN and Galacticos, because we do have to say goodbye to that team as well. And I want to chat, again, it's been the conversation about CGN's playstyle this entire series. They're strong. We're looking towards how it can go very right and how it can go very wrong. I know that round 6, I think, is a little bit more of a low light here for the side of CGN with their contact plays, but it also conditioned Galacticos very well on that defensive side.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can see this round goes badly for them because ultimately they don't get a plant off. It's a bit messy. They don't get a plant off. Obviously, you see this. Yeah, so I'm just trying. It's been a long day. Yeah. They don't get a plant off, and it kind of goes badly for them. This is the thing, though. They actually made the contact stuff work really, really well for them pretty much the entire half. Because the thing we kind of saw the entire time was just Masic got abused. And it's weird to say because he had good stats. He was doing his job to an extent, but the way they were playing, they were stacking 3-1-1 away from it. The 3 wasn't doing massively well, and Massic was just getting hunted down, round and round. And they don't kill him, but if you knock him off the line every single time, he's got nothing to defend. It basically ends up being the same thing. And this was kind of and again, credit to Benny a lot on this in terms of his Gecko. We were a little bit, okay, we think this is better for him, but he's obviously veered off of it on binds. How good is this? How good is he going to be on this? He had a massive impact in terms of clearing this game.
Yeah, he really did. We can see it even in the B-roll here, just the positioning that we saw. It was an early fight from CGN over towards Rubble on their default, the way they were contacting up. And then they push over towards the C site. Obviously very loud with the utility that they're using, but Massic's already been forced to play so far back, even before taking that TP off of site. Normally you would anticipate that chamber to have that long line over towards Mound, and I think CGN, again, they just did so wonderfully to force him back in these regards. And some of those stats were even being padded by Massic often having to save that operator because it was such a key part of them still maintaining that space, and it made it that much harder on the retakes.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for him because, look, I don't think you can say Massic had a bad game by any means, but the game plan just didn't come together for them, unfortunately. And between that and between Anguis just making a lot, like just catching them on every time they tried to push through, you get to a situation where CGN plants, CGN wins. And that was the story of that half, and that was ultimately the story of that game.
Yeah, it was such a struggle to break back through on that defense, especially when they would end up being, you know, a couple players down, really not have the resources to break back through into the site. But I also want to highlight not just Mazik, but Anguis as well. Like these two Sentinels, Mazik being that one where, of course, the stats still look good for him. He had a decent game on that chamber, but it felt like we saw the same kind of impact that you would expect out of that chamber pick from Anguis, not only in this map, but consistently throughout this series, where he was able to find these first bloods and find these opening engagements on the contact plays from CGN, whether it was on those lurks or with the team.
Yep, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, this is the thing. We said coming in today that, look, Anguis had been pretty much in the group stages, perhaps a breakout player in terms of we came in, we were expecting him to be decent, we weren't expecting him to be amazing, and he puts up these crazy stats the first two games. He comes in today, he's, I believe, plus 19 on the day, like top fragging. He's shown a lot today. Like he's, I mean, the funny thing is maybe he's not the best sensible player of the tournament because Westside was still his tournament, but I would say Angus is probably the breakout player of this tournament so far. So good on him.
Yeah, no, that is for sure. I mean, the impact has been insane coming out of the Sentinel on the side of CGN, and being able to step up to the plate in a couple of those clutch situations as well throughout this series. But they're going to have to continue on with this kind of performance for CGN, right? We've already talked about it a little bit. They're heading up against KPI afterwards. So when you look at the bracket, how today has panned out, I think ultimately this is what we expected for the grand final here, Strong. However, I think it was a harder fought battle than we maybe anticipated at the top of the day.
Yeah, exactly. I think both favourites got through. Obviously, I think we all thought KPO was going through. It was kind of it was a surprise really that it came down to, because it came down to a 13-11 on the last map at the end of the day. Let's not forget that. On CGN side, again, I was kind of the camp that Galacticos would potentially pull us out, but obviously I was in a minority on that. And yeah, we've probably got, I'd say, coming into this event, you would have said KPI and CGN, certainly two of the top three teams. You can argue for DMI, you can argue for some other team, but we've got two, I would say on paper, two of the top three teams in this finals, and now we can see this best of 5 tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how their juxtaposing playstyles will face up against each other as well. The fact that you have very contact plays from CGN, meanwhile, for KPI, there's that element of explosivity that comes out from them as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they kind of handle each other and how they adapt, especially throughout a best of 5 where you're going to have more opportunities to make these adjustments map per map, even outside of just within the one map itself. Having that longer series to kind of fight through, and it all comes down to that endurance as well. But it's been a very long day for us. And Strong, it's the last day for you and I. Unfortunately, Milan also had to go already, but I want to say a big thank you to you guys for being on the desk with me today. It's been an absolute pleasure, and you guys have crushed it on the Ascension play-ins here as well. And best of luck to everyone tomorrow, KPI and CGN, for those matches. That'll be all from us, and don't forget to tune in for tomorrow's grand finals to lock in that last spot for EMEA Ascension.
So you need a little break, huh? Boy, say you need a little space, yeah. Boy, is it 'cause you can't be faithful? Boy, hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. 'Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for want it out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met ya, now I'm prettier than ever, took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time, 'cause I knew you were panicking, think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. If you wanted to hurt me, will you fail big time? Cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone cause you chew with your mouth full. You, I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Who you think you are? Literally no one, if we're being honest. I guess you should be thankful. You got to spend time with an angel. You think about me, dream about me when you're asleep. Then you wake up so empty, so cold, just like me. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah.
I've been giving you the worst. Now you wanna stay tonight. Pretty how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and spice it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shut your phone. such a bugger with a wide mouth. Just lucky when you're looking like it. No sweets, no rush. Can